Committee shall come to order. I note that there is a quorum present. Before recessing, the committee had postponed further consideration of the amendments offered. Consideration of those amendments is now before the committee, and I'm pleased to recognize Mrs. Hayes.
Hello.
For understanding you have an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the title of the amendment. Oh, okay.
26.
Amendment 26.
Amendment number 26, offered by Mrs. Hayes of Connecticut.
Very good. The amendment will without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentlelady from Connecticut, sponsor the amendment for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of her amendment.
Thank you. The Farm Bill we are considering does not address one of the largest issues states, counties, and SNAP administrators are dealing with today, the looming administrative and cost-sharing provisions of H.R. 1. These costs threaten state budgets, which could reduce benefits for millions of Americans or even halt the program altogether in many states. When families work hard throughout the month but still cannot afford food, SNAP fills the gaps and ensures millions of families have nutritious food. Unfortunately, the state and county offices that administer SNAP continue to face staffing shortages. H.R. 1 only exacerbated this problem, reducing the federal obligation to states by decreasing the 50-50 cost sharing for administrative expenses to 75-25, placing a greater burden on states. At the same time, states are forced to spend millions of dollars on direct SNAP benefits for the first time. A robust SNAP administrator workforce is crucial to ensure that hungry families receive benefits promptly and to address potential payment errors. For anyone who doesn't know, when you apply for SNAP, you have to give lots of different information. Questions like, who lives with you? What bills do you have to pay? Do you have any savings, any cash on hand, any bank accounts, investments, vehicles? Do you have any assets that are liquid that you can liquidate to buy food? All of that is information that needs to be reported. As that information changes, you generally work with your agency to update the administrative process. This requires robust, trained staff because it changes at any moment and can cause errors in your benefits. My amendment would strike the administrative cost-sharing provisions in H.R. 1 and insert the language of my bill, the SNAP Administrator Retention Act, which would cover 100% of the administrative personnel costs associated with hiring and retaining the staff who carry out the SNAP program and make sure that that information is up to date and accurate. If this committee is serious about addressing waste, fraud, and abuse in SNAP, we should provide more resources, not fewer, to preserving investments in staffing, training, and systems essential to program integrity. I encourage the members of this committee to support my amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. She yields back. Any member seeking recognition to speak on this amendment? Dr. Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to support this amendment. It's a good amendment. We should ensure that 100% of SNAP administrative costs are federally funded. Here's why. First, this protects state budgets and flexibility. Right now, states cover a portion of SNAP administrative costs. Fully funding administration at the federal level frees state resources for other critical programs and prevents states from having to divert funds away from local priorities. Second, It ensures consistent, efficient program administration. States shouldn't have to choose between staff, technology, or outreach because they're paying the bill. Full federal funding lets states focus on delivering benefits to families rather than juggling budgets. Third, it promotes program stability. The nutrition title of H.R. 1 introduces mandates and changes will disrupt SNAP operations. Repealing it removes uncertainty while guaranteeing states can maintain stable and reliable service. Fourth, it directly supports beneficiaries. When states are forced to cover administrative costs, service cuts or delays can occur. Full federal funding protects families from gaps in access and ensures that they receive benefits when they need them most, during economic downturns, natural disasters, or other crises. And finally, this is fiscally responsible. Federally funding administration makes costs predictable, efficient, and avoids unnecessary complexity. Repealing the nutrition title prevents mandates that could increase costs without improving program outcomes. In short, repealing the nutrition title and paying 100% of administrative costs is smart. It's smart for families, smart for states, and smart for taxpayers. And it protects the program, it strengthens delivery, and it ensures SNAP works as intended for those who rely on it. It's a great amendment. I appreciate my colleague for bringing this amendment forward, and I would certainly encourage everyone to support it, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Gentlelady. Gentlelady yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on Mrs. Hayes' amendment? The ranking member is recognized.
I'd simply like to add my support for the subcommittee ranking member's amendment, and thank you so much.
Gentlelady, ranking member yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on the amendment? Any other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? If not, I'll take the liberty of my remarks. From 2021 to 2023, in response to the COVID pandemic, the federal government reimbursed 100% of the state's SNAP administrative expenses. At the same time, costs ballooned and error rates skyrocketed. It's the old adage, if you're spending your own money, you're careful. If you're spending somebody else's, you can be reckless. State administrative expenses have not returned to pre-pandemic levels, and CBO projects federal spending on SNAP administration under those trends to increase by 40% by 2035, higher than the rate of inflation. H.R. 1 took an important step to control runaway costs and incentivize states to serve SNAP participants in a more efficient manner. This amendment also has significant budgetary impacts and is not offset. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. With all hearing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment offered by Mrs. Hayes. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Those opposed by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chair, I'd like a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 3I2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. I have in the queue here, actually Dr. Adams would be next with an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, amendment number 139.
Very good. Without objection, amendment by Dr. Adams will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentlelady and the sponsor of the amendment for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would close a loophole from the 2018 Farm Bill, which de-incentivizes participation in learn-as-you-earn job training programs through the SNAP E&T program. SNAP E&T offers states the option of providing programs with subsidized wages to participants. But the income participants earn isn't excluded from SNAP eligibility determination. So some SNAP participants can earn enough that they are no longer eligible for SNAP and can't complete their training program. Exempting SNAP E&T program income from SNAP eligibility calculations is just common sense. I'm incredibly disappointed that this provision was removed from the Farm Bill. You should never have to choose between building a better life for yourself and being hungry. This amendment also includes a GAO study on SNAP E&T and the impacts of H.R. 1 and work requirements. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. It is good common sense. It's certainly something that we need to do. And I would appreciate full support on this amendment, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the young lady. She yields back. Any member seeking recognition to speak on Mrs. Adams' amendment number 139? Any member seeking to speak on 139? Ranking members recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would make sure that SNAP participants enrolled in employment and training programs can maintain their eligibility for food assistance, and I thank my colleague, Ms. Adams, for introducing it. We should never force SNAP participants enrolled in E&T programming to choose between putting food on the table and gaining skills and experience that can help them secure a job. I'm disappointed that the majority chose to remove this bipartisan bill from their 26 text and that they did not choose to work to find the funding needed to pay for this and many other critical priorities we would have liked to seen in the bill. I urge all members of the committee to join me in supporting this common sense amendment. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Ranking member yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? Any other members seek recognition? If not, I'll sort of take the last word here. As I mentioned in my opening statement, during the Farm Bill negotiations, actually, the ranking member never mentioned this as a priority for her or her members. She did, however, suggest we cut funding from SNAP employment and training programs. And it's clear that this amendment is being offered today for political purposes, really nothing more. I've not abandoned this policy change, but adopting this amendment today would mean the Farm Bill would not be budget neutral, threatening its survival. Encourage members across the aisle to work with me to ensure this priority, among others, are responsibly funded moving forward. I regrettably recommend a no vote on this amendment at this time, and certainly more than willing to work with whoever may be interested in going forward, where we might be able to find some appropriate pay for. So given that, no additional conversation, no further conversation or questions on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment offered by Dr. Adams signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed saying no. No. Independent of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Okay. All right. Any members seek? Well, you know what? We got a queue here, and Ms. Davids is back now. So Ms. Davids is recognized. I understand you have an amendment at the desk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I have an amendment at the desk, amendment number 72.
Ms. Davids says amendment 72. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 72, offered by Ms. Davids of Kansas.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentlelady, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm offering this amendment to codify tribal self-determination for the food distribution program on Indian reservations, also known as FDIPR. This is based on my bipartisan bill, which I've been proud to work on alongside Representative Lucas. I'm grateful for his partnership on this important issue, and I am at this time planning to withdraw my amendment. This authority was established as a demonstration program in the 2018 Farm Bill, and 16 tribal nations have successfully used this program to support their regional food systems, including traditional foods, to feed their communities and support tribal producers. Making this program permanent will provide certainty for tribes and producers participating in the pilot program while expanding access to tribes interested in administering the program themselves. Notably, the version of this bill the committee marked up in 2024 would have codified this authority. However, this bill falls short. Not only does this bill fail to provide FDIPR self-governance to more tribes, but it ends the pilot program for currently participating tribes, disrupting successful systems for no reason. I urge my colleagues to support making self-governance authority for FDIPR permanent. This is important for expanding self-governance and respecting tribal sovereignty. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. She yields back. Any members seek recognition to be able to speak on this amendment? The ranking member is recognized.
I'd simply like to offer my support to Congresswoman Davids for this amendment here she's offered today. The 2018 Farm Bill created a demonstration project, of course, but unfortunately, we haven't been able to make the pilot project permanent, and it's received limited funding from appropriations. Only 7 to 8 tribes are typically able to participate every 3 years. I'm disappointed that this didn't end up in the base text of the bill, and I would urge all members of the committee to join me in supporting this common sense amendment today. And I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Any additional members that wish to speak on the amendment? Any additional members seek to speak on the amendment? If not, I'll weigh in with my thoughts, and then we'll go to a vote. I want to thank the gentlelady for offering this amendment. Quite frankly, USDA has repeatedly failed tribal organization when it comes to ensuring they receive reliable and timely food deliveries for their food distribution programs. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to identify, and willing to continue to work on it, was not able to identify a viable bipartisan offset to pay for this provision in advance of this markup. However, I look forward and make a commitment to continue to work with the gentlelady on a viable path forward for this legislation. So, I cannot support the amendment at this point in time.
Well, thank you, Chairman, and I look forward to continuing to try to find ways to get the FDIPR program made permanent, and in light of that, I'm willing to withdraw the amendment for this particular markup. Thank you.
I thank the gentlelady, and I thank for your leadership on this issue. It is incredibly important, so let's find that bipartisan pay for, and we can go forward. And please recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Riley, I understand, has an amendment at the desk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk. It's amendment number 45.
Mr. Riley from New York has amendment number 45. Clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 45, offered by Mr. Riley of New York.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of their amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are just way too many seniors on fixed incomes across upstate New York who are really, really struggling right now. It was last summer. I was at the Grahamsville Little World's Fair in Sullivan County, and I remember I was talking to one of the seniors there, and she came up to me. I actually don't know if she knew that I was her representative in Congress. She came up to me and said, "Are you the guy on TV fighting the utility companies?" And I said, "Yeah." And then I introduced myself. We ended up talking, and she was telling me, like, she just can't make the math work with the prescription drug costs and the utility bills. Her NICEAG bill is like double what it used to be. She's trying to afford the groceries, and the math just literally doesn't work for her. So she's cutting back on food. She's splitting pills. She's using a flashlight at night to try to save whatever pennies and nickels she can on the NICEAG bill. And so this amendment this is really just a simple thing to try to make life a little bit easier for these low-income, fixed-income seniors. Under the law today, if you're a senior on SNAP, you've got to do your recertification interview every year. In a lot of places, you've got to do that in person. That's inconvenient. No matter where you are, it's really, really tough in rural America. If you have to go in person, it's one more car ride, another tank full of gas. It's another appointment to be juggled with all the other appointments you got. In a lot of cases, it's a day off of work for a family member who's got to go be there with grandma or grandpa. And so, and that's, really, literally, that's what this is about. It's about grandmas and grandpas who need food. We're not talking here about the fraudsters or the crooks trying to cheat the system. And so what my amendment would do, very straightforward, is it would change that 3-year certification period. Sorry, it would change the 1-year certification period and make it 3 years. So you only have to go back every 3 years instead of every one. This is just going to make things a little bit easier for folks who really need a break, and would love to have everybody's support on it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield back.
Thank the gentleman who yields back. Any members seek recognition? Ms. Buzinski is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to speak out in support of my colleague, Congressman Riley's amendment. In front of us is a chance to support the communities that we serve. We are here to remove barriers to access, not just not to make their lives more difficult. This amendment is an opportunity to show our constituents that we understand what they need. Prices are high, money is tight, as Congressman Riley talked about. With his seniors, I could tell the same story about seniors in my own district struggling on fixed incomes to make ends meet. The Elderly Simplified Application Program, ESAP, would efficiently allow those who are over the age of 60 or have a disability to access SNAP in a more efficient and just a simple way. This is the program that our constituents not only want, but I really truly believe they need. In central and southern Illinois, there are approximately 84,000 households depending on SNAP benefits. And in several counties I represent, disability rates are above the national average in my district. Throughout Illinois, 22% of the overall population is 60 years of age or older. In fiscal year 2024, there were just under 200,000 older adults who received nutrition services from various programs. I regularly meet with seniors that have worked their entire lives, have raised families, and are just struggling to stretch every dollar today. These are our neighbors. These are also veterans. These are friends. They have done their part, and now, quite frankly, I think it's our turn to do our part. For this population across the country, the issue is not a lack of persistence. They want their benefits, but there's paperwork and administrative barriers. It's just unnecessary. This amendment recognizes something that we all should understand. Seniors and disabled Americans should not have to navigate confusing layers of administrative barriers for benefits that they already qualify for. With the largest cut to SNAP in history, many were left with no guidance, wondering where their next meal may come from. Access to food has become harder than ever, and it's time that we confront this issue. Seniors and disabled Americans feel this pressure first, and they will continue to unless we act now. This Farm Bill does not meet the difficult moment that our families are facing for many reasons. This amendment, though, would be a step in the right direction to get us there. I want to extend my gratitude again to my friend Congressman Riley for filing an amendment to restore this provision. What he's doing is common sense. We would be protecting our seniors and preventing states from being penalized from implementing the program. Seniors and disabled Americans deserve the attention of our committee, and by codifying the ESAP, we can ensure that they no longer have to deal with the red tape. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. She yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? Any other members seek recognition to speak on Ms. Riley's amendment? If not, let me take the opportunity to weigh in here. I'd like to thank the gentleman for bringing up this issue. Currently, half the states in our nation are currently utilizing the SNAP Elderly Simplified Application Demonstration Project, with the option available to all states to be able to do that. This provision was scored by the Congressional Budget Office, unfortunately, and it scored at $96 million. It was so due to budgetary constraints, it was not possible to make this demonstration project a permanent state option in the Farm Food and National Security Act of 2026. And so for these reasons, I recommend no on the amendment. However, I look forward to continuing to work with the gentleman from New York on this effort moving forward.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask just one question?
Sure.
Do you know the CBO score of $96 million? What is that saying? That if we were to simplify these applications, $96 million worth of SNAP benefits, seniors would be unable to get access to $96 million of SNAP benefits, or is it more complicated than that?
You know, it basically was the amendment you put forward of simplifying and taking it from a pilot, which it could be a pilot in all states at this point, but making it permanent for whatever reason, they came up with a price tag of $96 million.
Okay, I'll have to take a look at that. I haven't been here very long, but all this CBO scoring stuff seems really dumb. I mean, I had an amendment earlier that...
You have
Is that a
definitely been here
partisan
long
thing?
enough to be
Is that a
smart.
partisan thing I just said? I don't know. Like, I don't know, man. Like, we had an amendment earlier. It was going to save $500 million that criminals are stealing from poor kids, and the CBO scored that, I guess. This one is just going to make sure seniors can get their SNAP benefits, and that's going to score. So maybe, Mr. Chairman, you and I can have some conversations with CBO at some point. Thank you.
Be glad to do it. You
That was
bet.
clearly the most popular thing
Absolutely.
I've said here since on the other side.
We'll
so.
put together that Northeastern caucus and get this done. Yeah. Anyways, so
In that case, I'll withdraw the amendment.
what's that?
In that case, given the CBO score issue, I'll withdraw the amendment.
Are you going to withdraw the amendment? Okay, amendment is withdrawn. Thank you, sir. Look forward to working with you. Is any other amendment, any members have debate or amendments to Title IV, the nutrition title? I'll ask twice. Is there any further debate or amendments to Title IV? Hearing none, Title IV is now closed. And we're going to move on to Title V. And find my page here. And is any amendments, anyone have amendments on Title V? Okay, on 5? Because I'm not showing anything. Oh, yeah, okay, they're out of order on my list. You're good. Mr. Austin Scott is recognized, has an amendment at the desk in Title V, which is the credit title.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This
Hold on a second. The clerk will report the name of the amendment.
Amendment number 12, offered by Mr. Austin Scott of Georgia.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman from Georgia, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you know, risk management is a big part of agriculture, and while our more experienced farmers have experience in this, many of our beginning young and small farmers don't. And so this amendment would direct the U.S. Department of Agriculture to evaluate how enhanced risk management practices can improve the financial stability and creditworthiness of producers participating in certain direct and guaranteed farm loan programs. It is, again, a direction. It is not mandatory that people would participate in this, but the goal is to have the USDA show how these enhanced risk management practices improve the creditworthiness of borrowers participating, again, in direct and guaranteed farm loan programs through the USDA. It would be incentive-based, cost-neutral to producers, and hopefully find ways to incentivize the lenders to help our beginning young and smaller farmers and all farmers essentially with risk management practices. So it says within 1 year of enactment, the Secretary of Agriculture must submit a report to the House and Senate Agriculture Committees evaluating the feasibility of linking certain risk management practices to direct and guaranteed farm loan approvals. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield the remainder of my time.
Thank the gentleman. He yields back. Any member seek recognition to speak on the amendment offered by Mr. Austin Scott of Georgia? Any members seek recognition? If not, let me weigh in real quickly here. I want to thank the gentleman from Georgia for introducing this amendment. I'm always open to any idea that could address the serious challenges faced by our producers in securing access to reliable credit. Directing USDA to evaluate how enhanced risk management practices can aid farmers and ranchers in the loan application process is a logical first step in the process. Given that the language was carefully crafted to be voluntary, incentive-based, and cost-neutral, I support this common sense amendment, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. Hearing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Any other members under Title, where are we? Title 5, the credit title, seek recognition for introduction of an amendment.
No more, nobody's here.
Okay. I'll ask one more time. Any other members have an amendment under Title 5 seek recognition? If not, hearing none, Title 5 is now closed. Are there amendments to Title 6? Ms. McDonald-Rivet is recognized. She has an amendment at the desk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's amendment number 144.
Amendment 124,
I'm sorry, 144.
144. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 144, offered by Ms. McDonald-Rivet of Michigan.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentlelady, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to Rep. Mann for your work on the Expanding Childcare in Rural America initiative. Really, really important. The inclusion of this language ensures that Head Start is a qualified provider under this provision. Ag Head Start classrooms provide care to over 20,000 kids in rural America. Adding this very simple clarification line into the text puts our Head Start providers in the biggest possible position to care for our farm families and their children.
Gotcha.
And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on Ms. McDonald-Rivet's amendment? Ranking member is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Head Start provides vital services for children across this country, and I'm grateful to my colleague for bringing this amendment up. We need all available options to make sure the best possible child care exists for especially folks in our rural communities. I urge a yes on this amendment, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I thank her for that. Any other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? Any other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? If not, I will take the opportunity. I thank the gentlelady from Michigan for her amendment and raising the issue. As a senior member of the education workforce, I see value ensuring our rural development programs work with other federal initiatives. And as one of the leaders in Congress on the Community Services Block Grant, which includes Head Start, I love your amendment. Amendments like these are important as they enhance the underlying bill. And I'm pleased to support this amendment and encourage my colleagues to do the same. So, hearing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed saying no. And the opinion of the chair is pretty clear. The ayes have it. And the amendment is agreed to. Other members, other individuals that have amendments under, Mr. Mann's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk number 16.
Amendment number 16, Mr. Mann. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 16, offered by Mr. Mann of Kansas.
Hold on a second. Strip back here. I'd have this by now. Without objection, amendment will be considered as read. And I now recognize the distinguished gentleman from Kansas. Kansas, big one, the sponsor of the amendment for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nearly 1 in 6 Americans live in rural areas and face significant health care challenges compared to those that live in the urban parts of our country. Every American should have access to quality, affordable health care regardless of their zip code. 66 million Americans who call rural America home are no exception. The Community Facilities Program provides funding for competitive grants for community facilities, including healthcare facilities, for construction, expansion, renovations, and the purchase of equipment. This Farm Bill already provides a set-aside for prioritization of telehealth and distance learning equipment for substance use disorder treatment facilities, mental and behavioral health facilities, and maternal health providers. Telehealth helps to improve access to health care and improve health outcomes. The increased utilization of telehealth in rural areas has helped to bridge the gap in rural health care by removing travel burdens and addressing provider shortages, resulting in greater access to quality care. This amendment would ensure that rural health facilities providing the services mentioned above are prioritized under the Community Facilities Program so that our rural health providers can continue to meet the needs of their communities. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Thank the gentleman for yielding back. Any members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? Ranking member, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to speak in favor of this amendment presented by Mr. Mann. Rural health facilities are literally lifelines for the communities that they serve. And as these vital facilities face increasing challenges in keeping their doors open, making sure that USDA funding flows to them is more important than ever. So in support of rural health care, Mr. Chair, I support this amendment.
Lady yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on Mr. Mann's amendment? Any other members seek recognition to speak on Mr. Mann's amendment? If not, I'll take the liberty of just adding, I thank the gentleman from Kansas for his amendment. Rural health care is a priority for me, 28 years working in rural health care, rural hospitals, and rural communities. And this, it's been a focus of mine and this committee. We work hard to ensure that rural hospitals are not left behind in this bill. This amendment improves the bill to ensure that USDA prioritizes rural health facilities that provide mental and behavioral health services for funding, and I support that amendment. Hearing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Any member seek recognition for with amendment? I believe that the gentlelady from Maryland has an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, amendment number 81.
Very good.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The amendment I have at the desk.
Give me a second. Get all the required things in here. I apologize.
No.
The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 81, offered by Mrs. McLean Delaney of Maryland.
Very good. Back up page.
The amendment that I have at the desk today
The
modifies.
gentlelady is recognized. Go ahead, please.
I'm just so excited. I just can't wait to talk about this. I'm just so happy.
Had too many
This is like my
papers
big
piled
thing.
up here.
This is my big thing. I love. So the amendment I have at the desk today modifies the Farm Bill broadband plan. And broadband has been something I've worked on for the bulk of my professional and nonprofit career. It provides loans to build, improve, or acquire the equipment and facilities needed to deliver broadband in eligible rural areas, to require the Secretary to consider affordability when determining whether a household is unserved for purposes of awarding grants. Because you see, if a community or a household has connectivity but cannot afford it, then that access really doesn't help. By 2025, U.S. households are expected to spend roughly $164 billion annually on cable and internet services, with an average household shelling out about $121 each month. That represents 4% of the $4.55 trillion Americans collectively pay in household expenses, putting cable and internet costs above staples like water and sewer, gas, waste, and recycling, and home security. This is particularly striking given that electricity bills have climbed 13% in recent years. Despite this considerable cost, access to reliable service isn't universal. All of us on this committee know that. Before I served in Congress, I spent 15 years at a child's nonprofit, really trying to bridge the digital divide and bring about kids connectivity. And also, I served as Deputy Assistant Secretary at NTIA, where I served and saw firsthand how COVID era exposed the rural digital divide. Millions in remote communities struggle to learn, work, and access critical services. According to the FCC, 22.3% of rural Americans and 27.7% people living on tribal lands still lacked fixed terrestrial broadband capable of 25.3 megabits, compared only with 1.5% of urban residents. And clearly what's worse is that divide is growing increasingly out of reach for rural communities as internet bills continue to skyrocket. I hear from my constituents all across Western Maryland all the time about how high their utility bills are. Broadband access is a centerpiece also, and an essential one in our increasingly digital world, but costs are cutting people out. During my tenure at NTIA, it became clear that ensuring reliable, high-speed broadband access for all communities is vital. When rural America has the connectivity it needs, it can prosper, innovate, and thrive, regardless of zip code or circumstance. Last week, I launched a cost-down, opportunity-up agenda to lower everyday costs and create more opportunities for hardworking families in Maryland's 6th District. An undeniable piece of that agenda was supporting affordable rural connectivity. Modeled on other USDA programs that prioritize affordability, this amendment mirrors considerations included in the Reconnect program, which already factors affordability into application scoring. My amendment ensures that we are moving towards greater consistency across USDA broadband programs and guarantees all Americans, regardless of zip code or circumstance, they have a fair opportunity to access affordable high-speed internet. While more must be done to lower the cost of internet, this amendment is a simple one that puts rural America first, not last. I urge support for my amendment and yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. She yields back. Do any member seek recognition to speak on this amendment? Ms. Figures recognized 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In my district, as I've mentioned several times here today, median income is just about $33,000 a year. Every month, families are forced to choose which bills get paid, which get delayed, and which simply you have to go without. Housing costs are rising, as we know. Food costs are rising. Healthcare costs are rising. Everything is going up. And yet we continue to treat broadband as if it's a luxury instead of what it has ultimately become, which is a basic utility, just as important in today's world and economy as electricity, to be quite honest with you. This amendment acknowledges something very important, that access alone is not enough if people cannot afford the service associated with it. But I want to be clear about what affordability looks like on the ground. In many rural and low-income communities, broadband technically exists, but at prices that compete directly with groceries, prescription drugs, and other healthcare costs. And that is not meaningful access, which is what this amendment seeks to address. At a time when broadband is how families receive everything from emergency and weather alerts to how they learn how to prepare for disasters, how students complete homework, how workers apply for jobs and participate in this digital economy, we should be lowering barriers, not redefining access in a way that continues to leave people behind. We're moving more and more essential services online: SNAP benefits, banking, healthcare portals, disaster assistance, telehealth. That modernization can be powerful and efficient, but only if people can actually connect to the internet. If broadband costs continue to be another bill that families have to weigh against food on the table or medical care, then the system we're building will exclude the very people it's supposed to serve. In rural communities with limited competition, families often pay more for slower service than their urban counterparts. And when we define served communities without truly accounting for affordability, we risk locking those communities out of future investment altogether. Affordability must be more than just a box that we check. It must be a real consideration. It must reflect real household budgets, real income levels, and real trade-offs families are making every single day. Otherwise, we're telling people that broadband is essential, but only if you can afford it. As we consider this amendment, I urge us to remember that access without affordability is not really access at all. If we are serious about closing the digital divide, supporting rural economies, and ensuring families can fully participate in modern life, then our policies must meet people where they are, not where we wish they were. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. He yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? Any other seek recognition to speak? If not, let me weigh in. I thank the gentlelady from Maryland for her amendment, and perhaps more importantly, for her expertise in broadband. This amendment highlights an important issue. What good is access if the population in the service area can't afford it? This amendment is a great enhancement to an already robust rural development title, and I encourage my colleagues to support it. Let's see. Hearing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Other members under Title 6, I guess we're on, Rural Development, have Ms. Salinas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, amendment number 34.
Very good. Ms. Salinas has offered an amendment. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 34, offered by Ms. Salinas of Oregon.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentlelady, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we all know, affordable childcare is becoming increasingly difficult to find in this country, particularly in rural communities where childcare professionals and facilities are few and far between. The consistent theme I've heard in the affordability listening tour I launched in my district is that our small towns and rural communities feel left behind by the federal government. The federal funding landscape is incredibly confusing, and identifying relevant grant opportunities can be quite a challenge. Grant applications are complex and can be filled with convoluted eligibility requirements. And if a small town ultimately does receive funding, they still have to navigate environmental reviews, planning requirements, and a whole lot of red tape. That's why I introduced the Bipartisan Rural Partnership and Prosperity Act with Representative Valadeo. Our legislation would connect rural localities with third-party technical assistance providers who can help them find, apply for, and implement federal funding opportunities. The Rural Partnership and Prosperity Act would also allow rural localities to partner with other rural stakeholders like universities, county governments, and nonprofits to address a wide variety of urgent needs in their communities, like access to childcare and disaster recovery efforts. Finally, the bill expands the existing Rural Partners Network, which uses an all-of-government approach to improve rural communities' access to federal programs and facilitates cross-agency coordination. To be frank, I am incredibly disappointed that this bipartisan legislation was excluded from the majority's proposal, despite having the support of a broad coalition of rural development-oriented organizations, including the National Association of Counties and National Cooperative Business Association, CLUSA, among many others. That is why I offered this amendment. It would address urgent needs like affordable childcare, housing, and job training in rural communities. It provides technical assistance grants to help these communities navigate existing federal funding opportunities and ensure they get a share of private and federal investments. And finally, it improves supportive services offered by the federal government to rural communities. Let's be honest, rural communities are struggling with affordability, and I think more so than some of our urban and suburban centers. Just like the rest of the country, they deserve access to the same resources that our urban centers enjoy. I won't stop fighting to ensure our rural communities get the resources they deserve from the federal government. That's why I want to see this legislation and this amendment passed. However, sometimes the best path forward does require strategic patience. Therefore, I do intend to withdraw my amendment. I yield back.
And I'm very supportive of the intention of this. There is some, I just look forward to working with you on this. There is some duplicative programs and unfortunately some costs that we need to account for. But I hope to work with you going forward to determine the gaps in existing programs that you're trying to fill. Because I think it's a worthy cause. So, thank you. All right. Any other members seek recognition under Rural Development Title VI? Mr. Mannion is recognized. Ms. Mannion has an amendment at the desk, and the clerk will report the title.
Amendment number 129, offered by Mr. Mannion of New York.
Ms. Mannion has offered an amendment. Without objection, that amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would increase the authorization for the Rural Micro Entrepreneur Assistance Program to $25 million annually through fiscal year 2031. RMAP is a practical rural development tool. It helps local community development organizations provide small loans and hands-on support so rural entrepreneurs can start a business, stay open, and grow. In New York's 22nd district, that support can make a real difference across central New York and the Mohawk Valley. We have people launching and expanding their small businesses. From service providers to small manufacturers, these local employers who want to hire and invest in their communities are there. And we have great community colleges, community partners, and innovation hubs that are launching new businesses and growing them each and every day. In fact, I spoke with one of those groups today. But too often the barrier isn't effort or ideas, it's access to modest capital and the basic technical assistance that helps a small business succeed. In the Mohawk Valley Economic Development District does a tremendous job of leveraging RMAP funds to support our rural entrepreneurs, holding dozens of workshops to help rural entrepreneurs strengthen financial planning and identify and secure private and public funding. Mr. Chairman, I'm offering this amendment to underscore how important this program is to my district and rural areas across the country, but given the budget constraints we're working under today, I will be withdrawing it. I want to thank Senators Ricketts and Smith for their leadership on this issue over in the Senate and urge them to continue to make it a priority as the Farm Bill moves forward. And with that, I will withdraw the amendment and yield back.
Well, Mr. Mannion, thank you for offering the amendment and withdrawing. I mean, the intent that you have here, the Rural Micro Entrepreneur Assistance Program is a vital program, ensures very small businesses in rural areas thrive. Today it's authorized at $20 million. Your amendment would increase that to $25 million, and unfortunately there's no discretionary offset, but I agree with you with the importance of it. Would love to work with you going forward to see if we can find a way to extend its reach. So, any other members seek recognition under Rural Development Title VI? Mr. Davis seeks recognition. Mr. Davis has an amendment at the desk.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have amendment number 90 at the desk.
Mr. Davis has amendment number 9, has offered that amendment. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 90, offered by Mr. Davis of North Carolina.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of his amendment.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. This amendment addresses an important barrier that prevents some of our most economically distressed rural communities from accessing the RMAP. RMAP is designed to help very small businesses with 10 or fewer employees in rural America by providing microloans and technical assistance such as business planning, financial training, and mentorship. These services are delivered by local nonprofit organizations and development groups that work directly with entrepreneurs in their communities. However, under the law, these organizations must provide 15% match. For persistent poverty communities, making the match can be extremely difficult. These organizations are often operating in communities with limited resources, small tax bases. As a result, the communities that actually need the services the most are sometimes the least able to assess the program. So I want to give a snapshot. North Carolina's 1st Congressional District consists of 19 counties. In North Carolina, we rank in a tier structure that these counties, all the counties across the state, by economically distressed counties. Tier 1 is the most economically distressed. Out of the 19 counties I currently represent, 16 are deemed economically distressed. Under this provision, this would then look at those that are experiencing persistent poverty, basically those who have experienced poverty for over a decade. And essentially, out of this grouping, 4 of the 16 would meet the persistent poverty definition. And what the amendment would do, and it's a very practical solution here, it would reduce the required match from 15% in those that are persistent to 5%. And I want to make clear there's no funding change here, but what we're trying to do is go into the most economically distressed areas across the nation and give real opportunities as we understand the importance of small businesses as they are the heartbeat. By lowering that barrier, we make it possible for more local organizations to participate in the program and deliver support to rural entrepreneurs who are trying to start a business, grow a small operation, create jobs in their communities. And I ask for your support. And thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman for his amendment and for yielding back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on Mr. Davis's amendment number 90? Ranking member is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I won't take but about 30 seconds. Thank you, Mr. Davis, for bringing up this amendment. I'm glad we can be thoughtful about how best to serve the communities that need it most, and including those that may struggle to meet cost-share requirements due to persistent poverty. So I'm happy to support this amendment, and we thank you for offering it.
Any other members seek recognition to speak on Mr. Davis's amendment? Any other members seek recognition to speak on Mr. Davis' amendment? If not, let me weigh in. I thank the gentleman from North Carolina for his amendment. The amendment enhances the base bill and the Rural Micro Entrepreneurial Assistance Program that we've talked about previously that we reauthorize in this bill. And so I appreciate this issue being raised, and I will be supporting this amendment. With that, hearing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Davis, amendment number 90. All those in favor of the amendment will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed saying no. Independent chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. And I'm going to recognize Mr. Figures, who I understand has an amendment at the desk under title Rural Development, title number 6.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, amendment number 87.
The Figures has an amendment at the desk, number 87. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 87, offered by Mr. Figures of Alabama.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment authorizes the Secretary of Agriculture to provide loans and loan guarantees to rural healthcare facilities that are facing financial distress and are at risk of closing or cutting essential services. I think, as probably many members of this committee know, that when a hospital, a rural hospital, is facing closure due to financial distress, there are not many options available for them for help to keep those doors open. This would apply to a full range of providers that rural communities rely on, whether that's rural hospitals, critical access hospitals, rural emergency hospitals, rural clinics, federally qualified health centers, and behavioral and mental health providers. Facilities must demonstrate financial distress through objective measures, and priority may be given to sole community providers. Facilities in high poverty or medically underserved areas, and hospitals delivering critical emergency and safety net services. This is not an expansion program. It is a stabilization tool designed to reduce preventable closures. Rural development is not just about roads, bridges, utilities, or broadband. It is about whether people can live, work, and raise families in rural America, and something that is necessary in order to do that is healthcare. And healthcare access is foundational to all of that. I support this amendment because I see what happens when rural health care disappears. In my district, I represent 13 counties across southern Alabama. You can only have a baby in 2 of them. In most counties, there are not sufficient primary care providers. We don't have pediatricians in well over half of the counties that I represent. Ambulance response times can be 40 to 50 minutes on average in many of the counties that I represent. And this is in an area that has some of the worst healthcare outcomes and statuses in the country. Many of you have heard me speak about it before. 1 in 5 people in my district are diabetic. 1 in 5 people in my district are diabetic. That's, not including the high rates of kidney disease, obesity, cardiovascular issues, and on and on. And of the 13 counties that I represent, either 10 of them, they either no longer have a hospital or their hospital is about to close. Literally on financial life support. These are not abstract statistics. Whether we're talking Evergreen, Greenville, Crenshaw County, other rural places in my district, these hospital closures are real, and they're happening at an alarming rate. But these are communities that are one bad month away from losing the only emergency room, the only inpatient beds, or the only mental health services available for dozens of miles. When a hospital closes in a rural county, that damage goes far beyond just the healthcare access. Jobs are lost. In many of these counties, the hospital is the largest employer. Families move away. Local employers cannot recruit workers. Small businesses struggle to survive. The local government struggles to raise revenue because the taxpaying citizens are no longer there. Developers do not want to build in communities without reliable healthcare access, especially hospitals. Retirees don't want to retire back to communities that they may have grown up in. When they don't have a hospital, no one here wants one of our parents to retire back to a county that doesn't have a hospital. And parents, most importantly, they don't want to raise their children in communities that lack quality, affordable, and accessible health care. I say it all the time back home. I don't care if your name is Nick Saban. It is very near impossible to close a recruiting pitch to a business, to a developer, to a family, to a retiree to come to your community when that pitch begins with, "We don't have a hospital." This is something that we have to address. And so it's not just a healthcare crisis, it's an economic one as well for our rural communities, which have given so much to this country historically. They grow our food, they support our workforce, they sustain local economies. The brain drain has pulled many of, even some of us, out of rural communities to go and support what's happening in larger urban areas. But we cannot continue to ask them to do more with less, especially when it comes to basic health care. This amendment does not solve every challenge facing rural hospitals, but it gives them hope. It gives them an option to seek out emergency funds to keep their hospitals' doors open. It gives them something that they rarely have if they're successful, and that's time. Time to stay open, time to serve those communities, time to pursue longer-term solutions without the constant threat of closure hanging over them. So regardless of your zip code or even how you voted, every American deserves access to health care, especially hospitals. If we are serious about rural development, then we must be serious about rural health care. Supporting this amendment is one of the most direct ways that we can do that, and I urge my colleagues to support it, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman in yielding back. Ms. Brzezinski is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to add my support to Congressman Figure's amendment. I think that this amendment is an important step toward fixing what I think is going to be a really negative impact coming out of H.R. 1 on rural health care and rural hospitals. It's going to create more opportunities for rural hospitals to get loans, to stay open, and continue offering essential services, which will only become more difficult as people lose access to their insurance after the Big Ugly Bill passed. According to the American Hospital Association, roughly 53,800 people in rural Illinois could lose their Medicaid coverage by 2034. Without Medicaid, children, pregnant mothers, seniors, and people with disabilities are at risk of losing reliable access to care. These are some of our most vulnerable populations that are at risk. People don't stop getting sick when their safety net is taken away. They just delay care until a condition becomes a crisis and the emergency room becomes their only option left. This new reality will have a disproportionate impact on our rural hospitals. As of 2024, 23% of rural hospitals in Illinois were vulnerable to closures and 30% were operating on negative margins. These hospitals will lose millions of dollars over the next decade from the cuts made out of the Big Ugly Bill. Rural hospitals are already carrying enormous unpaid costs. In 2021, charity care for uninsured patients totaled $22.5 billion across the country. A key piece of the Farm Bill is making sure that rural America isn't left behind. Every American deserves access to high-quality health care regardless of the zip code in which we live. That's why I support this amendment to create a rural health care facility stabilization assistance program to help our rural communities keep facilities open and remain financially stable. In my district, as examples, critical access hospitals such as the Community Hospital in Staunton and Carlinville area hospitals are lifelines in central and southern Illinois. This amendment is a step in the right direction to provide stabilization so rural hospitals can provide and continue to deliver necessary care for rural America and places like my district. I urge my colleagues to support it, and I want to thank Congressman Figures for introducing it. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on the gentleman's amendment? The gentlelady from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I, too, want to add my support for this amendment, which establishes a rural health care stabilization assistance plan. It does empower the Secretary of Ag to provide low interest rates and low guarantees to rural hospitals and health centers in financial duress. The need for this program is urgent, and I see it in Western and Mountain Maryland every day. Across rural America, hospitals are facing serious financial challenges that really do threaten their ability to remain operational. When H.R. 1 was signed into law last year, it is now projected to reduce Medicaid and ACA coverage for hundreds of thousands of rural Americans and cut billions in federal funding that rural hospitals rely on. These changes put even more pressure on already fragile facilities in my district and across Maryland, forcing them to make impossible choices between keeping their doors open, maintaining staff, or providing essential services to their communities. And as was noted by my colleagues, when a rural hospital closes, the effects ripple through the entire community. Emergency response times rise. Mothers lose access to maternity care. Seniors with chronic conditions must travel exceedingly long distances, and local businesses lose their major employer. In many rural towns, the hospital is more than just a healthcare provider. It's the anchor of the local economy and the foundation of community stability. I saw this firsthand during my visit last month to UPMC Western Maryland in Cumberland. For families in Allegheny and Garrett, it's the first and primary line of emergency care and often the only nearby source of specialized services. This amendment is targeted, it is responsible, and it's a financial tool designed to stabilize hospitals before temporary financial strains turns into permanent closures. It gives struggling facilities time to adjust, time to stabilize, and time to keep serving their communities. And we know what happens when that care disappears. as was referenced, when that hospital closes, it rarely reopens, and the jobs are gone, the providers leave, the community loses something that cannot be replaced. To my colleagues, for colleagues with communities with no alternative providers, stabilization today can mean survival tomorrow. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and thank my colleagues for fighting for rural communities. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Thank the gentlelady. Any other members seek recognition? Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Recognized again. I would like to speak in favor of this amendment. Our rural hospitals are in jeopardy. I used to sit on a hospital board. I know how hard it is to actually financially make it, and it is correct that most of our hospitals are operating at a negative margin, and I see the rest of my time to Congressman Figures.
Ms. Figures is recognized.
Thank you. I think this is an issue that we all struggle with, or certainly that many of us struggle with, where we have an opportunity to try to do something about it. And it's not just in my district. I mean, across the state of Alabama, we have 52 rural hospitals remaining. 26 of them are rated at being at risk of closure, and of those 26, 22 are rated at being at immediate risk of closure. And several of those are in my district. Just this past week, there were the announcements of 3 dialysis treatment facilities in my district and the adjoining district. You know, we're seeing healthcare access dry up in significant ways that are going to have that will have significant outcomes. You know, and this is in a state that has the 3rd lowest life expectancy in America. Right? We can't afford to continue losing access to healthcare like this, and we're 3rd lowest just by a mere decimal point. So we live just a few weeks or months longer than people in Mississippi and West Virginia. And so we have to address this crisis with the sincerity that it deserves. And the largest hospital I have in Montgomery, which is a hub of providing health care to rural communities in central Alabama, is in the middle of a bankruptcy. And so this is something that is hitting my district very, very hard, and something that I would hope that we can find a way to provide some degree of support here in this committee throughout the Farm Bill process. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Actually, the time goes back to Ms. McDonald-Rivet.
I yield the remainder of my time.
She yields the remainder. Any other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? Any other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? If not, I will weigh in here. I thank the gentleman from Alabama for his amendment. Honestly, there's an old saying about Pennsylvania. It's like 3 states, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, and Alabama in the middle. I am proud to represent Alabama. What you described is, yeah, well, we are. I always liked when Penn State played Alabama, too. But I have to say the similarities are huge. It's a big rural district. It's a 3rd of landmass of Pennsylvania. You know, high degree of diabetes. You know, there is rural hospitals that are struggling. We've lost rural hospitals. Some that have gone to emergency room only, and then the taking away of maternity services, and which is a kiss of death for a rural hospital, because where mom has the baby, that's where she gets her health care, and that's where the rest of the family goes. And so I live that every day, having been in health care for 28 years. And we must think the same way, because honestly, a lot of what you're asking for is already in the base bill, and I'm proud of that fact. We certainly support the intention of this amendment. It partially, to a large degree, duplicates what we have in the base text. Section 6417 enhances existing USDA authority to allow refinancing of a debt obligation for an eligible healthcare facility. It also codifies the Rural Healthcare Facility Technical Assistance Program to try to provide a lifeline. And so I'm opposed to this amendment today. You know, if the gentleman's willing, I look forward to working together to ensure our rural hospitals not only survive but thrive. And I know that Ms. Takuda, who's busy right now, provides great leadership on that rural hospital caucus. So I'm sure I don't want to speak on her behalf, but I'm pretty confident she'd be interested in working with us as well. So,
Mr. Chairman?
okay, I asked twice, Jim, but I'll be lenient. Go ahead. The gentleman from California.
I'll be quick. I concur with, I think, most of the sentiment here that our rural hospitals play such a critical role, and I support the efforts here. The $50 billion that was provided in the big, I never called it beautiful, is estimated to be about a quarter of what we really need for rural hospitals, which is probably around $200 billion when you look at the impacts of the cuts of Medicaid and Medi-Cal throughout the country. And so I appreciate the chairman's comments about his concern as well, and the author, and this is something that we've got to work on. No pun intended, but our rural hospitals are facing a triage in their own communities throughout the country.
They have for many years, actually.
And, yeah, but this exacerbates it. Let me put it that way. I yield back.
Hearing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. And any other member wish to be recognized under Title VI, Rural Development, for an amendment? No. Any members, I'll ask twice, doesn't work for Jim, but it works for everybody else. Any other members wish to be recognized under Title VI, Rural Development? If not, hearing none, Title VI is now closed, and we'll move to Title VII, Research. Are there any amendments to Title VII to be offered from Research? Mr. Costa has one at the desk.
Does the gentleman from California have an amendment?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman state his amendment, and the clerk will.
The amendment would involve Research Facilities Act, and it's at the desk. Clerk will read. Number 60, I'm sorry.
Clerk will.
Thank you.
Amendment number 60, offered by Mr. Costa of California.
Members will suspend until the amendment's been distributed. Do you have an amendment to dis-
I'm ready to begin. I don't know if they're distributing the amendments or not. Ah, here they come. Let me explain the amendments with the permission of the chair as they're being distributed.
Amendment may proceed.
All right. This amendment is to restore research facilities funding for them that was previously taken out last year during DOGE and whatever else that was going on with those folks. I think the muscle, part of the muscle of America post-World War II is the commitment we've made toward research. And it's been, in many instances, a public-private partnership with our universities, our land-grant research facilities, and others throughout the country. And I think to stay competitive with China and our other adversaries, let me remind you that they've increased their funding fivefold since the early 2000s. Coupled with the USDA reorganization that I referenced last night, and who knows where that's going, we're being left behind. I'm going to remind everyone once more, I mean, California's big agricultural state, $61 billion and a half at the last farm gate last year. Our land grant and non-land grant benefits universities from this funding results in research towards a more resistant crops, enhanced conservation techniques, vital research and dedicated to new pesticide and disease management, new product development. The list goes on and on and on. And you can, I'm sure, cite your own examples from the universities in your districts and in your states that you've worked with. For me, the University of California Agriculture and Natural Resources and the California State Universities have benefited greatly over the decades. In addition to research extensions, our ag extension offices. And what's really frustrating, and I hope you hear it in my voice, we have research programs that have taken place over 4 years, 6 years, 8 years. All of a sudden, the federal funding just stops in the middle of, I mean, you don't finance and you don't expect good returns on research if you just stop it in the middle of its effort. So this legislation, this amendment, would focus on trying to return the funding for our land-grant universities across the country and for the research of our state universities and the universities and our minority universities that have been engaged in such research programs. And so I think it's bipartisan nature. I request your support, and I'd like to have a voice vote on this, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. The chair notes that without any objection, the amendment is being considered as read. Does any other member seek to be recognized to speak on this amendment? The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to Representative Costa for bringing this amendment forward. I speak in support of this amendment to strengthen investment in agricultural research that supports every single sector of our farm economy. Research conducted at our land-grant universities, including my alma mater, Michigan State University, and its Saginaw Valley Research and Extension Center that's in my district, delivers real, actual results on the ground for growers. For sugar beets, potatoes, dry beans, soybeans, corn, and much, much more, this work drives yield improvements, disease resistance, soil health advancements, and more efficient production practices. It's really important to note that strong research funding reinforces our domestic food security and keeps the United States at the forefront of innovation. It ensures our producers have access to the latest science and technology as they compete in a global marketplace. Investing in agriculture research is investing in long-term stability, competitiveness, and leadership, especially as we compete with countries like China, Mexico, and Brazil. Often when I am talking to farmers in my district, they cite the importance of this funding in research as one of their top priorities. I urge support for this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Does any other member wish to be recognized to speak to this amendment? The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would also like to add my support to Congressman Costa's amendment. I believe if we're serious about really strengthening American agriculture, we have to have a plan for innovation. The Research Facilities Act helps institutions construct, modernize, renovate, and upgrade agricultural research facilities. This funding supports the long-term infrastructure that makes food and agricultural research possible. It ensures our land-grant universities and research institutions have the tools they need to stay competitive. For decades, American agricultural dominance has been built on research. But for more than a decade, Congress has allowed public agricultural research funding to stagnate. Meanwhile, China has increased its public agricultural research investment eightfold over the last 30 years and is now the world's largest public funder of agricultural research. If we want to remain competitive in the 21st century agricultural economy, if we want to lead on food security, sustainability, biotechnology, animal health, and precision agriculture, then we really must invest. Increasing funding for the Research Facilities Act will help our research institutions stay on the cutting edge. In 2024, the University of Illinois received funding through this program to modernize its meat science laboratory. The facility had not been substantially updated since the early 1980s and required critical infrastructure improvements, including HVAC and structural upgrades. The Meat Science Lab introduces students to the production, quality, and marketing of meat products. It includes the equipment necessary to harvest, process, store, and conduct research on cattle, sheep, and swine. Faculty and staff also engage in significant community outreach, hosting workshops for 4-H, youth organizations, and commercial meat processors. The lab even operates a meat and egg sales room that is open to the public, directly connecting research, education, and the community. This is what agricultural innovation looks like. It supports students, producers, and strengthens our workforce pipeline. If we want our farmers to continue leading the world, we must invest in agricultural research that makes this leadership possible. I'd urge my colleagues to be a yes on this amendment, and I'll yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Does any other member seek recognition to speak on this amendment? Gentleman from Nebraska is recognized.
I support research. I know it makes a huge difference. I see it being raised on a farm in Nebraska. But is there an offset for this?
We're working on the offset, and I would appreciate the members joining in that effort. They may listen to you a little bit better than they do me over at OMB. However, I think the thing is that the leverage on private sector funding for this, most of the time it's public-private partnerships on the research here. And to ignore that and to put us at risk, I think is irresponsible.
Gentleman yields back. Does any other member wish to be recognized to speak on this amendment? Seeing no other requests for time, I recognize myself. I want to thank the gentleman for his support of the nation's land grant and public universities. H.R. 1 saw the most significant investment in Research Facilities Act program in history, and I'm incredibly proud of the work this committee's done to deliver on that priority. While I remain deeply supportive of this program, this amendment would carry a substantial score, so I would have to recommend a no vote. And with that, I yield back the balance. Seeing no other members who wish to be recognized, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Thank you. Are there any other amendments to Title VII?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman, Mr. Finstead is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have amendment number 19 at the desk.
Mr. Finstead has amendment number 19 at the desk. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 19, offered by Mr. Finstad of Minnesota.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would clarify that the Beginning Farmer and Rancher Development Program may support organizations and programs that provide direct budgeting, business planning, and similar financial management skills that focus on the economic vitality of beginning farmers and ranchers. We're very blessed in Minnesota to have a great organization like University of Minnesota's Farm and Financial Management group, and organizations like them assist thousands of producers over 20 states with farm business management and financial education, yet they are currently limited in their ability to utilize this program. While the program should be available to help all beginning farmers and ranchers, in the past, many organizations that helped the generation transition into the management of family farms and ranchers who produce the vast majority of U.S. agriculture have been excluded. The current language also indicates that organizations are the targeted beneficiaries of this program. This amendment will clarify that the program should directly benefit beginning farmers and ranchers. This change is additive and common sense. All beginning farmers and ranchers deserve to benefit from financial tools and business planning resources. I urge adoption of this amendment, and with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I appreciate the gentleman. Any other members seek recognition to speak on Mr. Finstead's amendment number 19? Any other members seek recognition to speak on Mr. Finstead's amendment number 19? The ranking member is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Business planning and financial management training are indeed important skills that help keep our farmers farming. Thankfully, these services are already allowed under the Farming Opportunities Training and Outreach Program and 2 programs under that program, BFRDP and Section 2501. This amendment waters down or removes the existing prioritization within BFRDP and the 2501 program and narrows the peer review process to only include a small set of organizations that aren't currently participating in the program. With that, Mr. Chairman, I am recommending a no vote on this amendment because I support farmers of color and believe that we can work together on productive improvements in a bipartisan manner together in the future, and would encourage my colleagues to do the same.
I thank the gentlelady. I will take the final word here. I want to thank the gentleman for bringing this amendment forward to address small but powerful tweaks to the administration of the Beginning Farmer and Rancher Development Program that has been flagged and championed by the University of Minnesota Center for Farm Financial Management. These changes will ensure that this program is focused on its underlying goal to give beginning producers the support and information they need to make decisions that will secure the long-term economic viability of their operation. I support this amendment and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. With that, hearing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment by Mr. Fenstead signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Any other members have amendments to offer under Title
Chairman.
7, which is research?
I do, Mr. Chairman, I do as well.
Very good. Mr. Scott is recognized. It has an amendment. Well, you have an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 22, offered by Mr. David Scott of Georgia.
Very good. Hold on a second. Wrong page. Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read by, and I now recognize a distinguished gentleman, former chairman of this committee, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of his amendment.
Well, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chairman. I have this amendment, and it will increase funding for the 1890s scholarship by $5 million a year and make the scholarship program permanent. Ladies and gentlemen, our nation's 1890 land grant institutions play a crucial role in providing the education, the research, and extension that is needed to ensure that our nation's American agriculture remains the best in the world. These 1890 African-American land grant schools have helped introduce new innovative technologies and prepare the next and future generations of the food and agricultural workforce of our great nation. And for over a century, the 1890s have allowed young African American students, and along with other American students, to pursue their degrees, including even during the era of segregation in our nation. And as a proud graduate of an 1890s institution, Florida A&M University in Tallahassee, Florida, I know firsthand the impact that these institutions have had and continue to have on our great nation's agriculture system. I and many others would not be here today without them. That is why I have fought and others have fought to create the successful 1890s student scholarships in the 2018 Farm Bill. And we did that as a committee. And not only we did it, we had the gracious consent and involvement of President Trump even when he signed this bill, which makes this special because it is the foremost biracial and bipartisan bill that we have done in the history of our nation. And our committee has previously voted to permanently authorize the scholarship on a strong bipartisan basis 4 years ago, with only 3 Republicans that voted against it. That's how far we've come. That's what we celebrate today, because we recognize the importance of investing in the future generations of all of our talented minds, of all of our great and God-inspired minds. The USDA estimates that around 58,000 highly skilled jobs are available each year in the food and agriculture sector of our great nation. However, only 35,000 new graduates in the United States are currently available to take these jobs. Permanently authorizing the 1890s scholarship program will help us shrink this gap and bring a diverse group of talented American young students to the workforce. I certainly urge all my colleagues here today to join me in voting yes on this amendment. Thank you, Chairman, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Thanks for gentleman for yielding back. I remember seek recognition. Dr. Adams is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I do want to speak in support of the amendment and thank Mr. Scott for bringing it forward. I do believe that this program is a pipeline for the next generation of agricultural scientists, researchers, and USDA professionals. Students at historically black land-grant universities gain the skills, the education, and the hands-on experience needed to tackle America's food, agriculture, and natural resource challenges. Every dollar invested in this program returns far more to our nation. These scholars go on to strengthen our food security, advance agriculture research, support rural economies, and keep USDA staffed with top talent. The Trump administration froze the program last year, threatening scholarships and this critical pipeline. But with pressure, the USDA reopened the program. Permanent funding ensures that students can complete their studies and enter the workforce ready to serve our country, providing enormous returns in productivity, innovation, and workforce readiness. Investing in the 1890 National Scholars Program is smart, it's strategic, and it's essential for sustaining America's agricultural workforce, and I certainly encourage my colleagues to support this amendment. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Appreciate the gentlelady. Other Any other members seek recognition to speak on Mr. Scott's bill? The ranking member is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The 1890 Scholarship is a deeply impactful program that transforms the experience of students who are pursuing careers in agriculture at historically black colleges and universities. And I want to commend my colleague, Mr. David Scott, for his continued persistence at ensuring that these programs remain a high priority in the United States Congress. This program has opened doors for students to develop skills through agriculture curriculum and prepare to be the next leaders of the ag industry in this country. It's absolutely essential that we make funding for this program permanent, and I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support Mr. Scott's amendment. And I yield back.
Generally yields back. Dr. Adams is. You seek recognition, Dr. Adams? Okay, sorry. I'm sorry. Mr. Figures from Alabama is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I appreciate Congressman Scott for his amendment to provide permanent funding for our 1890 land-grant universities. These institutions are vital, not just because of their historical role in correcting past iniquities in higher education and agriculture as a whole, but because today they remain on the front lines of serving communities that are too often left out of federal investment, agricultural opportunity, and economic growth. And as some of you may recall, in the early days of this administration, we dealt with a still incomprehensible issue where this administration came in and they terminated the land-grant scholars program for 1890 institutions, and they did not touch the land-grant scholars program for the 1862 institutions, which is just it's still incomprehensible. Said another way, they terminated the funding for, in my state, schools, the 2 land grants that we have in Tuskegee University and Alabama A&M University, but they didn't touch the funding for scholars at Auburn University. To say that a different way, they terminated the funding to the predominantly black, historically black colleges and universities, but they did not touch that to the predominantly white institutions. And we questioned the secretary about that, and it happened, relatively early on in the first few days that she got there. We still never quite got to the bottom of why it happened, but we know that it happened, and fortunately it was reversed, at least in part, which leads us here today. A few weeks ago, I had the opportunity to go over to Tuskegee, which is in my district, home of George Washington Carver and all of the great agricultural work that icon did. And what I heard there was deeply concerning, especially because of these challenges that have emerged in the last year. The USDA liaisons that help administer this program are no longer stationed at the institutions themselves. Instead, a small number of liaisons are now shared across multiple 1890 schools. Several of the liaisons have retired. No new ones have been hired due to a hiring freeze, leaving only 6 to 8 liaisons covering multiple campuses across the entire country. And it is important to understand what these liaisons actually do. USDA liaisons that are assigned to these land-grant institutions, they act as a critical connector between the federal government and the universities. They recruit and support the students, particularly for the 1890 National Scholars Program, and they help institutions and faculty navigate USDA programs, foster research partnerships, connect campuses to grants and technical assistance, strengthen workforce diversity across the Department of Agriculture. When those liaisons are stretched thin or missing entirely, as is the case now in many places, students lose access, faculty lose opportunity, and USDA loses one of its strongest pipelines for talent and innovation. Compounding this problem, liaisons currently do not have travel budgets. That means if a liaison is not physically near a school, even if that institution is assigned to them, they're often limited to virtual engagement only. For students navigating federal careers and programs for the first time, virtual-only support is not sufficient. Scholar support has also been significantly constrained. While institutions continue to support previously awarded scholars, schools are now limited to only 2 new scholars, only 2. And because this liaison position falls under the Office of Partnerships and Public Engagement, which does not currently have adequate funding, vacant positions cannot be replaced. We were also informed that under the direction of this USDA, regardless of how large or robust an institution's agricultural program may be, schools are capped at a maximum of 3 scholars, even when there are many more qualified applicants. And this is, this is down from the 6, for instance, that University of Tuskegee or Tuskegee University has had in the past. They're only now down to 2. It's not about a lack of talent or a lack of interest. It's about a lack of commitment to this program. And this is at a time where we know we are losing farmers, we are losing agricultural professionals, we are losing the scientists and the researchers that support this type of work. We should be doing everything that we can to increase and enhance those opportunities. Permanent funding for 1890 institutions restores capacity, strengthens partnerships, and ensures that these universities can continue delivering education, research, and workforce development to the communities that rely on them. If we are serious about equity and workforce diversity and the future of American agriculture, we must be serious about investing in the institutions that help make that future possible. Alabama A&M and Tuskegee University are certainly those institutions that will make that future possible, but they need the funding, they need the support, they need the investment from this Congress and this Farm Bill, and they need it now. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? Any other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? If not, I'll take that opportunity before we vote. I want to thank the gentleman.
I asked for a recorded vote.
What's that?
I'm asking for a recorded.
Well, let me speak first, and then
I'm
I'll make sure you get a recorded vote. You bet. I want to thank the gentleman for his steadfast commitment to supporting the 1890 scholarship program at USDA. The scholarship plays an important role in supporting undergraduate students at 1890 land-grant universities that result in a well-equipped workforce for students in food, agriculture, and related fields. I've been proud to work with David Scott on this and support him as he's advanced this. That is why I personally made sure that within H.R. 1, we provided $60 million in mandatory funding for this program, which is now part of the law. I'm also proud that this bill, we reauthorized this bill for another 5 years, so that's taken care of. This amendment, unfortunately, was scored because of the mandatory funding that it contains, but given the investments that were included in H.R. 1 for this program and the committee's intention of delivering on a cost-neutral bill, I'm not going to be able to support the gentleman's amendment, but just keep in mind what we were able to do in H.R. 1. And I do look forward to continuing to work with the gentleman on supporting our students at our nation's 1890 institutions. With that, hearing no further conversations, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed by saying no. No. Independent of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. A recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 3I2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Do any other members have, Mr. Harris is recognized. Mr. Harris has an amendment at the desk.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Amendment number 38, I have at the desk.
The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 38, offered by Mr. Harris of North Carolina.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman from North Carolina, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I offer an amendment to remove language in the research title that encourages U.S. colleges and universities to partner with international organizations, including the United Nations, the World Bank, and other global institutions. This amendment, let me be clear, does not eliminate the program, it does not restrict competitive grants, and it does not prevent institutions from forming partnerships abroad. What this amendment does is actually simple. It removes congressional encouragement for collaboration with these global institutions that do not always align with American interests. If federal research dollars are being awarded to strengthen U.S. agriculture and expand our producers' access to international markets, then the primary focus should be advancing American competitiveness, American innovation, and American leadership, not embedding partnerships with multinational bureaucracies that often pursue agendas inconsistent with the American values. U.S. colleges and universities are fully capable of forming partnerships that serve our national and international interests without statutory language steering them toward the United Nations or other globalist institutions. Congress should not signal that partnering with these institutions is a preferred pathway for success. At a time when global institutions increasingly influence agricultural standards, environmental policies, and trade practices in ways that can disadvantage American producers, we should be cautious about formally encouraging deeper entanglement. This amendment would ensure that federal research investments remain centered on United States priorities, accountable to U.S. taxpayers, and aligned with U.S. sovereignty. We can promote innovation, strengthen imports, and support our land-grant institutions without promoting globalist partnerships that may not share our values or economic interests. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I thank the gentleman. Any members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? Ms. Buzinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strongly oppose this amendment. We gain nothing from siloing ourselves as a nation, especially when it comes to public agricultural research. American farmers and consumers benefit when research institutions collaborate, share information, and solve problems together. Interdisciplinary and international public research is not a weakness, it's one of America's greatest strengths. Penicillin is one of the clearest examples. The discovery of penicillin and recognition of its therapeutic potential happened in England, but figuring out how to mass produce it happened right here in the United States at a USDA lab in Peoria, Illinois, my hometown. That breakthrough saved millions of lives. It happened because knowledge was shared, not hoarded. Why would we cut that model off at the knees by discouraging the sharing of critical research information? What is happening in agriculture doesn't stop at the border. Plant diseases and animal health threats don't recognize state sovereignty. Climate pressures affect food systems worldwide. If we want to protect American producers, we need access to global data, research networks, and early warning systems. Not having USDA encourage our research institutions to collaborate with international organizations only isolates our researchers and weakens our own competitiveness. In my district, the University of Illinois' College of Agricultural, Consumer, and Environmental Sciences, ACES, is proudly committed to sharing research with the global community. Their Office of International Programs facilitates international research, education, and outreach. Faculty and students are working on food security, climate-resilient agriculture, international development policy, issues that directly impact American farmers. When Illinois researchers collaborate globally, they are not giving something away. They are bringing that knowledge back home. If we want to lead in biotechnology, precision agriculture, animal health, and sustainability, we cannot retreat from the global research community. I strongly urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment, and I yield to the ranking member.
Ranking member is recognized.
Yanking something. Okay. Thank you so much, Ms. Budzinski, for yielding. This amendment, to me, just makes no sense to strike language directing the research institutions to partner with international organizations. How can we effectively partner on international agriculture research when we are disallowing our research institutions' collaboration with international research centers and organizations with access to resources that we may not have? When we silo our research institutions, American farmers are the one who lose out on important technology and environmental work pioneered in other parts of the world. I urge my colleagues to vote no on undermining collaboration with our friends and partners to the detriment of American farmers. With that, I yield back to Ms. Budzinski.
Brzezinski retains the time,
And I yield back. Thank you.
and she yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on behalf of the amendment offered Mr. Harrison? Mr. Taylor is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to yield my time to Mr. Harrison.
Mr. Harris is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Taylor, for yielding. Let me be clear again in the response that we've heard. We've heard about that this amendment does not prohibit institutions from partnering with international organizations. It simply removes congressional encouragement for American institutions to partner with these international organizations. In other words, we heard a moment ago about the University of Illinois. That's a great partnership. That's a great program. But Congress should not signal a preference for multinational bureaucracies over direct, bilateral, or private sector relationships. And again, removing preferential language is not isolationism, and we've got to make sure we understand that. It preserves flexibility while keeping the emphasis on U.S. leadership and sovereignty. True leadership doesn't require statutory alignment with institutions that often promote regulatory framework at odds with our American producers. I just offer this amendment as a warning, as a way and an action that I believe would serve us well as we move forward. And with that, I'll yield my time back to Mr. Taylor.
Balance of his time.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. I appreciate your amendment. I do support it, and I encourage my colleagues to vote for it as well. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on Mr. Harris's amendment? Any other members seek recognition to speak on Mr. Harris' amendment? The gentlelady from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for recognizing me. I was not planning on speaking about this amendment, but I really a little bit baffled because I spent a lot of time in my career working in international partnerships. I worked at the Department of Commerce as Deputy Assistant Secretary. And, you know, really, we do not live in silos in this world in any political or business sense. And if anything, partnering with international organizations like development banks, like research centers, is a collaborative approach to global food security that protects American interests. You know, combating shared threats, agricultural challenges such as pests and animal diseases and African swine fever. These things don't, you know, recognize borders, and international collaboration and knowledge sharing allows for tackling these issues before they impact our U.S. economy and our agricultural sector. It does not mean that we don't look carefully at what different organizations and banks and nonprofits that we're working with, and we don't put in that we are not looking at how they might impact us negatively, but it is an important thing to be collaborative. It also expands markets. These help us develop agricultural systems in developing countries, and they transform them from aid recipients to future commercial buyers for U.S. privates. It leverages resources and expertise. When you're working with developmental banks, they facilitate sharing of research and technology and funding to have global productivity, which in turn strengthens our supply chains and economic stability, and they strengthen trade and safety. Collaborations allow for the harmonization of international food safety standards and regulations and reduce trade barriers for U.S. farmers and exporters. I believe that we really have to be engaged and a leader across multiple forums because, you know, we have long been at the forefront of leading the rest of the world. And if we start to dial it back, then we will allow others to have that competitive edge. And more collaboration is always something that is hard to cut off. So with that, I yield back, and I would voice my amendment.
Thank the gentlelady. She yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? If not, I'll weigh in here. I want to thank the gentleman for raising this issue and believe the amendment maintains the spirit of this program while narrowing the focus. I believe that there is incredible value in strategic partnership with international organizations on a case-by-case basis in food and agriculture. And given the fact that this amendment encourages, does not require, does not mandate, I will support this amendment. So, hearing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Mr. Harris, seek a recorded vote? Yes. Very good. Somewhere here. A recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 3I2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Fortunate. Any other member seek recognition? Mrs. Pingree has an amendment at the desk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk, amendment number 49.
Number 49, the clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 49, offered by Ms. Pingree of Maine.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentlelady, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of her amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So this is a simple bipartisan amendment that I think should be not hard to support. This would add reducing food loss and waste as a priority area within AFRI, Agriculture and Food Research Initiative at USDA. This is an issue I've worked on for a very long time with my colleague, Mr. Newhouse, and I will be sorry to see him leave this body, thanks to all the good work that he has done. You know, we don't often think a lot about food waste, but we waste about 30 to 40% of our food supply in this country. All sectors of the food supply chain generate food waste, but the greatest burden really rests on United States households, costing them about $141 billion a year. So investing in food waste would help to bring down the cost of food and support American households, and also recover the equivalent of about 4.3 billion meals for American people. I originally filed this amendment to be the Food Date Labeling Act, but there are some jurisdictional issues. I want to describe how important that issue is, though. You know, a lot of people experience this confusion over food date labeling, and it's one of the ways we waste the most amount of food, about 4.3 million tons of food waste, because of this. That alone costs our households and businesses more than $22 billion. And just to remind you what this means, you pick up an item in your pantry, and I'm sure this happens in everybody's household, and you look at the date and you find it very confusing because there are a variety of different labels used. Freshest on, sell by, used by, expires on. There is no federal regulation that standardizes food date labels. So there's a state patchwork of these kinds of labels. Mr. Newhouse and I have a bill called the Food Date Labeling Act, which sets a federal standard and makes this very easy. It would either say best if used by to indicate optimal freshness and quality, or used by to indicate a date that you should throw it away. It's just that simple. But as we know, in many households, there's somebody who says, oh, it's expired, you can't possibly eat that. And someone else who says, oh, no, that's just going to be fine. And the fact is, sometimes it is just fine, but I sometimes call this bill the domestic harmony bill because it would end a lot of these fights that happen in the home. It's a common sense idea. It would have zero impact on the budget. It's supported by a wide variety of groups, the Zero Food Waste Coalition. It also has broad industry support that would like to end this patchwork of state laws, like the Consumer Brands Association, the American Frozen Food Institute, Walmart, and more. So while I understand there are jurisdictional issues that prevent us from putting this particular language in this bill, I would love to get the chairman's commitment to working with me and Mr. Newhouse to move that bill forward, to try to resolve some of these jurisdictional issues. And while we continue to work on that front, this amendment will just move the needle here a little bit today, supporting research at AFRI that will help us identify more ways to reduce food loss and waste. With that, I encourage everyone to support this, and I yield back.
I appreciate the gentlelady. Let me weigh in here, and then we'll open it up for any other else that wants to speak. I want to thank the gentlewoman for bringing this amendment forward and for her interest in directing USDA to provide additional research on food loss and food waste. Given the bipartisan support of this amendment, I will be voting yes on this amendment and encourage my colleagues to do the same. So I yield back. I think Mr. Newhouse wanted to speak on the amendment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd love to chime in a little bit and support Ms. Pingree and offering of this amendment. You know, I've had the pleasure of working alongside Ms. Pingree on several efforts. We are also co-chairs of something called the Food Recovery Caucus. We used to call it the Food Waste Caucus, but that didn't have a very good ring to it. But we've done a lot of good work and hope to do more, particularly with the Food Labeling Act. And as she said, this is really an unconscionable thing that we should all pay attention to. Every year, an estimated 40% of the food production in the United States goes to waste. 40%. That's just a tremendous number. It's unnecessarily high, and I think we all need to work together to make sure that the food products that our farmers work so hard to produce and that we invest in by many of the programs that we've been talking about for the last couple of days in this markup and certainly in this term in this committee. We need to work hard to make sure that those efforts don't go to waste. And so by adding this one phrase of reducing food loss and waste, making that a priority, one of our initiatives, that we're not only acknowledging that this is a problem, but I think that we're truly committing ourselves to finding ways to be able to reduce the amount of food waste that we see every year. So I truly appreciate Ms. Pingree's efforts in this. As I said, I appreciate working with her. I'm supporting this amendment. Happy to hear that the chairman is too, and I'm going to encourage all my colleagues to do the same. And also, just an added note, I'm also very happy and all support domestic harmony as well. So thank you for putting that in there. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield.
Thank you, gentlemen. Gentleman yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on Mrs. Pingree's amendment? Any other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? Seeing none, hearing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed by saying no. Independent chair, the ayes have it. Amendment is agreed to. Dr. Adams has an amendment at the desk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have amendment number 91.
Dr. Adams has amendment 91 at the is at the desk. Without objection, the clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 91, offered by Ms. Adams of North Carolina.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentlelady, Dr. Adams, to sponsor the amendment for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The 1890 land grant HBCUs are economic engines. There are 19 of them nationwide. They contribute billions to local economies, and they open doors for tens of thousands of students every year. They don't just educate, they create opportunity. I am a proud alumna of North Carolina A&T State University, an 1890 institution in Greensboro, North Carolina. And I've seen firsthand how transformative these centers can be. This amendment builds on a proven model. It expands the centers of excellence at HBCUs across the country, strengthening research, innovation, and workforce development. It creates more hands-on learning opportunities for students, and it prepares students for high-demand careers in agriculture, in science, and technology, and beyond. And it boosts rural economies. When we invest in these institutions, we drive job creation, entrepreneurship, and long-term growth in the communities that they serve. And I want to mention that these centers of excellence were created in 2015 to celebrate and to recognize the 125th anniversary of 1890 institutions. I know that that was the whole point of the program, and that we should stick to that original purpose. As written, this bill would open it up to other institutions. Doing that changes what the program was meant to do, and it takes away from the special recognition it was created to give. This amendment is a smart, targeted investment in students, rural America, and our nation's future, and I urge my colleagues to support it, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I appreciate that. Any other members seek recognition to speak on the gentlelady's amendment? Mr. Figures is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Congresswoman Adams, for your leadership, not just on this amendment, but in this space in general. I appreciate you for bringing forward this amendment and recognizing the role that Centers for Excellence play in agricultural research, education, and extension. The Farm Bill already requires National Institute of Food and Agriculture to recognize Centers of Excellence in research, education, and extension in the food and agricultural sciences. It also directs the agency to give priority to these centers in competitive grant programs. That was a very important step forward, but recognition without sufficient scale and resources limits its impact. The 1890 land-grant universities have long served as engines of opportunity in both rural and urban communities. They educate many first-generation college students. They train the next generation of agricultural scientists and veterinarians. They provide extension services to farmers who may not otherwise have access to technical assistance. And they conduct applied research that directly improves crop resilience, animal health, and food safety. In my district, Tuskegee University exemplifies what a center of excellence can be and what it should be. Tuskegee is advancing veterinary medicine, strengthening small and minority farmers, and developing solutions that address real-world challenges in agriculture and public health. The work being done there does not stay in academic journals. It actually reaches producers, farmers, families, and communities. Yet despite this proven impact, the demand for 1890-led research, education, and extension far exceeds the number of centers of excellence and the level of authorized funding currently available. My colleague's amendment recognizes that if we truly value innovation in food and agricultural sciences, we must invest accordingly. Expanding the number of 1890 centers of excellence and increasing authorization levels is about ensuring these institutions can compete, expand, and sustain the research and extension services that so many communities depend on. If we want to strengthen rural economies, close equity gaps in agricultural research, and prepare for the challenges facing our food system in the future, then we should support this amendment. Our 1890 universities give so much to our communities, and they deserve the resources to continue to grow. I thank my colleague for bringing this forward, and I urge support. Thank you, and I yield back.
Appreciate you, gentlemen. Yield back. Any members seek recognition to speak on Mr. Figures' on Dr. Adams' amendment? Amendment number 91. Ranking members recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to say thank you to my colleague, Ms. Adams, who are introducing this amendment. It certainly updates the amount of authorization to reflect an increased number of centers, and it also increases the number of centers of excellence to better reflect essential research priorities. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I'd like to thank Ms. Adams for this amendment.
Gentlelady yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on Dr. Adams' amendment? Any other members seek to speak on this amendment? If not, let me weigh in here. I want to thank the gentlewoman for bringing forward this amendment, which addresses provisions in her 1890s Advancing and Building Leadership and Excellence Opportunity Act. The bill before us today contains language identical to that from the 2024 Farm Bill, which is based on the gentlelady's bill. It expands the number of centers of excellence at 1890 institutions and creates new focus areas. And I was glad to include this language in today's package to address my colleagues' continued support for 1890 institutions, and believe that this is yet another example of bipartisan nature of this bill. Because we were unable to accommodate the increase in authorization that this amendment is requesting, I am going to be unable to support this amendment. However, the gentlelady has my commitment to work with with you and my Senate counterparts in conference to address the funding considerations to accompany this bill's increase in the number of centers of excellence. So, given hearing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of this amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. A recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 3I2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Any other members have amendments under Title VII Research? Mr. Van Orden is recognized. Mr. Van Orden has an amendment at the desk.
I have an amendment at the desk, amendment number 124.
Amendment, Mr. Van Orden has amendment number 124. The clerk shall report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 124, offered by Mr. Van Orden of Wisconsin.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered as read. Now recognize the distinguished gentleman from Wisconsin, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would require that 15% of funding for grants related to agriculture, conservation, education, and workforce development be awarded to two-year institutions. I worked very closely across the aisle with my dear friend, Representative Elfreth, for this amendment, and she has legislation that would accomplish the same goal. Technical education is the lifeline of our agriculture industry, and it must be respected as so. We live in a world where not everyone needs a four-year degree, and at some point in the 1970s, people started looking down on us because we wanted to work with our hands. And without us, we would have nothing. These lights are not on because someone has a degree in 13th century French poetry. They're on because someone went to trade school. We absolutely need to make sure that our two-year institutions and technical colleges have access to the resources they need to educate and train our ag workforce. This builds a skilled workforce. The Career and Technical Education, CTE, prepares students with the technical and practical skills needed to fill essential agriculture jobs. It closes the skills gap. CTE helps address workforce shortages by ensuring graduates are job-ready for high-skill, high-wage careers in agriculture. Supports diverse ag careers. Agriculture includes fields like agribusiness, conservation, science, food processing, environmental services, and it's not just about farming. It connects education to employment. CTE combines academic learning with hands-on training, preparing students for either college or direct entry into the workforce. And it provides strong earning potential. Many CTE pathways lead to well-paying careers even without a bachelor's degree. Now, I know the chairman is supportive of this, and he is supportive of increasing federal support for community colleges and universities with two-year programs, as the base text creates a new program specifically for community colleges. Now, because this amendment, sir, is duplicative with some efforts that you have in the base text, I've spoken to my friend, again, Ms. Elfreth, and we would like to withdraw this amendment at this time, sir. I yield back.
I appreciate the gentleman offering amendment and withdrawing, and the recognition it is what he was asking for is outstanding, but it is duplicative. We were able to put that into the bill through the chairman's mark. Thank you. Yeah, excellent. Any other members have amendments under Title VII Research Funding? The gentlelady from Maryland is recognized. What number?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, amendment number 84.
All right, gentlelady from Maryland has amendment number 84. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 84, offered by Mrs. McLean Delaney of Maryland.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentlelady, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment strengthens the grants for community college agriculture and natural resource programs by explicitly prioritizing agricultural conservation and expanding work-based learning opportunities tied directly to organizations that hire graduates in these fields. It is something needed to train the ag community of tomorrow. We know that there's been strong bipartisan support for the Farm Bill's conservation programs. Of course, we don't always agree on how we get there, but supporting our lands and those producers that work our lands is a priority across this community and across this committee. Conservation investments support viable farms, healthy soils, clean water, and resilient rural communities. They are good for producers and good for the long-term stewardship of our lands. But we know that funding alone does not put conservation practices on the ground. The pillar between federal conservation programs and farmers happens through well-trained technical assistance providers. These are the professionals who sit at the kitchen table with our producers, who walk their fields, who identify challenges and help them navigate available programs and funding. They're the ones who design conservation plans, approve practices, and help oversee implementation. Right now, farmers, conservation districts, I know farm bureaus in my district, and private industry are all telling us the same thing. Workforce shortages are a bottleneck. We simply do not have enough trained professionals to meet the demand, and as conservation programs scale up and farmer investment grows, much of the current workforce is nearing retirement. If we're serious about delivering conservation outcomes, we must be just as serious about building the workforce that makes those outcomes possible. That starts with our community colleges and agricultural programs. But preparing the next generation of conservation professionals requires more than classroom instruction. It actually requires real-life experience, learning how to work directly with producers, with building trust and understanding the business realities of farming, and then delivering practical solutions in the field. This amendment prioritizes experiential learning, apprenticeships, and work-based learning opportunities. It also directly connects students with organizations that will hire them. It strengthens recruitment, improves retention, and creates a clear pathway into good-paying careers in conservation, something that is needed across rural America. Students gain hands-on training and certifications while earning a paycheck. Employers gain a pipeline of qualified professionals ready to serve farmers on day one. If we want conservation programs to succeed, we must invest not only in practices, but in the people who make those practices possible. This amendment does exactly that, and I urge my colleagues to support it. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady and thank her for yielding back. Any members seek to be recognized? Well, let me take the opportunity to recognize myself at this point, and we'll see if any others want to speak on it. I want to thank the gentlewoman for bringing this amendment forward to ensure that we support students in the food and agriculture sector who are enrolled in community colleges. We're ensuring that those pursuing fields related to natural resources are also supported. So I'll be voting yes on this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? Ranking member is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for that support, and I'd just like to say we take yes for an answer.
There you go. Appreciate it. Anyone else seek to speak on the amendment offered by Mrs. McLean Delaney? Anybody else seeking to speak? If not, hearing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Any other members have any other amendments being offered under Title VII, Research? Any other members offering amendments under Title VII? Well, if not, I'm going to take the privilege of offering an amendment. This is amendment. Oh, you have one? I thought you did. I recognize Mr. Figures for an amendment. Ms. Figures has an amendment at the table.
I have an amendment at the desk, Mr. Chairman, amendment number 76.
Ms. Figures has amendment number 76. He's offered the amendment. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 76, offered by Mr. Figures of Alabama.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman from Alabama, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment provides support for 1890 land-grant institutions by explicitly including them as eligible entities and by directing the Secretary to give priority consideration to projects led by these institutions. This amendment ensures that 1890 institutions are fully recognized within this program and that their work is not treated as secondary, optional, or incidental. Instead, it acknowledges their central role in agricultural research, extension, and education, particularly in areas critical to farm animal health and disease prevention. It clarifies eligibility, adds 1890 institutions to the list of covered entities, and prioritizes grants that leverage their expertise. It does not create a new program, expand scope, or add a regulatory burden. It simply ensures that institutions doing essential work are not left out. Farm animal health is not just a veterinary issue, it is a food security issue, it is a farmer livelihood issue, and it is a national economic issue. Disease outbreaks can wipe out herds, disrupt markets, and drive up food costs for families across the country. Preventing those outcomes requires research, early detection, workforce training, and rapid extension of best practices to producers. That is exactly the role land-grant universities were created to serve. 1890 institutions play a unique and indispensable role in this. They often serve rural and underserved regions where access to veterinary services is already limited. They train veterinarians and animal health professionals who are far more likely to practice in those communities. And they conduct applied research that directly improves herd health, biosecurity, and disease management. In my district, Tuskegee University, again, exemplifies this mission. As an 1890 land-grant institution, Tuskegee has a long history of leadership in veterinary medicine and animal health research. Their work supports livestock producers by advancing disease prevention strategies, improving animal welfare, and strengthening the pipeline of veterinarians prepared to serve rural America. These are practical solutions that help farmers keep their animals healthy, their operations viable, and their communities economically stable. At a time when we face shortages of large animal veterinarians, increasing disease threats, and growing pressure on producers, it makes no sense to sideline institutions that are already doing this work and doing it well. This amendment ensures that when USDA is awarding grants under this program, projects led by 1890 institutions receive the priority they deserve. That strengthens animal health outcomes, improves disease preparedness, and ensures research and extension resources reach the farmers who need them most. Supporting land-grant universities is not just an investment in education, it is an investment in disease prevention, rural resilience, and long-term stability of our food system. If we are serious about supporting farmers, protecting livestock health, and safeguarding our agricultural economy, then we must be serious about supporting the institutions that make that work possible. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. Thank the gentleman for yielding back. Do any members seek recognition to speak on Mr. Figure's amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Austin Scott is recognized.
I just want to acknowledge Fort Valley State University, while we're on this issue, has got one of the best ruminant programs in the world. They do a tremendous amount of research there, and it is one of the best veterinary programs for, as I said, ruminants in the world. But I certainly, they should absolutely be eligible for any grants. But this actually gives preferential treatment to 1890 institutions, if I read it correct. Is that right? Am I?
It would grant them priority, yes, sir.
Yeah. I certainly want them to be eligible for it. There's a lot of good work that goes on there, but I do believe that the process should be competitive, and I don't think that any universities, while I want Fort Valley State to be someone who receives the grant, should receive preferential treatment. With that, I yield.
Yields. Any other members seek recognition? Ranking member for 5 minutes.
Well, I'm glad I have the opportunity to thank a rural vet today. They're incredibly important in farm country across this country. We need to make sure that we use all the tools in our toolbox to address the veterinarian shortage we have across this country. And that includes 1890s universities, which are developing strong candidates for lifelong agricultural careers. This amendment would ensure that 1890s are a part of the solution to the rural veterinary shortage, and I would urge my colleagues to vote yes.
Gentlelady yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on Mr. Figure's amendment? Any other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? Not all. Let me share. I want to thank the gentleman from Alabama for his interest in ensuring 1890 land-grant institutions are eligible entities under the Veterinary Services Grant Program, so long as these institutions have an accredited college or school of veterinary medicine. Current statute already defines them as eligible entities. Additionally, state agricultural experiment stations or research farms are also eligible, even if they do not have an accredited school of veterinary medicine. The recent notice of funding opportunity for this program specifically calls out 1890 institutions as eligible applicants. Because the amendment is unnecessary under the current statute, I'm not going to be supporting it, but I look forward to continuing to work with my colleagues on this topic for all the reasons that have been talked about. Certainly the ranking member talked about, One Health. It starts with the soil, plants, but livestock or animals and humans. And we are desperately in need of more, especially large animal veterinarians. So, hearing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Anyone have, any other members have amendments under Title VII, which is research? Any other members have amendments under Title VII, research? I do. I got one. Thompson amendment number, the amendment number is 151. Oh, I got to do both parts. Okay. Mr. Thompson has offered amendment. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 151, offered by Chairman Thompson of Pennsylvania.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I now recognize myself, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of this amendment. This amendment, I think it's a pretty special amendment, actually. This is recognized as decades of commitment and service to 1890 institutions. This amendment would rename the 1890 scholarship program as the David A. Scott Scholarship Program for students at 1890 institutions. You've earned it, Blair. Yeah, you're welcome. And so I don't think I need to say any more on that. I'll yield back my time and see and I recognize the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. David Scott.
I really don't know what to say except thank you. And thank this committee. And God bless the 1890s.
There you go.
You got 3 members of this committee who came up through the 1890s. And I know they share with me and I share with them all that it means. And the 3 of us recognize this, and I accept this in the name of this committee and certainly in the name of the 3 other graduates in here, Alma Adams and Michael Figures from yeah. And the other thing is, Mr. Chairman, we've been up here together now a quarter of a century. I know I've been here 24 years, and God bless you, my friend. We've traveled the world. This is special. Let's give this committee and the chairman a hand, won't you? On behalf of Congress. Thank you.
All right, I believe the gentleman yielded back.
Yes, I do.
Any other members seek recognition? The ranking member.
Well, I just want to say on behalf of the minority here today that we are so honored to support naming the 1890 Scholarship Program after its biggest champion, Chairman David Scott.
Well, thank you.
I hope we can all come together to cement his legacy on this committee. This country, your legacy, Mr. Chairman, is secure in the history of this committee and in the history of this nation. And you should be so incredibly proud of that, because we are so incredibly proud of you. And I will just say, this would make it permanent, and I urge my colleagues to support the chairman's amendment, and we are incredibly grateful to you, Mr. Scott. Thank you.
Chairman.
So, Chairman Thompson, I just want to congratulate my longtime friend and on his work on this. And, you know, Georgia has benefited from your work, not just on this, but on many issues. But this in particular is just a well-deserved honor for your work for many, many years for the HBCUs. And on behalf of the other members of the state of Georgia, I just want to congratulate you and thank you, David.
Thank all of you.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Dr. Adams is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I too want to join in supporting my colleague as the founder and co-chair of the bipartisan HBCU caucus, which I co-chair with Representative French Hill. I want to say how proud we are of you. I am a two-time graduate. I'm a twice Aggie proud, and which is in 1890 as well. And on behalf of all of our schools and the caucus, I just want to extend my congratulations to you. And I hope it is permanent. Been working a long time on this, and thank you so much for your stellar support and for all the work that you've done and that you will continue to do. God bless you.
Thank you.
Well, very good. Hearing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. That was robust. Those opposed by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes certainly have it, and the amendment is agreed to. You're welcome. Is there any further debate or amendments to Title VII, the research title? Seeing none, hearing none, Title VII is now closed. Title VIII, which is the forestry title, I believe. Are there any amendments to Title VIII?
Mr. Chairman.
Dr. Desjardins is recognized and has an amendment at the desk.
I have amendment number 145.
Very good. Dr. Desjardins has offered amendment, and the clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 145, offered by Mr. Desjardins of Tennessee.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman from Tennessee, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of his amendment.
I thank the chairman and applaud his kind gesture to Mr. Scott. A very, very classy move and very well deserved. My amendment is about the impending shortage of white oak. You were all kind enough to pass this last year, and I'm offering it again. It plays a critical role in the future of American white oak, which is one of the most important tree species in the eastern United States. Occupies 104 million acres in this country and is vital for biodiversity, wildlife, and our economy. American white oak is used in almost every forest product, including furniture, flooring, cabinetry, and barrels for aging wine, American whiskey, Kentucky bourbon, which is America's native spirit by definition, passed by Congress and must be aged in new charred oak barrels. This amendment addresses this specifically by establishing the White Oak Restoration Initiative Coalition to encourage the Forest Service to work alongside private and state partners at no cost to the taxpayers. Additionally, the amendment asks the Forest Service and Department of Interior to regenerate white oak through a species of pilot projects on national parks and volunteered private lands. It allows the Forest Service to enter into memorandums of understanding with land-grant institutions to conduct much-needed research on white oak. The amendment, based off a bipartisan piece of legislation, does not authorize any new spending or programs, but instead will work within existing programs and agencies' budget to preserve our heritage and fortify industry that is crucial to our economy. And with that, Chairman, I yield back.
Appreciate the gentleman. Gentleman yields back. Any member seek recognition to speak on Dr. Desjardins' amendment, White Oak Amendment? Anybody? Ranking members recognized.
I just want to say I love white oaks, and we are happy to support this amendment.
The question from Mrs. Hayes.
Can I just ask a question? Is it the same as the legislation that you introduced last year with no changes? I'm going to vote. I'm going to say yes to it.
Very good. And Jill from Connecticut yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on the amendment? Any other members seek recognition to speak on Dr. Desjardins' amendment? If not, let me weigh in here. I thank the gentleman from Tennessee for raising this issue. I look forward to the important white oak reforestation and regenerative work that this amendment will foster, and I support this amendment and recommend my colleagues do the same. There you go. Hearing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Any other members have Mr. Rose, it's a Tennessee thing, has an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Chairman, have amendment at the desk, amendment number 17.
Very good. Without Mr. Rose has an amendment at the desk, the clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 17, offered by Mr. Rose of Tennessee.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of their amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With more than 87% of Tennesseans exposed to wildfire risk, we see wildfires threaten homes, businesses, forests, and critical infrastructure year after year. When those fires break out, it is our volunteer fire departments that are first on the scene, leaving their jobs, their families, and their beds in the middle of the night in some cases to answer the call. These brave men and women do not ask for much. They ask for basic equipment that will not fail them, training so they can return home safely, and tools to protect their neighbors and their communities. The Volunteer Fire Assistance Program has been a lifeline in helping them meet these needs. It has helped departments purchase and maintain engines, obtain personal protective equipment, acquire communications gear, and receive essential wildland fire training. It has enabled small communities to stand up new departments, expand existing ones, and build the local capacity that is absolutely critical in the first minutes of a fire. However, the statute that governs this program has simply not kept pace with reality on the ground. The eligibility requirements were written more than 4 decades ago when our communities looked very different. Yet because the statute never changed, departments that once depended on the Volunteer Fire Assistance Program are now shut out of the program that was designed for them. My amendment makes 3 targeted common sense updates to bring the Volunteer Fire Assistance Program into the modern era while staying true to its original intent. First, it raises the qualifying population threshold for a community from 10,000 to 15,000. This is not a radical change, but a modest adjustment that reflects decades of growth in many small towns and rural communities. A community that once had 9,000 people in 1980 may have 13,000 today, but its fire department is still largely volunteer, still short on resources, and still responsible for protecting homes at the edge of our forests and grasslands. Second, my amendment would change the staffing requirement from 80% volunteer, non-salaried firefighting personnel to 70%, reflecting the realities of modern volunteer fire departments. Some departments have had to add a small number of paid staff to meet increased call volumes, handle administrative burdens, or ensure daytime coverage when volunteers are at work. However, those departments are still overwhelmingly volunteer, operating on tight budgets and facing the same equipment and training gaps as fully volunteer departments. Third, my amendment provides the Secretary of Agriculture with discretion to waive the local match requirement in appropriate cases. Providing the Secretary with flexibility simply gives the USDA a tool to ensure that the departments most in need are not turned away from the program because they cannot meet an inflexible match requirement. Importantly, this amendment is cost neutral and nonpartisan. It is supported by the National Association of State Foresters and the International Association of Fire Chiefs, the National Volunteer Fire Council, and by those who understand firsthand what it takes to protect our communities. When we talk about national security, we cannot ignore the men and women in volunteer departments who are putting their lives on the line. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this amendment. Let us modernize the Volunteer Fire Assistance Program, strengthen our local response capacity, and stand with the volunteer firefighters who stand watch over our communities every day. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on my amendment to modernize the Volunteer Fire Assistance Program. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentleman. He yields back. Any members seek recognition to speak on Mr. Rose's amendment? Any members seek recognition to speak? If not, let me weigh in. I'd like to thank the gentleman from Tennessee for offering this amendment. The Volunteer Fire Assistance Program offers vital financial assistance to fire departments in rural areas across the country. Without this assistance, many volunteer fire departments and communities surrounded by sparsely populated forests, mountains, and plains would go without crucial tools to help them manage the lands that they know better than anyone else. As someone who's been a volunteer firefighter for state certified firefighter for decades, these rural communities also don't have a great tax base, and I know how they struggle just to keep the lights on and keep gasoline in the engines. The population threshold for this program was set in 1978, and those from previously eligible communities may have grown beyond the 10,000 residents in the 48 years between then and now. They are still the first line of defense against fires in surrounding rural areas. It is critical that we continue to support these departments that protect our rural communities. With that said, I support this amendment to raise the population cap and modernize the program in other ways, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. Any other, I guess I did ask twice. Okay. With that, is somebody seeking recognition?
No, we're good.
Okay. Hearing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Any other any members have debate or amendments to offer? Mr. Newhouse is recognized with an amendment at the desk.
Mr.
Okay.
Chairman, I have an amendment number 4 at the desk.
All right. Mr. Newhouse is sorry. Mr. Newhouse has offered an amendment. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 4, offered by Mr. Newhouse of Washington.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman, sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment today would reauthorize the Timber Production Expansion Program, which is set to expire at the end of this year. This is an important amendment, and I believe that it certainly warrants our attention. Washington State's timber industry, like many other states, supplies our region with good-paying jobs. It helps reduce the risk of wildfires and is a critical tool in responsibly managing our forests. Responsible forest management is something that I've always advocated for, and it is very important that we look at ways to expand our timber production in the United States. One of the ways that we can do so, and we have done so, is by supporting our timber and wood processing companies by helping them invest in their facilities and their equipment, and in turn, their people. The Timber Production Expansion Program is a guaranteed loan program that gives timber mills the ability to grow their operations. Not only that, it gives mills the chance to support rural communities that stand to benefit even more from a strong local timber industry. You know, with wildfire seasons growing increasingly worse and long year after year, it's important to support expanding our mill operations, especially those that process hazardous fuels reductions. So while I greatly support this program and understand its important, issues, unfortunately, outside of this committee's control, at least from what I'm told, prevent us from including this important provision in this bill. And so I will unfortunately have to withdraw my amendment, but certainly look forward to continuing to work with members of this committee and others to ensure that we get this program reauthorized by the end of this year. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I would yield back the balance of my time.
Well, let me take an opportunity to speak on the gentleman's amendment, and I thank him for offering this amendment today. Sawmills and forest products infrastructure remains critical for supporting our domestic forest products industry, our rural communities, and quite frankly, the health of the forests. Without that infrastructure, we are lost. Keeping these facilities open is important in order to support the urgent management needed on millions of acres of forest land. Unfortunately, for decades, we've seen the closure of sawmills and other forest product infrastructure facilities. While there are some other forms of federal assistance to support this infrastructure, this program has been helpful in recent years. Unfortunately, given this Farm Bill is budget neutral, the cost of this amendment prevents us from including new funding or an authorization of this program. Let me just say also, in my conversations with the Senate Agriculture, both appropriations and authorization, because I see the Senate taking lead on any additional economic assistance, I have placed, I've shared with them that I believe that we need like $200 million because, where trade is disrupted, the shipping of trees, the forest owners are inconvenienced, but the trees do get bigger and more value, but the sawmills go away, and then there's just no reason to cut them down without that infrastructure, to cut them down and replant so that we get also the environmental benefit of those new and juvenile trees that suck up that carbon and manufacture topsoil. So I appreciate you bringing this amendment, and I'll continue to work with Senate leadership on that issue as well as others with specialty crops. And so I appreciate you bringing this amendment forward today and commit to working with you on ways to support forest products and address this important issue. Thank you, Mr. Newhouse. Any other members have amendments under? Yeah, that's right. Yep. Mrs. Salinas is recognized. She has an amendment at the desk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk number 35.
Very good. Mrs. Salinas has an amendment number 35 at the desk. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 35, offered by Ms. Salinas of Oregon.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentlelady, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oregon is home to about 30 million acres of forest land. That's about half of the land in our state. According to the Oregon Department of Forestry, our forestry sector supports over 60,000 jobs throughout the state, and that's a really conservative estimate. These jobs include forest management, forestry support, forest products industries, recreation, and more. Furthermore, Oregon's privately owned forests generate upwards of $10 billion in sales and manufacturing every year. To say that Oregon forests are foundational to our state's economy and character would be a clear understatement. As ranking member of the Forestry Subcommittee, I've worked in a bipartisan manner on the forestry title, and I appreciate that the forestry title includes pieces of my bipartisan bill, the Timber Innovation for Building Rural Communities Act. Specifically, this title includes Section 8432, which would reduce the match requirement for the Wood Innovation Grant Program by half, and Section 8433, which would establish a platform for measuring and tracking carbon emissions, sequestration, and storage of wood products. I'm offering Amendment 35 to advocate for the full bill to be included and for this committee to do more to foster the development of innovative wood product technologies like mass timber construction. My amendment would insert two provisions of the Timber Innovation for Building Rural Communities Act in this Farm Bill that were not initially included. The first provision is the Wood Building Education Accelerator Grant Program. These grants would fund programs that support the critical elements of designing and building with wood, including traditional wood products, mass timber, and other advanced wood products. And the second provision is the Rural Infrastructure and Building Pilot Program. This program would fund pilot programs that demonstrate the use of innovative wood products in the construction and renovation of rural infrastructure and building projects like affordable housing. Right now, rural families are suffering under the weight of high prices, and too many families simply cannot afford the basic necessities to survive. My amendment not only supports the important timber industry in my state and district, but it would also address the housing crisis. Housing is one of the single biggest costs to a family budget, and making it affordable is key to supporting our communities. I urge my colleagues on this committee to support inclusion of this amendment in the Farm Bill and this important step toward housing affordability. And I look forward to working with Chairman Thompson and our Senate counterparts to get this legislation across the finish line. I yield back.
I appreciate the gentlelady. She's yield back. Do any members seek recognition to speak on Mrs. Salinas' amendment? Any members seek recognition? Ranking member is recognized.
Yes, I'd just like to add my support to Representative Salinas' amendment. Anyone who's met recently with the forest products folks will know that they're currently experiencing a lack of demand relative to the overwhelming supply of wood in this country. Housing starts are down, and the president's tariffs have thrown the hardwood sector into chaos. That's why I'm so pleased to support Ms. Salinas' amendment. Mass timber innovations have enabled taller wood buildings than ever before. In fact, the tallest mass timber building in the world, and I can't believe I'm going to say this, is in Wisconsin, 25 stories.
Because Derek's
I know. However, to capitalize on these tremendous innovations, America needs more architects that have experience and training working with wood constructions. Ms. Salinas' amendment would do just that, and I'm pleased to support it.
Any other members seek recognition to speak on Ms. Salinas' amendment? Seeing none, I'll take the opportunity. I want to thank the gentlelady from Oregon for introducing this amendment. I'm always open to ideas that would open up new markets for our timber producers, harvesters, our processors. Our forest products industry needs new markets. I'm excited for the new era in forest products marked by advancement in mass timber production, which this amendment aims to stimulate. And while I appreciate the intent of this amendment, it appears to be duplicative of existing programs, particularly the Forest Service's Wood Innovation Grants Program that is in place. And I appreciate the gentlelady bringing this amendment forward. Innovative forest products are a priority for me, and I would like to work with you going forward on ways that we can address these important needs through existing programs. We need markets. That's part of providing for a healthy forest and a healthy rural economy. So, seeing no other amendments or Hearing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment
Mr.
is
Chair, I
not-
request
not
the yeas and
agreed to.
nays.
A recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 3I2. Further procedures on this amendment shall be postponed. Other members have any any amendments under Title 8, the forestry title? Ms. Pingree is recognized. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to talk briefly about a program that's been very important to my state but is currently not funded in this bill. The Forest Landowner Support Program of the USDA plays a critical role in empowering private forest owners and enhancing forest health across our country. The program has been a cornerstone for developing technical assistance, financial support, and training to both landowners and service foresters, particularly in the eastern part of the United States, where the vast majority of forest land is privately owned, like my state of Maine. The FLSP enables state and county service foresters, many of whom have benefited from the extensive training, to assist landowners with NRCS-supported forest management plans under programs like EQIP and CSP. Not providing the Forest Landowner Support Program has reduced county and state technical services providers' ability to engage in broader initiatives such as collaborative projects with conservation groups like Audubon. Overall, the FLSP program utilizes a lean budget to leverage significant resources and thus proving vital to maintaining a trained and accessible network of service foresters, supporting landowner engagement, and advancing conservation on private forest lands, which dominate the landscape in many eastern areas. Maintaining and increasing this funding would significantly enhance these efforts, providing more support for landowners and increasing forest stewardship at a time where resilience and habitat conservation are more important than ever. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Yielding back. Any other members have amendments under Title 8, the forestry title? Any other members have any amendments under Title 8, the forestry title? If not, let me take another privileged opportunity to introduce an amendment, amendment number 5. And oh, we didn't vote on, that wasn't an amendment. She was just making a statement. Yeah, it was a chat. There you go. Yeah. No, I haven't missed a vote yet this time. Don't mess me up. The chairman has offered amendment number 5, an amendment. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 5, offered by Chairman Thompson of Pennsylvania.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I now recognize myself, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of the amendment. This amendment's pretty straightforward. As we all know, we've during this amendment we've had these beautiful flowers at the dais, remembering our good friend Doug LaMalfa. And this past December, President Trump signed into law a new 3-year extension of the Secure Rural Schools program. And while the program has many supporters in Congress and nationwide, this last reauthorization was spearheaded by our late colleague Doug LaMalfa. Given his tireless work on this program and his longtime service to many rural communities impacted by it, my amendment would honor Doug by naming this important program after him. In honor of his stalwart defense of rural communities and forested areas across our country and a champion of the program, it is my sincere belief that our friend Doug LaMalfa deserves this honor. This was a cause near and dear to his heart, and I believe I speak for all of us when I say that he is dearly missed. With that, I ask my colleagues to support this amendment as we remember and honor our friend Doug LaMalfa. And this renames the Secure Rural Schools and Community Self-Determination legislation after Doug LaMalfa. And I yield back. Other members seek recognition to speak on the amendment. Any other members seek recognition? If not, hearing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. All right. Is there any further debate or amendments to Title 8? Hearing none, Title 8, the forestry title, is now closed. Title 9, are there any amendments to Title 9, which I believe is the energy title?
Correct.
I didn't see in my listing.
Title 9, energy.
Yeah.
Like Sorensen has one.
Any amendments on Title 9?
We do. Yeah, Mr. Sorensen?
Mr. Sorensen is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk to offer amendment number 149.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Lucas?
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
The gentleman reserves a point of order. The sponsor of the amendment is recognized for an explanation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We all know, because we hear from our farmers, that input costs are creeping up higher and higher, while commodity prices sink lower and lower. The president's economic policies are devastating markets for producers in my district, with grain bins that sit well over capacity. Nationally, corn growers are facing their fourth straight year of negative profitability, including an average loss of $125 per acre for the current crop marketing year alone. Allowing year-round E15 would increase domestic corn demand by more than 2 billion bushels annually. Increasing access to higher blends nationwide would also provide consumers with a more affordable, low-carbon fuel option at the pump, saving Americans more than $20 billion in fuel costs. But here's the thing. Today, Wednesday, March the 4th, who knows where gas prices are going to go? Because we have more than a dozen countries in the Middle East in the beginning of a war. Prices are going up, and people already cannot afford their bills. We keep going this route, American farmers are going to face economic conditions rivaling the 1980s farm crisis. We need certainty for farmers and for my neighbors at the pump so that they don't go bankrupt. We can do that work here today by opening up markets in America. It's time that we put farmers ahead of big oil, that will do anything and everything to keep this from moving forward. But here and now, we can get nationwide E15 passed, and my amendment to this bill does just that. I urge adoption in this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Does the gentleman insist on his point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I make a point of order that the amendment contains language relating to subject matter under Rule 10 of another committee. Adding such language to the bill would violate Rule 10.
The chair is prepared to rule. The amendment does, in fact, add subject matter within the Rule 10.
Mr. Chairman, I ask to be heard on the point of order.
Another committee. Therefore, the amendment is in violation, and the point of order is upheld.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to be heard on the point of order.
Well, we're not going to debate the point of order. You're welcome to appeal.
Appeal it.
I'd like to appeal that point of order, please.
Mr. Chairman.
Second, third.
Mr. Chairman, I move to lay the appeal on the table.
The motion to, that is a non-debatable motion. The motion to table is not debatable. The question is, shall the committee table the gentleman's appeal? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed by saying nay.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion to table is agreed to. The gentleman's amendment is not in order.
Mr. Chairman, I respectfully appeal the ruling of the chair.
We will
I would like to call
ask
for a
roll
recorded
call
vote.
on the appealing the ruling of the chair. On the tabling of the motion. Yeah, so the challenge is on, you're asking for challenging the tabling of the motion. All right, we will have a roll call vote.
Mr. Lucas.
Yes.
Mr. Austin Scott.
Yes.
Mr. Crawford. Mr. Crawford. Mr. Desjardins. Mr. Desjardins. Mr. Rouser. Mr. Rouser votes aye. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly votes aye. Mr. Bacon. Mr. Bacon votes aye. Mr. Bost. Mr. Bost votes aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Baird. Mr. Baird. Mr. Mann. Mr. Mann. Mr. Feenstra. Mr. Feenstra votes aye. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Miller votes aye. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore votes aye. Mrs. Kamick. Mrs. Kamick votes aye. Mr. Finstad. Mr. Finstad votes aye. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose votes aye. Mr. Jackson of Texas. Mr. Jackson of Texas. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Van Orden. Mr. Van Orden. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse votes aye. Mr. Weed. Mr. Weed votes aye. Mr. Bresnahan. Mr. Bresnahan votes aye. Mr. Messmer. Mr. Messmer. Mr. Harris. Mr. Harris votes aye. Mr. Taylor. Mr. Desjardins is not recorded. Mr. Desjardins votes aye. Mr. Taylor votes aye. Ms. Craig.
Lucy with the football again. No.
Mr. David Scott.
No.
Mr. David Scott votes no. Mr. Costa. Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. McGovern.
No.
Mr. McGovern votes no. Miss Adams.
No.
Miss Adams votes no. Mrs. Hayes. Mrs. Hayes votes no. Miss Brown. Miss Brown votes no. Miss Davids. Miss Davids votes no. Miss Salinas. Miss Salinas votes no. Mr. Davis of North Carolina.
No.
Mr. Davis of North Carolina votes no. Miss Takuda. Miss Takuda votes no. Miss Budzinski.
No.
Miss Budzinski votes no. Mr. Sorensen.
For our corn farmers, no.
Mr. Sorensen votes no. Mr. Vasquez. Mr. Vasquez. Mr. Jackson of Illinois. Mr. Jackson of Illinois. Mr. Tandar. No. Mr. Tandar votes no. Mr. Gray. No. Mr. Gray votes no. Miss McDonald Rivet. No. Miss McDonald Rivet votes no. Mr. Figures. No. Mr. Figures votes no. Mr. Vinman. Mr. Vinman. Mr. Riley. Mr. Riley votes no. Mr. Mannion.
No.
Mr. Mannion votes no. Mrs. McLean Delaney.
No.
Mrs. McLean Delaney votes no. Ms. Pingree.
No.
Ms. Pingree votes no. Mr. Carbajal. Mr. Carbajal. Mr. Messmer votes aye. Mr. Crawford is not recorded. Mr. Crawford votes aye. Mr. Nunn is not recorded.
Let's see here. Aye. Yay.
Mr. Nunn votes aye. Ms. De La Cruz is not recorded. Ms. De La Cruz votes aye.
Aye.
Man votes aye.
Mr. Mann votes aye. Chairman Thompson. Chairman Thompson. Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 25 and the nays are 21.
Motion is approved. Let me just say, as we go on to the next amendment, you've got my commitment to work on year-round E15, but it is clearly not in our jurisdiction, and unfortunately, Energy and Commerce has a death grip on it. It needs to get done. Fully supportive of that, and happy to work with you on that. We got to go in a manner where we can ultimately be successful. I also think the time's right for it. I know there's been resistance in the past, and I just feel like things are lining up behind it. It's good for everybody. It's good for the petroleum industry. It adds value to their product. Anyone else have, any other members have amendments under Title
Ms. Vincenzi.
9 in energy? Ms. Budzinski is recognized, or has a motion or an amendment at the table.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, amendment number 53.
Brzezinski has an amendment at the desk, Amendment 93, and the clerk will report the title.
Amendment number 53, offered by Ms. Brzezinski of Illinois.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentlelady and the sponsor of the amendment for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would reverse what I believe is a misguided change in the Farm Bill that targets funding to farmers in rural communities that choose to use solar power. In my district alone, we have 12 REAP grants awarded. 11 of them are solar projects. Those solar investments total $1.8 million, generate approximately $291,000 in annual energy savings, and produce enough electricity to power 208 homes. And yet this provision would effectively limit or prohibit any new investment that can save money, produce energy, and provide real economic development in rural America just because Republicans don't like solar projects. Republicans haven't shown a single piece of evidence that this restriction is necessary, and they're simultaneously calling for a study on this issue. If the facts aren't in yet, why are we trying to legislate as if they are? At a time when farm bankruptcies are rising, when input costs are high, and when producers are looking for diversified revenue streams, this bill pulls one more option off the table. Farmers are choosing solar, and solar accounts for only about 3% of agricultural land loss, far less than urban and residential development. If we are serious about rural prosperity, energy independence, and meeting growing demand, we must be expanding our options and not restricting them. Farmers and families should have the freedom to decide what works best for their land and their communities. This provision does the opposite. And I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. She yields back. Any members
Yes,
wish to be recognized? Mr. Taylor is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strongly oppose this amendment. I'm not opposed to any form of reliable energy, but under the Biden administration, because of Democrat tax credits and Democrat taxpayer giveaways, vast swaths of farmland across the country were taken over by solar farms. And not just any farmland, but some of the best and richest land in the world. Oftentimes, the leases range from 30 to 40 years for these projects. The amendment in front of us would continue to allow those taxpayer giveaways to solar farms. The section that this amendment seeks to eliminate simply says that our tax dollars should not be incentivizing the best farmland in the world being taken out of production by solar farms. It in no way prohibits farmers from choosing solar. Under the current bill, farmers can still put solar on their land if they choose to, but we would not be funding it, as we should not. By allowing solar farms to proliferate across our country, we are inherently limiting the ability of our next generation of farmers to get into the business. It's hard to think of a less American agriculture-friendly amendment to be considering in the Ag Committee. The government subsidizing solar panels on hundreds and thousands of acres across prime farmland and the 34th sunniest state in the union is the sort of thing that births conspiracy theories. And we've all seen how quickly those can turn into facts. The Farm Bill should align with the USDA's policy in this area, zero subsidies for solar farms on farmland. Mr. Chairman, I oppose this amendment. I hope my colleagues will vote no, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman, and yielding back, now I recognize the ranking member for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment, this conversation, this provision in the skinny farm bill to strike the solar ban, or to ban solar, it's the very definition of a poison pill included to alienate Democratic members and constituents across the country that seek to ensure the country moves forward with energy policies that foster the future prosperity and independence of rural communities. It's sort of stunning to me. My Republican colleagues are trying to control what our nation's producers do with their land on their own terms. While the language provides exceptions, these exceptions by no means go far enough. At best, micro and small scale farm projects are unaffected. At worst, utility scale and larger projects that benefit rural communities are off the table. My colleagues have provided no evidence that this measure is useful, needed, or wanted. The lack of evidence is underscored by their request for a study in the previous section of the bill. Why are they imposing a ban when they have no solid information to support it? Where's the data? If my colleagues were serious, they would wait until the report from section 9011 is completed so we could have data on which to base these decisions. Farmers and families should be able to choose what to do with their land. You hear my Republican colleagues talk about this constantly. You've probably even heard today this very comment, and yet they've included a provision here to limit farmers' options and at a time when farmers are facing an economic crisis. It's another example among a long list of examples that my colleagues are working toward to pull the rug out from under family farmers. And for those of you who didn't understand my Lucy with the football analogy just a moment ago, because we didn't have a moment to talk about this, think about what's happened just in the last year in Congress. Language to allow the year-round sale of E15 was set to be included in the appropriations bill, but again, we decided to perform and have a study committee. Well, that study committee was due to study and come back to us, and it has not come back to us yet. Look, folks, I don't know how much longer we're going to wait in this Congress, and I appreciate that, you know, some of you don't like solar, some of you don't like renewable energy, but we need to have a conversation about the various forms of energy in this country. Renewable fuel is very, very important. My corn growers, if you've looked at commodity prices lately after having many of their markets decimated by tariffs, high input costs, low corn prices, every single day I walk in my office and the first thing I look at is my bean and corn prices up on the board. Folks, I don't know what we're doing here, but we have got to start expanding domestic markets in our country. We've got to start diversifying our energy sources in our country. And if my farmer wants to put a solar farm on his land, at the end of the day, that is their right to do. So, Lucy with the football, one more time, Charlie Brown goes to kick, Democrats here. I would remind everybody the only time that E15 year-round sales gotten through the House of Representatives, it was under a Democratic-controlled Congress. It was us. And at the end of the day, Lucy with the football, pulling it up one more time. I know we're making the argument that that is within the domain of the Energy and Commerce Committee, but I'm going to be honest, I am tired of giving our power away. I think we should raise some hell here today and say, let's pass year-round E15. Let's put it in the skinny farm bill. Let's make it not so skinny. Guys, it's a cost savings. Maybe we can put a little more money back into EQIP when we do that tonight. I am tired of relying on Republican leadership to do the right thing or the administration to do the right thing. I'm tired of my Republican colleagues being afraid of upsetting the administration if they kind of get out of line on something. Folks, we are long past time for the conversations that we should be having on year-round E15 and many of these other topics. And I would just say to my colleagues, God, let's do something here tonight. More than just a no-cost farm bill where we can't have a real conversation because we didn't have a real damn farm bill. And with that, I yield back 5 seconds of my time, Mr. Chairman.
Great. By the way, we got a great farm bill. I recognize Mr. Boss from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it's obviously very, very clear that the people in opposition to this never read the actual language. So let me tell you, first off, I oppose Representative Bazinski's amendment number 53, which would strike section 9012, also known as the Solar Act, from the 2026 Farm Bill. My bill, the Solar Act, establishes guidelines for the USDA funding for solar panel projects. Over the last decade, we've seen time and again solar panel companies coming to rural areas to purchase or lease prime farmland, offering farmers money, and they can't refuse, and taking this land out of production. Now, I want to tell you, I don't blame the farmer. I don't, for taking the money. And I'll be the last person to tell, let me be clear on this, anyone what to do with their land. But the federal government should not be using taxpayer dollars to incentivize or subsidize taking our best land out of production. And that's what this bill deals with. And if we keep this up without any regulations or input from our local communities, we're going to see major impacts on ag supply chain, our food security, and our rural economies. To give future perspective on this issue, since 2012, solar panels on farmland nationwide have increased by nearly 50%, with the Department of Energy estimating that we will need more than 10 million acres to scale up solar energy by 2050. Additionally, the American Farmland Trust conducted a study and established roughly 83% of these new solar projects will be installed on farmland and ranch lands, with almost 50% placed on the most productive farmlands. The Solar Act establishes guidelines for solar panel projects, providing flexibility for farmers for on-farm energy use, and ensuring that local communities have a say in the larger project. There are no restrictions for putting solar panels on your barns, on your grain bins, or if the farmer wants to keep the land in production, like with the agrovatics, which is the way we can actually use specialty crops and use those solar panels to actually grow those specialty crops. I believe the language will help establish much-needed guardrails for solar panels on prime farmland and provide peace of mind to rural communities. Ladies and gentlemen, all you have to do is go around my district and yours. I'm not telling a person that they can't do it with their property what they want, but I do not believe we should be subsidizing them if they choose to do it. If they want to, so you know this, in this bill, if you choose to go ahead and use all of the, provide it for your own farm, you can actually use up to 50 acres. 50 acres. You can use 5 besides that. The rules we laid out were studied. We talked with the Farm Bureau. We talked with their concerns. We have been arguing and discussing this because you can't drive across this nation and say, we are going to still provide the food and fiber for this nation and take out the land that we can do it with. It is bad, and these companies come in, and then with my state, with another problem, my state, which you have majority of the legislators come out of Chicago and don't live around farmland, they took away local control for siting these. For the first time ever in our state, took away local control. Folks, this is going to come back to hit us in the face and hit us hard unless we put some kind of sensible guidelines in place like this so that we can continue to feed this world. And with that, I yield back.
Gimmons yields back. Mr. Vindman is recognized for 5 minutes. Listen. Okay, not for this. Okay. Any other members seek recognition? Ms. Davids.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm seeking recognition to support Ms. Budzinski's amendment to strike Section 9012 from the bill. This section would broadly limit USDA's financing for solar energy production in our rural communities. This prohibition comes at a time when Americans nationwide are grappling with high utility bills and farmers are facing one of the worst farm economies in decades. In fact, the Energy Information Administration estimates that residential energy costs have grown 36% since 2020 and 33% for all sectors. Protecting prime farmland is vitally important. We cannot pick and choose affordable energy types at a time when rural Americans are continuing to tighten their wallets. Kansas farmers feed the world, and solar energy production is booming in our state. We can and should do both. Limiting USDA financing for solar projects ignores farmers' choices, blocks critical income opportunities for rural economies, and makes us more reliant on global energy sources, volatile supply chains, and foreign adversaries. This committee should work together to protect prime farmland and improve the energy security of our rural communities, not enact broad bans that do little to boost farm income. Mr. Chairman, I yield the remainder of my time to Rep. Budzinski.
Thank you.
Zelenski's recognized.
Thank you. To Congressman Boss, as you know, I'm not from Chicago. I don't represent a district in Chicago. And I would respectfully say to you, I do think you are telling farmers what they can and can't put on their land. You're putting restrictions on it. I think in the Farm Bill, there's a study, and what I was trying to say in my opening remarks is why wouldn't we do the study to see what this looks like before we actually legislate? That just seems like good common sense. I do want to go back to a couple of statistics, one of them that I had in my remarks, which is that solar accounts for only 3% of agricultural land loss. The United States also dramatically expanded solar generation to supply, and if the United States dramatically expanded solar generation to supply nearly half of our electricity grid, the Department of Energy estimates it would require only about 0.6% of existing farmland. So I just think that there is a lot of, quite frankly, fear-mongering going on and a lack of information about what this will really look like. And at the same time, we don't have this information. We are tying the hands of our farmers and our growers that want these options. And this includes our co-ops. This includes community solar. You know, I've visited some of these farms where farmers chose to put this on their land, and they've made their farm 100% energy efficient by doing that. That saves their money in their pocketbook, which is something that we definitely need to be doing right now with this farm economy. And so I just think that, you know, because there is a study in the Farm Bill alone, could we allow that study to play itself out so we have the data to make a more informed decision? I don't think the statistics that I have really bear itself out that we should be freaking out that solar is going to take all of the most productive farmland in this country, because I just don't think that's the real accurate picture. But we should get the data to bear that out. So I'll yield back.
Back, recognize the gentlelady from Hawaii, I believe, was seeking recognition? No? Okay. Gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm an all-the-above energy mindset. Natural gas is our backbone right now. I think nuclear will be down the road. I do think solar, wind, geothermal, they augment, all the above is good. And if this was more about putting or incentivizing putting solar on homes and businesses, I would be supportive, but I'm a little reluctant as well to use this to incentivize good farmland being taken away. But with that, I yield the balance of my time to Mike.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. So here's the thing. You said that, that it was actually telling people what to do with the land. No, it's not. No, it's not. What it tells them is you're not going to get an incentive to do it if you're going to take this farmland out of production. When you brought somebody to make their farm fully efficient and they don't have to pay electric bill, they can charge it on their own. That's in there. 50 acres. That's what they can do. They can do 50 acres to do that with, even on prime farmland. Now, I don't know why they would want to do that when they can use their barns. And for the argument, and that's the sad thing here, Republicans are not anti-solar and not anti-renewable energy. And matter of fact, I have a great set of solar panels on my roof. So, and I was one of the early ones to do that. But if you continue down the path of taking gas, coal, other production out without coming up with the science to replace it, and at the speed, and why is it that we don't want, I don't think we have time for the study? Because we only do a farm year bill every 4 years, unless it gets messed up, and then sometimes it takes 6 years. But the problem is the amount of farmland that's being taken out right now. I would invite any one of you to my district to see how fast prime farmland is being taken out of production, and it isn't enough to replace the coal and gas burning power plants that are being taken offline. We've got to do something. Taking our prime farmland out of production is not a good thing, but it is up to the landowner. But we don't have to pay the landowner to do it. And that's what this bill does. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can be brief here, but I just want to support my colleague, Ms. Brzezinski's, oh my God, now I can say it, Budzinski's amendment here, and just express some concerns. And I wholeheartedly understand the gentleman's concerns that we don't want to be using too much of our prime farmland to turn it over to solar. In my state of Maine, there have been studies on this and commissions on this because this is an issue people have raised. But there have also been huge opportunities, given the fact of an issue that I will bring up in Section 12 on PFAS and PFAS contamination and the opportunities to use what might have once been prime farmland or considered prime farmland under these overly broad generalizations in the way the Farm Bill is written now and not be able to use it for that. And I just want to reinforce one of the other things that people have said. Farmers are struggling right now with energy costs, and they're also struggling with trying to keep their farms operating in a way to make ends meet. And I want to make sure that we continue to give those opportunities, both for renewable energy in rural communities, but also for farmers to reduce their own energy costs. Also for agrovoltaics, which is a growing opportunity where people combine solar panels with agriculture on the land, and that's another opportunity for you to use. I'm worried that your language around restricting any federal money would impact REAP grants and things that have been currently used. I'm worried about the overly broad definition here, and I wholeheartedly support this idea that a big study and some real information would give us all more confidence going forward on this. And I will counter one thing. To say that Republicans aren't anti-solar is not exactly accurate when you're talking about this administration, who has rolled back all of the provisions that made it possible for many of us to put solar panels on our roof and expanded the opportunities to use more solar and renewable energy. If we are truly about to be in a long-term war in Iran and energy costs are going to continue to rise as they already are, we have to make sure that we have more homegrown renewable energy that comes just from this country, and I oppose any kind of language that restricts that, and that has been something that's come out of this administration in many, many ways. So this is a anti-renewable energy administration, and I worry that this language that's currently in the Farm Bill, unless this amendment is passed, will look that way too. I yield back the rest of my time, unless you want the time. No, I yield back my time.
Goes back, recognize Mr. Austin Scott from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm opposed to the amendment, and I would just point out to my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, even Bill Gates has said that both wind and solar subsidies are not a good use of taxpayer dollars if it's about the environment, that we should be focusing on new technologies. And so if you go down I-75 in my district, you'll see where 1,000+ acres of some fine timberland has been cut down and turned into a solar wasteland. And, you know, I don't think enough gets said about what it does to the wildlife habitat when you cut down the forest and put up these solar panels. It's horrible for the environment if you count wildlife habitat as part of the environment, and it is. And so I hope the amendment fails. I hope that we don't see any more big solar systems or whatever we want to call those wastelands on prime farmland, and I sure as hell hope we don't see any more forest land cut down to make way for these panels that come from China.
Gentleman yields. Any other members seek recognition to speak on the amendment before us? Any others? If
No.
no,
I'm okay. I'm going to withdraw.
let me weigh in here. You know, I thank the gentlelady from Illinois for her amendment. The language in the base text seeks to prohibit federal funding for solar ground-mounted systems. It doesn't prevent private property rights and farmers making decisions. It's federal funding and this is USDA funding, this is rural development funding, and I think we hopefully will all agree that the best rural development investment is in our soils. And that's why this, what is in the base bill deals with prime farmland. Every farm probably has acres that are not prime by definition. The characteristics that are there, it does, a definition we use gives the secretary some discretion, but it's also very specific of, in terms of production. And this is the Food, Farm, and National Security Act, and that's why this is an important issue. I got to tell you that over 150 listening sessions, 43 states, 1 territory, it was rare that this didn't come up in a listening session. People expressing concerns about the attrition, the loss of prime farmland because of solar, I never call them solar farms, solar fields. And so the base tax to prohibit federal funding for solar ground mounted systems, they can build it without it. Obviously, they're working with vendors that hopefully, they can fund them, versus taking advantage of monies that are there to promote agriculture, to promote raising crops, raising livestock. Although there's some great models of I can never pronounce it, agrophotolycs, is that right? Where, you're raising sheep underneath. So there is some creative innovations that are coming along to allow that to occur. But this was carefully crafted to prevent the use of USDA funds to develop utility scale solar projects on prime farmland using federal dollars, while still allowing the producers the flexibility to produce energy on farm that we want to support. And we will, according to this text. Now, we're going to allow federal funding for solar projects through the inclusion of the 2 exceptions. You've heard them, but I think in this debate it's worth repeating. The first exception covers projects that result in the conversion of less than 5 acres of covered farmland. That can be prime, period. Second exception deals with projects that result in the conversion of less than 50 acres of covered farmland, with the majority of the energy produced being for on-farm use. So bringing down the cost of operations, making our farmers more profitable because there's now a revenue line, hopefully, coming in from whatever they've used their attorney to negotiate with these solar companies, and that's a really important part, as opposed to be taken advantage of. It does also, the exception deals that needs approval from each county and municipality in which the project is sited. It's local zoning, basically. By allowing these 2 exceptions, we give farmers an opportunity to help with one of their input costs that has significantly increased in recent years, electricity costs. So based on that, I oppose this amendment and encourage my colleagues to do the same. Any other member seat recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to actually go ahead and withdraw the amendment.
The gentlelady is going to withdraw the amendment, and I appreciate that. And any other amendments?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Johnson.
I'd like to move amendment number 1.
Mr. Johnson has amendment to desk, amendment number 1. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 1, offered by Mr. Johnson of South Dakota.
Mr. Johnson, South Dakota has offered amendment without objection. The amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of his amendment.
So the Rural Energy for America program, the whole purpose of it is to reduce the energy use and the energy cost at small farms, ranches, as well as rural businesses. And right now, small cooperatives qualify for use of that program. They're not in any way prohibited. This amendment would simply clarify that small cooperatives are indeed eligible. And we're not talking about CHS, we're not talking about Land O'Lakes, we're talking about cooperatives with 2,500 employees or fewer. These are most often farmer-owned cooperatives. This is going to give them an opportunity to, again, reduce energy use and energy cost. I think so much of the debate we just had this is a good opportunity for us to come together in a unified way on some of those energy issues. I would submit myself to questions, Mr. Chairman, but with that, I would yield.
The gentleman yields his time. Any other members seek recognition to speak on Mr. Johnson's amendment number 1? Any other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? If not, I will take the liberty of speaking on it. I thank the gentleman from South Dakota for his amendment, and I appreciate him bringing it up for consideration. Agriculture cooperatives are vital to rural America's prosperity. They help farmers become stronger together by pooling resources. Through economies of scale, our farmers can lower their input costs, which is especially helpful in the wake of the historic inflation they experienced a few years ago. This amendment would make agriculture cooperatives with under 2,500 employees eligible for the Rural Electric for America program, referred to as REAP. REAP bolsters rural America by reducing energy costs, lowering operational expenses, improving energy resilience, and creating jobs. We need to support agriculture cooperatives, and we need to do what we can to counter rising energy costs. And I support this amendment. So, given that,
Mr. Chairman?
go ahead.
Yeah, I rise briefly to support this. I don't rise, but I would like to speak briefly to support this amendment. Number of cooperatives in my area I work with closely, and I want to concur with the comments the chairman just made. And they've liked your amendment, Mr. Johnson, and so I think it's a good one, and we ought to support it. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from California yields back. Any other members seek to speak on Mr. Johnson's amendment? Hearing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Any
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Vindman has an amendment to desk. You know what
Amendment number 100.
Okay. So Mr. Vindman has offered the amendment, and the clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 100, offered by Mr. Vindman of Virginia.
Without objection, the amendment number 100 will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman from Virginia, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment that modernizes the REAP program concept. I think we can all agree that farmers shouldn't have to do stacks of paperwork to get just a little bit of support, especially if that support is to lower their energy bills, which I'm sure we all agree is important, particularly when life is more expensive in farm country. In that spirit, I have an amendment at the desk to incorporate the bipartisan REAP Modernization Act into the bill. Farmers and all businesses across the country are trying to lower their energy costs. They're investing in renewable energy systems, improving efficiency, and looking for ways to make their operations more resilient. But too often, that process for accessing these programs is complicated, slow, and difficult to navigate. My amendment improves REAP in 3 important ways. First, it directs USDA to develop a streamlined application process, including the ability to submit bundled applications for projects that qualify under multiple components of the program. Farmers shouldn't have to hire consultants just to apply for assistance. This bill makes it easier to get a foot in the door with REAP. Second, it strengthens our outreach, technical assistance, and education under the program. That includes ensuring applicants receive technical assistance when applying and helping recipients integrate renewable energy products alongside crop or livestock operations. If we're going to fund these projects, we should make sure farmers have the tools to do them right. Third, the amendment establishes a modest reserve fund to support projects using underutilized renewable energy technologies. This reserve ensures innovation isn't crowded out. For rural producers facing tight margins, we need to be cutting red tape and making grant access easier, not harder. That's why I introduced this bill with my colleague, Representative Valadillo of California. We worked across the aisle to do this in a bipartisan way, and I hope all of my colleagues can support this amendment on a bipartisan basis as well. Thank you, and I yield back.
Well, the gentleman yields back. I appreciate that. Let me take an opportunity to be able to speak on your amendment. I really thank you for your amendment to enhance the base bill. REAP bolsters rural America by reducing energy costs, lowering operational expenses, improving energy resilience, and creating jobs. Streamlining the application process, adding technical assistance and education activities to REAP's outreach component, and adding a reserve fund for underutilized renewable energy technologies are all great ideas. I encourage my colleagues to vote in favor of this amendment. Any other members seek recognition to speak on Mr. Vindman's amendment number 100? Mr. Figures, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate Congressman Vindman for a number of things, but in particular for this amendment that improves the effectiveness of the Rural Energy for America program by streamlining the application process, allowing for bundled applications, and expanding outreach, technical assistance, and education. Those changes may sound just procedural, but they have real consequences that can be the difference between who participates in a program like this and who is left out. Across rural America, producers want to adopt new technologies, improve efficiency, and diversify their operations. But for many small, beginning, and family farmers, the biggest hurdle is not the project itself, it's navigating the red tape in the process. Complex applications, unclear requirements, and limited guidance can discourage participation before a proposal is ever even submitted. Technical assistance is what translates federal policy into boots-on-the-ground results. Outreach ensures producers know these opportunities exist in the first place, and education helps them understand how to integrate new projects, including renewable energy, in ways that complement crops and livestock rather than disrupt operations. And continued support after an award has been given helps ensure that projects are completed successfully and deliver the intended benefits. This amendment also recognizes that accessibility is about more than just eligibility. As USDA modernizes and moves more interactions online, we must ensure that producers are not excluded simply because systems are difficult to navigate or assistance is hard to reach. Streamlined applications and hands-on support help level that playing field, which is something that is very much so necessary, especially in rural America. By creating clear pathways to apply, reducing the administrative burden, and strengthening technical support throughout the life of a project, this amendment makes the program work better for a broader range of producers, not just those with existing capacity. This amendment improves participation, strengthens accountability, and increases the likelihood that federal investments deliver the real value that we seek to our rural communities. With that, I urge the committee to support this amendment, and I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thank the gentleman and for also for yielding back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on Mr. Vindman's amendment number 100? Any members seek recognition? Hearing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed by saying no. Independent of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Any member seek recognition for Mr. Riley? Has an amendment at the desk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, number 42.
Mr. Riley has amendment number 42 at the desk. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 42, offered by Mr. Riley of New York.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman from New York, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of their amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is another straightforward, common sense, bipartisan amendment to lower farmers' utility bills. We've got about 600,000 pumping systems for irrigation on agricultural land in America. A lot of them are very, very inefficient. And some simple upgrades using plastic piping would save our farmers over 20 billion kilowatt hours of energy each year. and that means money back in farmers' pockets. It's an annual savings of about $1.8 billion on their utility bills every year. And this bill, which supports those efforts, it's also going to be great for manufacturing in the Triple Cities, too. Growing up, there was this massive Endicott Johnson factory plant across the street from the West Endicott Park, which all the kids know, across from Stu's and Kelly's, which all the adults know. My grandma actually stitched boots in that plant back in the day when the place was just humming with hundreds of really good blue-collar manufacturing jobs. But as my generation was coming up, that plant closed down, a whole lot of people were out of work, and the site became abandoned and dilapidated. It was really kind of an eyesore in the community. So what we did was the whole community pulled together to do something about it. Lots of credit to Jason Garner, the county executive, folks in the Broome County government, the trades. They took that building down and prepped the site for the next generation of manufacturing to come in. And today, now, come visit me, it's the site of a beautiful state-of-the-art campus for National Pipe and Plastic, which has some of the most talented and skilled folks making cutting-edge plastic pipes for irrigation systems. This is the sort of thing that makes me really so proud of my roots in the Triple Cities. We make stuff, and it's not just stuff, it's really important stuff that makes the world better and helps people. And in this case, we're making the pipes that are going to put money back in farmers' pockets and protect the planet. So the folks who are doing this work, they're not asking for much. My amendment's very simple, straightforward. It's just going to have USDA publish information that's going to make it easier for farmers to calculate their cost savings from these plastic pipe upgrades, and it's going to connect them to the manufacturers and suppliers who can get the job done. I'd encourage everybody to support this common sense bipartisan amendment.
And gentlemen, yield back. Let me weigh in here. I thank the gentleman from New York for his amendment. Raising the awareness of efficient water pumping systems is important for our farmers, and I appreciate knowing that this is a priority for a few members on this committee, and I'll be supporting this amendment. So I yield back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on Mr. Riley's amendment number 42? Any other members seek recognition to speak? Hearing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Any other members have amendments for Title IX Energy? Any other members have any amendments under Title IX Energy? Hearing none, Title IX is now closed. And are there amendments to Title X Horticulture? Mr. Weed from
Mr. Chair, I have an
Wisconsin
amendment.
is recognized. It is
123, yes.
Ms. Reed has a amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 123, offered by Mr. Weed of Wisconsin.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman from Wisconsin, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The organic industry is one of the brightest spots in American agriculture, a sector that has grown consistently, created jobs, and generated economic opportunity in rural communities across our great country. We should be doing everything we can to help it thrive. Right now, USDA applies the same uniform oversight requirements to every certified operation, regardless of whether that operation poses any real risk to organic integrity. Large-scale international importers and small family farms get treated the same. That's not regulation, that's red tape. And it's having consequences. Since 2020, certified organic operations in the United States have declined by more than 10% for crop certifications and over 6% for livestock. When compliance costs are equally burdensome for every operation, regardless of risk level, it's American farmers who pay the price while foreign producers pick up an unfair advantage. The amendment I'm introducing today, the Risk-Based Oversight for Integrity Act, takes a common sense approach. Focus enforcement resources where the risk is highest and reduce unnecessary burdens on low-risk, domestic operations that have demonstrated compliance. Here's what it does. It directs USDA to modernize inspection requirements for U.S.-based operations, allowing flexible inspection schedules based on risk assessment, with on-site inspections at least once every 3 years and annual virtual inspections for lower-risk operations. International operations would still require annual on-site inspections. It establishes a clear definition of risk to organic integrity so that oversight decisions are grounded in evidence. It also requires USDA to conduct a 12-month study examining the feasibility and implications of risk-based oversight reforms with input from farmers, certifiers, the National Organic Standards Board, and other stakeholders. This will not weaken organic standards. By concentrating oversight resources where fraud and integrity risks are greatest, we will do a better job protecting what the organic seal means to customers. Instead, I have visited several organic dairy farms in my district who have all expressed their frustration with the new level of organic scrutiny and oversight that is so overwhelming as they are managing small farms with just their families. They have closed herds, produce their own feed, and only allow outflow organic milk, yet they are treated like huge international operations, which should not be the case. This farm bill is an opportunity to support American organic farmers and build a more resilient domestic supply chain. This amendment moves us in that direction and helps these farmers in my district and across our great country. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
Thank the gentleman. Does any member seek recognition to speak on Mr. Weed's amendment? Amendment number 123. Mr. Riley is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just very briefly, I support this amendment and happy to work with Tony on the standalone bill on this. This is really common sense. Again, one-size-fits-all regulations really don't make a lot of sense in the organic industry. In upstate New York, we've got a whole bunch of very small organic farms, but they've got to deal with a lot of the same certification requirements and regulations as major corporations, and it's really stifling our organic farmers, and it's putting them at a huge disadvantage. So I appreciate that this is a common sense bipartisan amendment to fix it. As Tony said, this is just going to have USDA prioritize enforcement of the highest risk entities, and it's going to let USDA conduct oversight of the smaller farms in a way that makes sense for them and not the big corporations. So this amendment is for the hundreds of organic farms across upstate New York who've told me how much they're struggling, who are feeding our community, and really just want a level playing field. So I'll be happy to support this amendment.
Gentleman yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on Mr. Weed's amendment number 123? Any other members seek recognition? If not, let me just share some thoughts here, and then we'll go for a vote. I want to thank the gentleman for bringing this amendment forward and appreciate the work that's gone into this effort from members on both sides of the committee. This amendment stems from feedback from stakeholders in the organic industry who wish to see pragmatic flexibilities built into the inspection process based on actual risks to the integrity of the organic claim. Additionally, the study that USDA will conduct will provide meaningful insight into any future actions that could be taken to improve oversight protocols. I'm going to be supporting this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Hearing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Any other members have under horticulture Title 10. The ranking member is recognized, and I'll let her explain what she's doing.
I have an amendment at the desk, amendment number 15.
The ranking member has an amendment at the desk, amendment number 15. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 15, offered by Mr. Baird of Indiana.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentlelady who, working with our sponsor, Dr. Baird, of the amendment for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of their amendment.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. While this process isn't customary in light of the unfortunate passing of Representative Baird's wife, I plan to offer and withdraw this amendment. But I sincerely hope that we can have a robust discussion on this issue that is critical and very, very, very important to Minnesota, to Indiana, and to Representative Baird, who I have worked on with this issue. He has been a leader on hemp and would be offering this amendment here tonight if he were here with us. My condolences to Mr. Baird and his family during this very difficult time. This amendment seeks to delay the last-minute changing of definitions around hemp that was inserted into a recent appropriations bill, which has caused market uncertainty and widespread economic anxiety among farmers, processors, retailers, and consumers back home in Minnesota and, of course, in his home state as well. I recognize that there are issues that need to be addressed in the law as it exists today and in the changes on the horizon for the hemp supply chain if the rules of the road are changed as they are currently set to do. As a former member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, I know all too well the challenges the Food and Drug Administration has when it comes to regulating food, beverages, drugs, and dietary supplements. An opinion piece I wrote for MinnPost late last year explains the complex production, processing, marketing, and sales value chain for hemp products, which runs the gamut from non-alcoholic beverages made by local Minnesota breweries to plant-based fiber that is woven into textiles and rope. The hemp industry supports jobs at 132 licensed growers, 96 licensed processors, and over 2,000 retailers in Minnesota. It generates around $200 million a year in revenue, which supports payroll and taxes across the state. Minnesota has set the standard for safely regulating hemp production and products. And the way my Republican colleagues have gone about this in the appropriations process is just plain wrong. Literally, planning decisions are being made right now by hemp farmers. That's why I've called for a comprehensive regulatory framework for the safe production and marketing of hemp-derived products, a framework that puts in place clear rules of the road for growers and retailers, includes protections for children and safeguards for consumers, and brings the relevant federal agencies, whether it's FDA, USDA, or other related agencies, into the process at the appropriate point for the appropriate product. I stand ready to work with my colleagues, both in this committee and in other committees, on both sides of the aisle to come together and move forward, not backward, on this issue. This is an industry with tremendous room for innovation and growth, as the business owners involved in hemp back home will tell you. And if you want to hear about some of these products, talk to a hockey mom back in Minnesota who has replaced a nightly glass of wine with something that they feel is what they would like to have a choice to consume. This is an industry that we shouldn't be demonizing and fearing, but it should be brought into the light and smartly regulated to protect the safety and well-being of our communities while giving entrepreneurs, farmers, small businesses opportunities to develop new markets, create new products, and meet the needs of consumers. By the way, more than a few Minnesotans have reached out to me about this issue, concerned that big whiskey distillers in Kentucky are trying to restrict consumer choice in Minnesota. That doesn't sit well with me at all, and it certainly doesn't sit well with my hockey moms. I think our nation would be better for having a comprehensive regulatory framework in this space, and we in Congress need to come together to figure this out. I accept that we need more time and more discussion needs to be had on this, which is why I support this amendment, and I will withdraw it, and I look forward to continuing that discussion with colleagues on both sides of the aisle. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to introduce this on behalf of Representative Baird and myself, and with that, I yield back, and I withdraw the amendment.
I appreciate the gentlelady withdrawing. I want to thank the gentlelady for offering this amendment for Dr. Baird. I know he would be here if he could, with his wife suddenly passing just a few days ago. But offering this committee, this amendment, so this committee can address questions brought forward by stakeholders in the hemp industry, whether those be from industrial hemp producers or those who are engaged in the hemp-derived cannabinoid market. The Ag Appropriations Bill that passed last fall brought clarity to the industry on what is or is not allowable under the definitions of hemp. Importantly to many in this room today, that language addressed the issue of final form products that have been the source of many public health concerns since the 2018 Farm Bill because they lacked a federal regulatory structure. A comprehensive regulatory framework for these products falls outside the jurisdiction of this committee. Instead, it falls within the jurisdiction of our colleagues, as the ranking member had noted, in Energy and Commerce. I do want to say within this base bill, we do support our hemp farmers in a couple of different ways. You will find within that text, or you've probably read and seen, how we direct USDA to expand access more laboratories for our hemp farmers to be able to have their commodity tested. And having greater access to those laboratories. Also, we have provided the states more flexibility in this space. So I appreciate the gentlelady for offering Mr. Baird's amendment, and it allows us to discuss the variety of views on this matter. And so with that, technically we're done with it, but I'm going to you want to stretch out the evening, I'll recognize you.
Well, I was trying to get your attention from,
Yeah.
I just had a question,
Yeah.
if that's okay for me to
Sure,
ask a question.
absolutely.
Was it Mr. Baird's intent to withdraw the amendment?
That's correct.
Okay, because that's
correct.
important information,
Yeah.
because I would
Yes.
hate for him to miss the opportunity to, so I thought that was a really important
The ranking
question for
member
me
did
to
a
know.
great job of
Thank you.
honoring Dr. Baird's intent and wishes.
So, Mr.
Good
Chairman.
question. Thanks for clarifying.
Mr. Chair? Can I comment?
Go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to say that I've heard a lot from producers and small businesses and people who make packaging materials for hemp. North Carolina farmers and small businesses have built operations under the existing hemp framework, and a sudden federal rollback would create confusion, disrupt interstate commerce, and destabilize emerging markets across the state. So the extension maintains stability while giving Congress time to establish clear regulatory pathways instead of triggering a disruptive rollback before a workable federal framework is in place. And that's all I wanted to say, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
No, I agree with the gentlelady. Energy and Commerce and the Food and Drug Administration need to engage promptly on this issue. All right. Seeing no other conversations, we'll move on here. Any members have additional amendments under Title 10 Horticulture? Ms. Pingree is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk, amendment number 51.
Very good. Ms. Pingree has amendment number 51 that she's offered as an amendment. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 51, offered by Ms. Pingree of Maine.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentlelady from Maine, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of her amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So this amendment would strike some harmful pesticide language that I believe is a handout to the chemical companies. This language preempts states' rights to regulate pesticide usage or labeling, and it provides a liability shield for pesticide manufacturers. This language, in my opinion, was basically written to benefit chemical manufacturers. It provides immunity from lawsuits against chemical manufacturers who may cause human harm. Now, this has mostly been focused on glyphosate, but I want you to know that this language is particularly harmful because it covers all pesticides. Glyphosate alone has had 200,000 Roundup-related claims against it, so there are clear health risks, and the company recently announced a $7.2 billion settlement. This eliminates the opportunities for states like mine. Maine is one of 7 states that regulate pesticide usage in our state. And in my state, there's over 30 state and local regulations. So this means if your community wanted to say that Roundup could not be used for weed control in a certain area, they would not be allowed to do that. And it allows for an immunity from those manufacturers, a shield that protects them from being sued if someone's health is disrupted. It says that the labeling on the package could only reflect the most recent EPA review, which is mandated every 15 years. But I just want to be clear that the last risk assessment of glyphosate was in 1993. And as the ranking member on the Interior and Environment Subcommittee that regulates the budget of the EPA, I can say that they have been downsizing and limiting their ability to do these kinds of reviews. So I think if we're talking about limiting this kind of language, limiting this opportunity for all pesticides in a time where we may have less opportunities out there, it will be more and more difficult for the consumer to know what is in the product. Now, a product like glyphosate, which is widely used as a weed killer, goes beyond that today. Increasingly, wheat, barley, and other grains and some vegetable crops are sprayed very late in the crop season to accelerate crop death, drying, and harvest operations. So that means that the average residue in grains, oilseeds, and other crops are much higher than they were a decade ago. Even states like Florida have decided to now publish the risk of glyphosate being in our bread and other grains. So there are huge concerns being raised about the increased use of this, coupled with the lack of regulation. I know people will start to say, oh, how will farmers operate without this? And we couldn't possibly do that. As a certified organic farmer for years, I'm not going to say that everybody in this country will start to farm organically, but we could limit the use of chemicals by increasing more regenerative organic agriculture and organic agriculture. And this administration has loudly proclaimed that they're going to do that. When this administration came in, they said they were going to eliminate glyphosate. The Health and Human Secretary himself said it caused cancer, and he was going to get it out of the food supply, although they have acted very differently and now backtracked on much of that. They are investing some at the USDA on more regenerative agriculture, and we could continue to do more of that. I just have deep concerns about language being placed in the Farm Bill that would preempt states' rights in the way this does, and also give such a liability shield to the chemical companies that have acknowledged through their settlements and in the fact that there have been over 200,000 claims against just one chemical alone, that's Roundup, that there are serious health risks to this. And broadening it to all pesticides and making this kind of exemption or this kind of immunity in the bill is just extremely dangerous to human health. There have been huge settlements in the last year. The largest one on record is $2.1 billion in a health claim against glyphosate. So we know that there are health risks out there, that health risks have been decided by the courts, that the companies should be held responsible, and to take away that kind of liability is incredibly irresponsible and just completely disrespects our responsibility to take care of human health and make sure that people have appropriate information, that states have rights to make up their own laws, and that we protect human health. So with that, I yield back, and I encourage everyone to support my amendment.
I thank the young ladies for yielding back. Members seek recognition to speak Mr. Rose is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In Tennessee, agriculture contributes over $100 billion to the state's economy, accounting for 11% of all economic activity in Tennessee. This would not be possible without modern agricultural inputs like pesticides, fungicides, and herbicides. These products keep yields high, crops healthy, and families fed. Without them, our producers simply could not meet the demands of a growing population around this country and around the world. Bringing a new pesticide to market is not a casual or rushed process. It typically takes 10 to 12 years plus and hundreds of millions of dollars in research, development, and testing to ensure that a product is both safe and effective. These products are not only rigorously reviewed before approval, they are reevaluated and re-registered every 10 years to reflect the latest science and regulatory standards. The science is there, and we should trust it. Pesticide labeling uniformity is not a liability shield. It is about making sure these products remain on the shelves for farmers who rely on them. This provision does not weaken enforcement. In fact, it helps target bad actors more effectively. Additionally, this language does not undermine food safety. It simply maintains a clear, science-based national standard for pesticide labeling so that farmers, regulators, and consumers are all working from the same rule book. Without these vital crop inputs, yield losses could be as high as 85%. That is not just an economic issue, that is a food security issue. The producers who grow our food cannot afford regulatory chaos driven by pseudoscience and conspiracy theories. We do not need more litigation based on problems that do not exist. We need sound policy based on facts. For those reasons, I strongly oppose this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to vote no.
Gentleman yields back. Other members seeking recognition, Mr. McGovern is recognized for 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I strongly support this amendment. And I want to thank my good friend, Representative Pingree, for her leadership on this issue. This is a matter that I hear a lot about from my local farmers and from concerned citizens. And I think that most sensible people in this country, if we're confronted with this issue, would agree with what Ms. Pingree is trying to do. I wish my Republican friends had even a sliver of empathy for hungry families or struggling farmers, as they clearly do for corporate polluters. And that's what we're talking about here today. You know, when SNAP benefits don't go as far because food prices are rising, what do we hear from my friends on the other side of the aisle? Deal with it. Oh, you're exaggerating, the issue. When nobody answers the phone at the local USDA office because Trump purged our public servants, we hear you're on your own. And when a multi-billion-dollar foreign-owned corporation has to pay jury awards to the people they've hurt and lied to, Republicans' answer is, here's a liability shield. Here's a ban on state and local laws to protect people from you. Here's a free pass to dump poisons in our rivers. I mean, do you hear yourselves? I mean, look, I care about pesticide safety because I do not want any more farmers getting hurt or getting sick. I don't want children exposed to chemicals that other countries banned decades ago because they pose such a clear and present danger. I've met with farmers and farm workers who have developed Parkinson's from pesticides that they were told were safe. And I've been to communities who bear the heavy burden of toxic exposure. It's never the polluting companies who suffer, and they're really the ones who clean up the messes that they've made. So I don't want a silent spring. And for God's sake, I thought we could all agree on at least that. But here we are. Here we are. Republicans have made it crystal clear that they are on the side of corporate polluters here. And I'm just kind of stunned. The party of states' rights now no longer believes in states' rights. And again, we're talking about protecting our farmers and protecting our communities. I mean, talk about the science. There's piles and piles and piles of science to tell you that some of these chemicals are dangerous and harmful. So I urge everybody to support the Pingree Protect Our Health Amendment and reject this Republican chemical giveaway. I mean, this is the right thing to do. This should be a unanimous vote, quite frankly. And it's really disappointing that it isn't. And I thank the gentlelady, and I yield back my time.
Chairman yields back. Other members seeking
Chairman.
recognition to speak. Dr. Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to speak on this amendment and support it, and I thank the gentlelady for bringing it forward. Removing the pesticide preemption in this bill puts power back where it belongs, with local communities. If a town wants stronger protections for its water, schools, or families, it shouldn't be blocked. Also, this bill exempts pesticides from the Clean Water Act or the Clean Air Act, which guts basic safeguards. These laws protect our air, they protect our drinking water. Pesticides drift and run off without oversight, pollution, and health risks increase. This is about accountability, clean air, clean water, and the right of communities to protect themselves. Support the amendment. It's a good amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you. I want to thank also, Congresswoman Pingree for this amendment. Pesticide preemption has received an extraordinary amount of attention in the past year, as is appropriate when the federal government considers overriding states' rights. Litigation on this topic will be weighed by the Supreme Court in less than 2 months. A dominant pesticide manufacturer just announced a possible settlement of $7.25 billion. And President Trump invoked national security powers to mandate the production of, say it for me, glyphosate. There is opposition to federal preemption of the state liability laws on both sides of the aisle, yet the chairman has insisted on including these provisions in what should be a bipartisan farm bill that delivers for farmers and families. He even called the Maha coalition that supported President Trump extremists because of their opposition to these sections of the Farm Bill. But this amendment is not extreme. It would not ban pesticides or require any additional regulatory burden on their manufacturers. Quite literally, it would preserve the status quo and allow the Supreme Court to examine this issue and the complicated legal issues at its core. For my part, I simply do not see a path forward for this bill if provisions shielding these companies from liability and preempting state law remains. This question of federal preemption also sits next to a truly poisonous provision that would waive all other laws for registered pesticides, including the Clean Water Act and the Clean Air Act. Registrations under EPA's pesticide process provides instructions for use, but does not include any requirements to guard against contamination of our water supplies. So let's be clear. The Clean Water Act already includes a broad exemption for agricultural storm water runoff because Congress knew that some pesticide runoff was inevitable. However, the EPA is obligated to separately permit intentional uses of pesticides that enter our waterways, as the Sixth Circuit Court decided in 2009. It's astonishing to me that my Republican colleagues want to abolish that protection for rural communities' water supplies. Thankfully, Senator Boozman seems to be a little more rational on this issue and has acknowledged that a farm bill with these provisions cannot pass. I hope my colleagues see the wisdom in his words.
Gentlelady yields back. Any other members seek recognition? Mr. Vindman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So it was a couple months ago where I was walking out of my office and I ran into a farmer, and I'm not sure if he was from my district or where he was, but we did talk about what he did and why he was on the Hill. And the reason why he was on the Hill is because he is suffering from non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. That's blood cancer. from exposure to pesticides. And so that is the real world consequence for the exposure to these types of chemicals. And what we're discussing here is Ms. Pringree's amendment is not what's changing the status quo. It is what is in the text of the bill that's changing the status quo, a point that my colleague Ms. Brown just made. Ms. Pringree's amendment just reestablishes the status quo, which would allow our farmers to continue to operate the way they operate now. And so the risk to changing the status quo is not coming from the amendment as Mr. Rose had indicated. So I just want to make that point clear. I'm in strong support of Representative Pingree's amendment to strip this harmful pesticide provision from the bill. These policies will preempt local authority and create new liability protections for billion-dollar pesticide companies. In Virginia, local governments make decisions about pesticide use on school grounds, in parks, near sensitive waterways. Those decisions reflect local conditions, including our responsibility to protect the Chesapeake Bay and concerns about spraying harmful pesticides near schools, playgrounds, and parks. Under this bill, all of those local rules are wiped away. So let's think about that for a second. A national mandate over local control. Seems odd that my colleagues on the Republican side would be advocating for a national mandate over local control. But you know, many things have turned out to be odd over the course of my 13 months or 14 months here on the Hill. Decisions about how pesticides are used in communities should not be dictated entirely from Washington. These shields disadvantage disproportionately rural and ag communities. So the communities that we're supposed to be advocating for here on the Ag Committee. This bill also makes it significantly harder, more difficult for farmers or farm workers who get sick after pesticide exposure to find justice through the courts. As a lawyer myself, recovering lawyer, I strongly believe that every American deserves their day in court if they've been harmed. We're not sent to Congress to protect the largest corporations in the world from being held accountable. Some of my colleagues today might argue that this doesn't matter because the EPA says that these pesticides are safe. But how can that be when Section 10204 of the bill delays the EPA review of hundreds of pesticides for their health risks until 2031? We can promote regulatory clarity without stripping local governments of a say or closing courthouse doors to families who believe they have been harmed. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and protect the rights of states, local communities, and the courts to safeguard public health and the environment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any other members seek recognition? Mr. Takuda is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of Ms. Pingree's amendment and in strong opposition to the reckless provisions buried in this bill. I understand that our farmers and agriculture producers need access to effective tools for pest management. Farmers deserve certainty, workable regulations, and science-based policy. But this bill is not the way to provide that certainty. Stripping states and communities of their authority and weakening bedrock environmental protections is not balance, it's overreach. Furthermore, one-size-fits-all approach to pesticide labeling cannot fully account for the realities in my home state of Hawaii. We have year-round growing seasons, endangered species found nowhere else on Earth, unique geology and topography, communities living and going to school right next to agriculture fields, and watersheds where everything flows directly into the ocean, from the mountain to the ocean, Mauka to Makai, and watersheds where everything flows, as I've said, directly into the ocean. Our circumstances and our experiences are unique, and our policies must have the ability to reflect that. Mr. Chair, share a story I think you could appreciate in terms of the uniqueness, but also the experiences that we've had. You know, in 1982, I remember as an elementary school student drinking chocolate milk every day at school during lunch, and I thought it was great. But the darker story behind it was that we had to import chocolate milk in because we had to dispose of 36 million pounds of milk because it was found to be contaminated with the pesticide heptachlor. The cows were fed the tops of pineapples that had been sprayed with a now banned insecticide that's linked to higher rates of Parkinson's. And so when we talk about the impacts of pesticides. Hawaii literally has a history of this going back generations. Hiding or preempting action on dangerous information about pesticides does not make our communities safer, and we've seen that. It endangers everyone, and especially workers, pregnant women, our keiki, our kupuna, vulnerable communities who are often on the front lines of exposure. We can support farmers while respecting state and local authority to make decisions in the best interests of their people and upholding bedrock environmental protections. Those goals are not mutually exclusive. We do not have to choose between agriculture productivity and public health. I strongly urge my colleagues to stand with our communities and our farmers and our futures and support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
Lady yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment?
I do. Oh,
Miss-
sorry. Mr. Riley first.
Mr. Riley, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So a lot of conversation about, preemption and legal terms and everything. I think this is what's going on here. You got a bunch of multinational, multi-billion-dollar companies. They used a bunch of chemicals in their products that gave farmers cancer. Farmers said, at a bare minimum, just at least we should have been warned about the risks here. You should have warned us about the risks. So they went to court to make their case. Tens of thousands of these cases for tens of thousands of farmers across the country, looking to hold the chemical companies accountable, stand up to these powerful chemical companies, and keep other farmers safe so that this doesn't happen again. Just trying to pursue a little bit of justice. So then what happens? These big chemical companies roll in here, millions of dollars in corporate PAC checks, armies of lobbyists, and next thing you know, we're looking at a bill that gives them the best legal immunity that money can buy. It's wrong. This issue should be decided by the courts, in the states, by the scientists, and not by a bunch of politicians who are doing the bidding of the chemical corporations. This provision has to come out. This amendment, I strongly support it. And whether we do it here in the committee or at some point in this process, this immunity that the chemical corporations bought for themselves at the expense of a bunch of farmers across the country, this has to come out of this bill as far as I'm concerned. Thank you, and I'll yield back.
I thank the gentleman. He yields back. Now recognize the ranking member for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. I'll take a lot less time than that. I just want to associate myself with the comments of Mr. Riley here this evening. As we can all see, and I know there's been a lot of silence on the part of my Republican colleagues, but I also know many of them and their stakeholders, particularly with the Make America Healthy Again movement, also agree that this provision in the Farm Bill is one that is going to make it very, very difficult to get a farm bill with widespread bipartisan support across the finish line. And I appreciate Ms. Pingree's amendment here. It's actually astonishing to me because at the very beginning of the skinny farm bill discussions, minority staff said, this is an area that will make it incredibly difficult for the majority of Democrats to support the skinny farm bill. We started this conversation wanting to get to yes, but instead of the approach that it appears Senate Chair Bozeman is taking for the farm bill in the Senate, where hopefully, and the discussions publicly have been that they are not intending to insert a bunch of poison pills that would take away from strong bipartisan support, that they are going to try to put together a clean, skinny farm bill. And I do hope that that happens in the Senate. But what we have here today and what every single one of us is being asked to vote on is a bill that contains this provision. That's what we're being asked to vote on here. Now, it is my sincere hope that there is another product, that we all get another bite at this apple, no matter where we end up on this bill. But right now, tonight, it's important that everyone here understands that this is one of those issues we said from the start would be very problematic if it was included in the Farm Bill. And the majority staff said, we don't care, we're moving forward anyway. And I do hope that my colleagues can see the wisdom of our words, that this is the wrong approach, the wrong path, and tonight we have an opportunity to stop where this is going. And Ms. Pingree, I appreciate your amendment. I intend to support it. Thank you.
Any other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? Any other members seek recognition? If not, I'll do some closing comments and then we will vote. I appreciate the gentlewoman bringing forward this amendment that addresses that what the ranking member, despite supporting much broader language in the 118th Congress as a co-sponsor of the Agricultural Labeling Uniformity Act, what we're talking about, she was a co-sponsor. And now she's so enlightened. It's referred to as a poison pill in the Farm Bill. The sections, well, let me just say the language from then is updated from 2024 and does not create any prohibitions from the EPA taking action that differs from their health assessment if deemed appropriate. The sections that this amendment seeks to strike deliver common sense regulatory reforms that are critical for securing access to a well-regulated pesticide tools for a variety of crop production and public health needs. Language also reflects thoughtful changes to address stakeholder concerns. If you read the bill in front of us today reaffirms existing statute that the EPA is the authoritative voice for making safety findings related to pesticides, communicated through the legally binding label while retaining states' authority for the sale, use, and distribution of crop protection tools. Let me say that again. It retains states' authority for the sale, use, and distribution of these crop protection tools. This includes protecting a state's ability to not register a product at all within their jurisdiction. Regulatory certainty and making sure that there is clear science-based regulatory system that is rooted in scientific review from the EPA and not courtroom or social media science that overrides federal findings in what producers need. This package also provides states who have a formal relationship with the EPA as co-regulators on pesticide products, with clarity that the authority to conduct those regulatory activities falls with the states, not political subdivisions. Localities are still welcome to make whatever pesticide application choices they deem appropriate on public lands, but they cannot prevent private applicators from using state-registered products in accordance with their label. And so I do not support this amendment. I think this raises questions about food affordability. I also think it creates confusion. You get 50 different labels on that. You can laugh, but if I think the EPA is the place to go. They have an army of scientists, and they know how to do this and do it right. And you get 50 different states with different labels. The cost of compliance with that, number one, it's going to raise the cost of food, but also I think it puts at risk the health of the farmer because of the confusion that can be created, with 50 different labels and instructions in terms of how to apply and store and apply and clean up these agrochemical tools. And so with that, hearing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment. All those in
Mr. Chairman? I wasn't going to speak, but I have a question of the
Yes, sir.
chair. Because I think I'm hearing two things, and I'm not, so now I'm confused. You said that states, in part of your statement, retain the ability to determine which herbicides and pesticides are used within their states, right?
They have the right to.
But then you talk
to register.
Right, and
Or
then you-
not register.
Right,
he's
and,
told.
well, yeah, and I'm going to give you an example. And then you followed up by saying that 50 different requirements for registration.
Well, 50 different labels. If the labeling is not done under the direction of the EPA with all the appropriate warnings, and then it will be subject to labeling by, in theory, it could be by 50 different states.
Well, I'll tell you a real-life experience. It's not a theory. In California, for decades, we've had a separate process for registration of both herbicides and pesticides. So these major companies that you speak of get approval nationally through EPA. That doesn't mean that they can use it in California.
That's correct. The states retain
Because in
the right.
California, we require our own separate process for registration for both herbicides and pesticides.
And that right is retained.
Yes, so we do have multiple labeling processes.
Well, it's not labeling, it's just whether to register that product or not for
Well, I mean,
use and
good, bad, or
application.
indifferent, and I hear all of the above from my agricultural producers. There are products that are allowed to be used in other states in the country, but not in California. And we work through that, obviously, and we try, depending on who you speak to harmonize the registration process that we are engaged in versus what is occurring in other parts of the country. And to some degree that happens, and some degree it doesn't. But you're basically saying that states like California that have their own separate registration process for herbicides and pesticides, regardless of whether or not this language is adopted, what the construct that's in the current bill would allow that to continue. That's my question.
Yeah, states have the authority for a special local needs label under FIFRA, Section 24C, which this protects.
All right. Thank you.
This language protects. Very good. Go ahead, ma'am. You're recognized. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be brief. I intend to support this amendment. I think it's incredibly important that we are not getting ahead of the Supreme Court ruling. And with that, I yield the rest of my time to the ranking member.
The ranking member is recognized.
Thank you, Ms. McDonald. Thank you, Ms. McDonald. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have 2 observations based on the conversation that I've listened to here in the last several minutes. One is the chairman referenced an army of scientists at EPA, and I'm just wondering, are you sure they haven't fired all of them? You know, as we think about what's happened under this administration with EPA, I think we should go check the DOJ records to see what happened there. And then finally, Mr. Chairman, you are correct. You called me out. I let out a little bit of chuckle as you were making your point a few minutes ago about the cost of groceries and how this could make food costs go up in our country. And I just continue to be astounded at the lack of acknowledgement on the role of tariffs in our country, not only to raise grocery costs in our nation, but also to drive away trade, to drive away markets for our family farmers. And then the lack of acknowledgement of wanting to expand domestic markets or actually getting it done. So again, I apologize for my little chuckle, but now we want to talk about costs. And with that, I'd like to yield the remainder to Ms. Pingree.
Thank you. Thank you for yielding the time. Just to clarify here, about state and local government. So this means your state cannot put a health warning on there. And when you talk about this idea that the EPA has covered all of this, the last risk assessment of glyphosate was in 1993, even though those are mandated every 15 years. And as I mentioned earlier, as the ranking member of the Interior and Environment Subcommittee, I can guarantee you that the EPA has slashed their scientific capacity, their regulatory capacity, the legions of scientists that you say were there aren't there, and to prevent states from having the opportunity to talk about recent health concerns that may have been raised more recently than waiting for the EPA to go ahead and do that seems like very cruel and unfair to human health. And I just want to thank everybody who's spoken up about this and mention that it's an important affirmation that people have said. This is getting us back to the existing legal situation in which we are currently in. The Farm Bill changes that and takes away the power that states and local municipalities have had and takes away the ability for farmers or others who are harmed by this chemical or other chemicals from their right to sue and hold the chemical companies responsible. Without that opportunity, I don't know how we can guarantee going into the future that we will ensure that safe chemicals are used in our farming process and that those who apply them and those who eat the products will continue to be safe. So with that, I yield back my time and I thank you. Or I yield back my time to whoever gave it to me. Angie or...
And I yield back to Ms. McDonald-Rivet.
I yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you very much. So, hearing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed by saying no. No. Independent of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. A recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 3I2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Is there any other amendments? Mr. Vasquez is recognized for an amendment under Title 10, Horticulture.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, amendment number 147.
All right, Mr. Vasquez has an amendment at the desk, number 147. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 147, offered by Mr. Vasquez of New Mexico.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman from New Mexico, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Specialty crops make up the lion's share of agricultural output, not just in my district, but across the state of New Mexico. From our world-famous Hatch chili to our beautiful onions, pistachios, and pecans, these crops sustain our economy and our way of life. These are the farmers that we all talk about and want to support in this committee. The legacy family farms passed down for generations that are the heartbeat of local rural communities. 2 weeks ago, I convened a meeting with my Agricultural Advisory Committee, which includes specialty crop producers from across my district. They told me that 3 years without a farm bill, extended drought, tariffs that are taking a toll on their equipment, the lack of accessible labor, and other rising input costs are pushing them to make hard decisions about the future of their business and the future of their families. I don't care which side of the aisle that you're on. If your district has a lot of specialty crops like mine, I'm sure you've heard many of the same concerns from folks back in your district. They tell you constantly that they're the last ones to receive assistance, that they feel like an afterthought in this committee, and that they often feel brushed aside by USDA programs designed for mega farms and for corporate producers. My amendment would allow the farming families in my district and across the country to continue to work the land that they love, providing all specialty crop producers with up to $900,000 in hard-earned support at a time when our farmers need it most, capped at $5 billion. If Washington keeps picking winners and losers in agriculture and favors farmers for political posturing in certain regions of the country, rather than providing equitable support to our family farms, specialty crop producers will lose more than profits. They will lose generations of investment and family legacies. This amendment should be a common sense bipartisan solution that would meet the needs of specialty crop farmers across the country and what folks in my district asked me to do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Appreciate you, gentlemen. He yields back. Any members seek recognition to speak on Mr. Vasquez Amendment number 147? Any members seek recognition? Ms. Brown, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
I want to thank you, Rep. Vasquez, for introducing this amendment to provide additional funding for specialty crop economic assistance. As we all know, the less than $1 billion allocated for the entire specialty crop industry was not enough to keep farmers afloat during the crisis we constantly hear about in farm country. President Trump's ill-conceived tariffs have deeply affected the folks who produce the food we eat, and this additional assistance is enough to make a real impact in easing the pain resulting from his backward trade and economic policy. So I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to show up and provide the much-needed assistance for specialty crop producers. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? Any other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? I'll do it one more time so we can make it permanent. Any other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? Seeing none, let me add in, I thank the gentleman for his amendment and agree that our specialty crop growers are in urgent need of assistance. However, the Farm Bill is not the appropriate vehicle for an ad hoc aid package. I know that because I helped lead the ad hoc aid about a year or so ago. The first round that we did, I've been very ad hoc aid package that is better suited to a disaster supplemental. My opposition to this amendment should not be mistaken for a lack of support. I've been very vocal on this, especially with our specialty crops, that I've long advocated for additional aid for our specialty crop growers. I'll be honest with you, I've asked for $10 billion is where I believe that an additional $10 billion into the one that's being distributed now, and I remain committed to delivering meaningful, timely relief. To that end, I've been working with colleagues across the Capitol on a legislative package specifically designed to provide adequate assistance to specialty crops. This process is open, it's collaborative, and I welcome participation from anyone wishing to help producers. Our specialty crop growers are resilient, and the bill before us today is focused on providing the long-term framework needed to revitalize the industry. And while I cannot support this amendment, I recognize that additional work remains. I'm committed to doing that. I look forward to working with the gentleman to advance meaningful assistance through a more appropriate legislative vehicle outside of the Farm Bill. Now, we just are not in a position to do ad hoc assistance in the Farm Bill. So,
Mr. Chairman,
yes, sir.
I appreciate that, and I look forward to working with you in earnest on the future of specialty crop assistance. Thank you for your support, and with that, I'll withdraw my amendment.
Appreciate the gentleman withdrawing the amendment, and you have my commitment. Looking forward to working with you, as I've enjoyed working across the Capitol as well. Any other amendments that a member might have under Title 10 of Horticulture? Any other? Okay, Mr. Standard has an amendment under Title 10, the Horticulture. The number of your amendment, Mr. Standard? Okay. The gentleman from Michigan has offered amendment. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 120, offered by Mr. Tandar, Michigan.
Without objection, Amendment 120 will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman and the sponsor of the amendment for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of his amendment.
Thank you, Chairman Thompson and Ranking Member Craig. The Farm Bill is a crucial opportunity for Democrats and Republicans to come together and confront the pervasive issues challenging American agriculture. The recent COVID-19 pandemic, foreign conflicts, and the President's tariff and nutrition policies have heavily impacted the global food distribution system and widened food insecurity, hunger disparity, and accessibility to nutrition in the United States. As someone who grew up in southern India, often without knowledge of where my next meal would come from, the issues facing American agriculture, especially food insecurity, are deeply personal to me. The USDA's Office of Urban Agriculture and Innovative Production is vital in the fight to finally end food insecurity, and we must work to grant the office a consistent source of funding. The discretionary funding it relies on is not stable enough to guarantee the many programs it runs continue to help Americans across the country. It's why I am offering an amendment to provide a mandatory $50 million a year in funding for this life-saving agency. The Office of Urban Agriculture and Innovative Production assist urban, small-scale, and innovative producers with growing, processing, and selling food. They not only provide financial assistance, such as grants to community farms, indoor producers, and those working on cutting-edge technologies like hydro, aero, and aquaponics, but also offer a wealth of technical assistance for people exploring urban agriculture for the first time. From job training to filing assistant, the Office of Urban Agriculture and Innovative Production partners work with stakeholders directly to encourage economic development and better their community, both environmentally and economically. In my district, which includes the great city of Detroit, the Office of Urban Agriculture and Innovative Production has had an incredible impact. Keep Growing Detroit, one of the flagship People's Gardens, distributed more than 300,000 plant transplants in 2024. In addition, Keep Growing Detroit trains medicine growers, beekeepers, and partners with child care centers throughout Metro Detroit to champion education, ensuring that urban agriculture continues to thrive. Our People's Garden has even supported the creation of Detroit's first zero-waste mobile grocery, an incredible innovative solution that both addresses food insecurity and alleviates the climate crisis. We can't let this momentum become another victim to the current instability and chaos in the federal government. Congress must guarantee the Office of Urban Agriculture and Innovative Production the stability it deserves with mandatory federal funding. Mr. Chairman, while I am planning to withdraw this amendment, I'm asking you and ranking member to consider this amendment if we reach a conference committee to give urban agriculture the consistent federal funding it deserves. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
The gentleman withdraws. I will say urban agriculture and innovation are important parts of the food and agriculture supply chain. I'm proud that this bill that we're marking up contains provisions championed by our colleague on this committee, Dr. Adams, from her Supporting Urban and Innovative Farming Act of 2023 that expand the capabilities of this office to best serve producers. I thank the gentleman. I will say the increase in mandatory funding was a problem without an offset. But I appreciate the gentleman offering and withdrawing this amendment. Gentlelady from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you. I just want to speak on this because we know that in the 2018 Farm Bill, it recognized the need for an office at USDA dedicated to supporting urban and innovative producers. And since then, we've seen the profound impact of the Office of Urban Agriculture and Innovative Production has had a variety of growing operations through its grants, technical assistance, dedicated advisory committee, and partnerships. If there was a genuine negotiating process for this farm bill, I believe we could have been able to work across the aisle and identify areas where we can continue to invest in our community farms, vertical farms, and hydroponic facilities that are driving change and transforming agriculture as we know it. Producers who are pioneering innovative growing practices, hoping to feed more people with fewer resources, are undergoing significant financial risks and have limited options for technical assistance. Mandatory funding for the office would give these producers more certainty and improve resources to start and expand their operations. So I just want to thank you, Shreve, for bringing up, Congressman Thandar, for bringing up this amendment. Really appreciate it, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Generally yields back. Any of the other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? Any other members seeking recognition? If not, let me weigh in here. Okay. I swear I just had remarks. Give me a second. There we go. Thank you. I'll find it now. Yeah. I want to thank the gentleman for his amendment. Urban agriculture, well, actually, I've already made my remarks on this, but, and so with that, hearing no further conversation, yeah, and he's withdrawn. Thank you so much. That's where I get confused. All right, any other, any member have an additional amendment under Title 10 Horticulture? Any member have an additional amendment under Title 10 Horticulture? Seeing none, Title 10 is now closed, and we will move on to Title 11, which is crop insurance. Any member have, Mr. Kelly is recognized. He has an amendment at the desk.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk. Amendment number 7 should be, if it can be distributed, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Kelly has amendment number 7, offered an amendment. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 7, offered by Mr. Kelly of Mississippi.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I offer this amendment to address the real challenge facing soybean farmers. In recent years, producers have experienced significant revenue losses due to quality-related discounts on soybeans, losses that are often not adequately covered under current crop insurance policies. This amendment simply directs the Federal Crop Insurance Corporation to study and evaluate options for improving coverage under revenue protection policies so farmers are better protected when their soybeans are discounted due to quality factors. Specifically, it asks FCIC to examine the feasibility of creating a state or regional endorsement that would cover soybean revenue losses caused by quality discounts, or to consider alternatives to assigning a zero market value when a salvage market actually exists. This is a practical, research-focused step that will help ensure our crop insurance programs reflect real market conditions and provide fair protection for producers. Our soybean farmers work hard to manage risk, and our policies should work just as hard for them. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back my time, Mr. Chairman.
Appreciate you, gentlemen. Gentleman yields back. Any member seek recognition to speak on Mr. Kelly's amendment? Any members seek recognition to speak on Mr. Kelly's amendment? If not, let me just weigh in. I thank the gentleman for offering this amendment. Extremely supportive of providing adequate risk management tools to producers and creating new opportunities to do what we can. And I support this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Hearing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment. All of those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. And Ms. McDonald-Rivet has an amendment at the desk.
I do. Amendment 57.
So Ms. McDonald has an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 57, offered by Ms. McDonald-Rivet of Michigan.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentlelady, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now I get to talk about my favorite subject, and that is sugar beets. I've got allies.
That's good.
Well, I do plan to withdraw this amendment. I want to speak briefly about the importance of getting meaningful risk management tools in place for our sugar beet farmers. For too long, sugar beet producers, including Michigan sugar farmers, have operated without access to the same kind of revenue-based protection that many other commodities do. They face volatile markets, rising input costs, and real uncertainty year to year. When prices drop or payments from cooperatives fall short, they deserve a safety net that reflects that risk. Recently, Representative Finstead, the ranking member, and I wrote a bipartisan letter to the Risk Management Agency urging the development of a revenue insurance product for sugar beets. I am excited to say that on Monday, we got a response from the USDA to our letter. I was encouraged to see progress on the development of a revenue insurance product. It's a step in the right direction. Our sugar beet farmers are struggling, and we need to make sure they have fair, modern tools to manage risk, just like other producers. I'm going to continue to fight for this important equity and opportunity, and I appreciate the bipartisan commitment from members of this body on getting much-needed reforms across the finish line. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Generally yields back. Mr. Finstead is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the gentlewoman from Michigan for offering this amendment. I echo my support for the sugar beet revenue crop insurance program, ensuring growers have access to the risk management tools they need to continue producing high-quality, affordable sugar made in the USA. I was honored to help lead the letter that was referenced to the USDA on this issue last year, and I've worked closely with the Southern Min Co-op, the cooperative that has spearheaded this issue and is located in my state, on this proposal, and we've been working on this for several years. The sugar industry is working through the 508H process with a private developer to deliver a revenue product that better meets the grower's needs, and RMA has provided valuable input with a developed proposal now submitted for approval. The department also noted in their response that advancing this product and making it available as soon as possible is a top priority, so that is very welcome news. It's on track to go before the FCIC board as early as May of this year, and if approved, will be available as soon as August 2026 for the 2027 crop year. So let me be clear, Congress should not have to legislate this issue. It's precisely why the RMA 508H process was created, to allow the private sector to develop new insurance products and seek approval from the SCIC board. I again thank the gentlewoman from Michigan for her leadership in the bipartisan nature of this, and with that, I yield back.
Yields back. Anyone else seek recognition to speak? Ranking members recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very briefly, I just want to thank the gentlewoman from Michigan for her support for the sugar beet industry and for offering this amendment. Of course, sugar beets are facing intense economic headwinds, and these revenue policies and crop insurance may provide many different kinds of crops the certainty they need for the future of their operations. Sugar beet growers only want to access the same tool enjoyed by other commodities. And so I hope RMA will move quickly to approve this policy. And again, just want to offer my sincere support. Thank you, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. Any other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? The others? Well,
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to withdraw my amendment.
Withdraw. Well, I thank the gentlelady for your attention to this matter, as well as your willingness to work in a bipartisan manner to create additional risk management tools for America's sugar beet farmers. Most of the sugar that's on our tables come from those sugar beets, and I know your state delivers a bunch of them. I had my first ride in a sugar beet harvester in your great state. There you go. And it included in the Farm Food and National Security Act 2026 is a provision to require RMA to complete research and development of the creation of a sugar beet revenue policy. Additionally, a privately developed product is now in the final stages of approval at the Risk Management Agency. Mandating the creation of a revenue policy at this stage would be unnecessary thanks to the efforts of this committee and, quite frankly, the individual efforts of both the members who spoke here. I appreciate the work that both Mr. Fenstad and Ms. McDonald-Rivet on this issue, and I'm pleased to say it looks like we will finally be able to get a solution across the finish line. So thanks for your leadership. Any other members seek recognition? Ms. Hayes has an amendment at the desk.
Yes, I have amendment number 27 at the desk.
Ms. Hayes has amendment number 27 at the desk. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 27, offered by Mrs. Hayes of Connecticut.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentlelady, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of her amendment.
Thank you. Federal crop insurance is a critical piece of the agricultural safety net. However, it only covers some farms in the country. Of the 1.9 million farms in the United States in 2022, just 19% were enrolled in crop insurance. This disproportionately affects small farms, which often cannot access insurance. A recent survey of the Connecticut Department of Agriculture revealed that Connecticut farmers have lost over $50 million due to weather-related events in 2023 and 2024. Additionally, according to the 2022 U.S. Department of Agriculture report, only 5% of Connecticut farms are enrolled in crop insurance compared to 19% nationwide. Extreme weather and other disasters compounds losses for farmers lacking crop insurance, forcing them to depend on limited disaster assistance program or hope for improvised relief from Congress. This is particularly problematic in New England, where many small to medium-sized farms operations do not meet the crop insurance requirements or lack support for specialty crop producers. My amendment, based on my legislation, the Save Our Small Farms Act, would address the lack of a safety net for vulnerable farmers who are unfairly shut out of traditional crop insurance. Specifically, the amendment would help farmers who rely on the non-insurance disaster assistance program by lowering the cost of purchasing coverage, reducing paperwork burdens, and increasing payouts. The amendment incentivizes and assists farmers in moving to an insurance policy under the Whole Farm Revenue Protection Program and streamlines the process for farmers to sign up for WFRP. Further, the amendment increases the coverage offered by the program and provides additional incentive opportunities to insurance companies and agents as well as WFRP policies. The amendment also directs USDA to develop an index-based insurance policy that is more responsive to crops and income losses resulting from extreme weather. As climate disasters continue to rise, farmers must have the resources they need to stay afloat. As we consider our moves in this next farm bill, I really would strongly urge the committee to think about how these really small family farms are affected and make sure that we are considering relief for them in any legislation that we have going forward. And crop insurance is a place where we can work together to do this. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Generally yields back. Thank her. Does any member seek recognition to speak on this amendment? Any members seek recognition to speak on the amendment? If not, let me weigh in here before we call for the vote. While I commend the gentlelady from Connecticut for offering this amendment, I am supportive of certain portions of this approach, such as providing clarity to farmers and agents. I would be remiss not to mention some of the potential negative impacts. Expanding participation and lowering premiums are beneficial in the short run, but this amendment as written could have a significant impact on the program's cost. And although I support expanding risk management tools for producers, changes to crop insurance risk profiles require careful consideration to avoid unintended consequences that could actually result in less coverage for producers or higher rates. For that reason, I will be voting no on this amendment. Seeing no other additional conversation, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Yep.
Yeah, I wanted to speak in support. I wanted to support the amendment. I'm going to yield my time to Ms. Hayes.
Thank you. You didn't look up. I was just going to say.
I didn't hear anything either when I asked twice, but you were welcome and recognized.
I appreciate the just any conversation about how we address crop insurance for these small family farmers. So I would absolutely, I mean, this legislation has been introduced, and this is something that I thought we were getting closer to in the last negotiations of the Farm Bill, but there really was no opportunity here. So even if it is not the legislation as it is drafted or the amendment as it is drafted, I can't stress enough that we have to do something to support crop insurance for these small farmers, and especially in a state like mine where, I mean, people don't have a backup crop. They don't have hundreds of acres. It's a landlocked state, and, you know, a lot of these specialty crops just don't qualify. And with the winters and the storms and the unexpected damage that we're having, our farmers can't survive. So even if the legislation is not accepted, I guess I'm encouraged by even you saying that there are some parts of it and just willing to work towards something, but that opportunity was not available going into the Farm Bill. With that, I yield the rest of the time to Ms. Brown from Ohio.
Thank you. I'd also like to add that specialty crops are extremely important and often overlooked in farm policy, despite the amount of food we eat provided by these farmers. We need to support more American-grown food, and that starts with ensuring they have a reliable safety net. Too often, small, diversified farms don't have access to safety net programs to protect the future security of their operations. I believe this amendment will make much-needed improvements in the NAP and whole farm programs. Every improvement, even a little one, makes these programs stronger and better able to serve the specialty crop community. So I want to thank you, Congresswoman Hayes, for bringing up this amendment. We need to get serious about updating the farm safety net to ensure that it works for everyone, and I yield back.
I appreciate Mr. Costa.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I want to speak on the efforts to modify crop insurance. I may be one of the few people here that has bought in crop insurance for over 20 years, and I've had years when I've lost money I've never collected. I think the efforts by my colleagues to focus on specialty crops needs to be done. I think the bill attempts to do it, but I think we still have a ways to go. And I don't know that the amendment actually speaks to that, but this has got to be a part of a conversation as the legislation progresses and with our Senate. For too long, I think the crop insurance has worked better for program crops in the Midwest. I think, and that's fine, I don't have anything against that, but frankly, I concur, it has not worked well for specialty crops. And in California, obviously, that's the large amount of agricultural production that we're engaged in. So I commend the efforts to make changes. I think it's in the right direction. I don't think we're quite there yet. I think it's a work in progress, and I think we need to continue with that regardless of what happens with this amendment. is as the legislation continues to move, assuming that it does, and with the Senate and what they do, what their work product is on crop insurance, because it's a very important issue for the country, and farming's risky enough, and crop insurance should be addressed so that specialty crops can utilize it in the same fashion that other program crops are able to successfully use it when they have significant losses, and that's the point I want to make.
Gentleman yield.
Yes.
Encourage all those of us who support specialty crops, check out the provisions within H.R. 1, the agriculture title. There are significant investments in specialty crops there. This bill, with the completion of this, will be the best specialty crop farm bill that we've ever done. So just encourage folks to.
I will, and let's continue to work on it.
Yeah. Very good. Gentlemen, yield, and I yield back to Jim. Jim?
Yes.
Time is yours. So.
I yield back.
Okay. Anyone else seek recognition to speak on this amendment? Mr. Gray? Nope, not yet. You're not going to talk here. You're anyone else seek recognition? Do we want to do this as a part of this? Ms. Salinas, you wanted to speak on this? No. Okay. All right. So, where are we here? Hearing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. A recorded vote is requested, and pursuant to Committee Rule 3I2, further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. For what purposes, Mr. Gray, seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I do not have an amendment at the desk, but while we're on the topic of protecting specialty crop growers, I'd like to engage in a colloquy with you on specialty crop relief funding.
The gentleman is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we've discussed, this bill today does some good for specialty crop industry, and I certainly appreciate your partnership and others in adding additional wins here today. But the fact remains that row crop commodities have received the lion's share of investments. And I want to point out and thank Ranking Member and Mr. Vasquez and others who have talked about this and drawn attention to this throughout the afternoon. But last year, when the USDA announced the Farm Bridge Assistance Program, which was meant to deliver support to farmers and offset portions of their projected losses from 2025, a hard year, for the trade certainty. This package totaled $12 billion. And nearly 92% of that went to row crop farmers. So that remaining 8% was left to be split up between the entire specialty crop industry and the sugar beet industry. That means that less than $1 billion was left for the growers who contribute over $520 billion to the U.S. economy. Mr. Chairman, you've made clear, and others on your side of the aisle have repeated throughout the day, that the goal of your caucus was to keep this bill cost neutral. And while I respect that, if we're unable to move forward with a meaningful fix in this bill, Mr. Chairman, can you commit to finding a path forward to support specialty crops and deliver, the $5 billion in economic assistance that's missing from this bill today and is really desperately needed, by the growers?
Say, first of all, I put that amount closer to $10 billion with all the specialty crop. And I want to thank you for your interest and work on this important topic. It's an issue that is very near and dear to me. I've spent a lot of time on this. I want to assure you that I'm committed to working with you for additional assistance for our specialty crop producers in terms of the basically bridge payment that we need to have here, given the economy and and what our farmers had been experiencing, our special crop farmers experiencing as well. Securing meaningful support will require a collaborative effort. I've been working with Secretary Rollins to ensure she is aware of the need in farm country. In addition to this, I've also talked with my colleagues in the Senate to find a viable legislative pathway forward. And I'm glad you have the support of, I'm glad to have the support of folks like yourself who can help make this successful endeavor. And while we work to secure additional bridge funds, economic assistance, really it's ad hoc disaster. I'd be remiss not to mention what changes are in our control here and now. The Farm Food and National Security Act, it's at everybody's seat, makes real strides to support our specialty crop growers. It sets a solid foundation for creating long-term successful risk management tools for specialty crops in a way that has never been done before. This includes changes such as directing USDA to establish a framework for delivering future assistance to specialty crops and bolstering the tree assistance program. We also redouble our efforts to enhance effective risk management tools like crop insurance by establishing a specialty crop advisory committee, directing USDA to study improvements and review limitations on the whole farm revenue program, and extends crop insurance coverage of revenue losses. The bill also directs RMA to undergo research and development for a number of specialty crop policies, including the creation of a pricing library for specialty crops to help provide more data to jumpstart the creation of more actuarially sound policies. While I believe that additional assistance beyond what has already been announced is necessary, that will need to happen outside the Farm Bill and is better suited to supplemental funding package that has a faster track to the President's desk. So in order to be successful, we need to identify the needs and build a coalition of support around it. And I don't see no reason why we can't work together to move both efforts across the finish line to provide relief for our specialty crop producers. These efforts have been successful in the past, but only when we're able to approach it in I would say a tripartisan manner. That's Republicans working with Democrats, working with the farm community. That's how we got over a year ago that first historic relief for economic harm for our farmers, by bringing everybody to the table without making ultimatums or extraneous demands. Again, I want to thank you for your commitment to these issues, and I look forward to working with you on this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the opportunity to discuss with you and most importantly, the commitment to work together. Thank you to the ranking member and yourself for your commitment to this issue, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Gentleman yields back. Are there any other amendments under crop insurance? Mr. Fenstead is recognized for the introduction of an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment number 20 at the desk.
Mr. Fenstead has offered amendment number 20. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 20, offered by Mr. Finstad of Minnesota.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I now recognize the distinguished gentleman, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for explanation of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would simply require the Federal Crop Insurance Corporation to study and report on the feasibility of a policy to insure pig farmers against catastrophic disease losses. I'm honored to represent Minnesota's 1st Congressional District, where we have many counties that have more pigs than people. It's the 2nd largest pork-producing district in the nation. As pig farmers confront serious economic and animal health threats, it's critical that we ensure they have access to risk management tools necessary to protect their operations and pass their farms down to the next generation. This is critically important for our small and mid-sized farms. We're always one potential PRRS outbreak away of really disrupting that generational farm operation. So I think it would be wise for us to look into providing more tools, more risk management tools, and I would urge adoption of this amendment. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Thank you for that. Any members seek recognition to speak on Mr. Fenstead's amendment number 20? Ranking member is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Representative from Minnesota, Mr. Fenstad, for introducing this amendment. I'm supportive of this amendment. Risk management tools are a critical part of our safety net system for swine producers, and finding ways to expand insurance options that can work with existing USDA indemnity programs is something that I fully support, and I would encourage my colleagues to support as well. And I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. She yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? Seeing none, I'll just say I'd like to thank the gentleman for offering the amendment. It's critically important that we take a holistic approach when it comes to indemnifying losses for our livestock producers. This amendment encourages RMA to review previous efforts to ensure catastrophic swine losses and determine what changes could be made in order to create a product that works best for swine producers. For these reasons, I'll be voting yes on this amendment. Encourage my colleagues to do the same. Hearing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Any other members have amendments under Title 11 crop insurance? Ms. Salinas is recognized for the introduction of an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, amendment number 33.
43? 33, thank you. Ms. Salinas has offered amendment number 33. Clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 33, offered by Ms. Salinas of Oregon.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentlelady for the sponsor, who is the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the conversations we've been having this evening on specialty crops. Crop insurance is becoming increasingly important in the wake of intensifying severity and frequency of natural disasters in the United States and certainly in Oregon. Producers across the nation face significant threats born from flooding, drought, hurricanes, severe storms, wildfires, ice storms, heat waves, everything. In Oregon, we're experiencing devastating ice storms in one season and wildfires and drought in the next. These dangerous events destroy crops, damage existing infrastructure, threaten long-term food security, and pose serious risks to producers and their ability to put food on our tables. And as has been mentioned, this is the actual food that people eat, vegetables, fruits. As ranking member of the Horticulture Subcommittee, it is my duty to support specialty crop producers in my district, state, and across the nation. That's why I'm offering this amendment to remove the statutory cap on whole farm revenue protection. Whole farm revenue protection provides a risk management safety net for all commodities on a farm under a single insurance policy. It's available in all counties nationwide. However, for producers using this safety net, there is a statutory cap on adding more acres to their operations, which results in new acreage operating without insurance. If producers want to expand their farms, they must do so without reliable coverage and on all those new acres, which just means that's a huge financial risk. My amendment would remove that statutory cap to ensure that when specialty crop producers expand their operations, all of the added acreage will also be covered under the whole farm revenue protection. I constantly hear from specialty crop growers about the headwinds they're facing and the need for better access to a safety net that works for them. Producers in my district grow hazelnuts, Christmas trees, marionberries, specialty seed crops, blueberries, strawberries, and so much more. They grow these valuable crops on farms as small as 25 acres, but into the thousands. And regardless of the size or crop, all these producers utilize whole farm revenue protection. My amendment would allow for that much-needed flexibility in adding coverage for whole farm revenue protection as these producers expand their very important operations. When these producers don't have insurance, they either take the loss or are at the mercy of Congress to retroactively provide them with emergency funding. As a result, Oregon specialty crop growers are too often unable to access meaningful coverage that they so desperately need. This common sense amendment would remove one barrier for these producers to sustain their livelihoods and actually put food on our tables. This committee needs to ensure that specialty crop producers have the risk management tools they need when they need them. And right now, we are ignoring the needs of our producers. I sincerely hope and invite my Republican colleagues to address these fixes. And I hope that people really understand what we have done here with H.R. 1. We gave huge corporate tax breaks to the likes of Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk and Larry Ellison when we really needed to put our farm operations first. None of those guys have ever set foot on a farm to actually work the land. And we have people all across this country, as exemplified in this beautiful committee hearing today, and we're not meeting growers where they are. However, I know that it is not realistic to actually meet this need right now, so I would like to withdraw my amendment, but would love to continue this conversation. I yield back.
Well, as always, I appreciate the gentlelady from Oregon and offering your amendment and withdrawing. I support ensuring whole farm revenue protection works effectively for producers. The underlying bill already directs USDA to conduct an annual review of the current limitations under the whole farm revenue protection. 2014 was kind of the first bill we ever really, in my opinion, some may disagree, where we really dealt with specialty crops in a meaningful way. 2018 was a great bill for specialty crops, and this bill in 2026 is going to be the best. You know, you got to walk before you run, and we really are laying a great foundation. And I do look forward to working with you as we continue. You know, we're going to have the Specialty Crop Council, USDA. I mean, I'm very excited about the future of specialty crops. So thank you for your leadership in that area. I know that was important when we did the listening session with you. Appreciate the gentlelady withdrawing that amendment. Is any member seek recognition for additional amendments under Title 11 Crop Insurance? Mr. Jackson from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have amendment number 8 at the desk.
Mr. Jackson has amendment number 8. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 8, offered by Mr. Jackson of Texas.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman from Texas, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in support of my amendment to direct the USDA to conduct a study evaluating the feasibility of a risk management insurance policy specifically tailored to the domestic lamb industry. Sheep producers in Texas and across the country face significant financial uncertainty due to market volatility, rising input costs, and unpredictable domestic and international pressures. Unlike many other livestock sectors, sheep producers currently lack access to a dedicated federal insurance or risk management tool designed to meet their unique needs. This amendment takes a responsible, measured step forward by directing the USDA to evaluate potential insurance options for America's sheep producers and provide Congress with the information needed to develop effective risk management tools for this important livestock sector. Importantly, this is a no-cost amendment that simply lays the groundwork for future policy solutions while ensuring taxpayer resources are responsibly used. This amendment supports sheep producers, strengthens rural economies, and ensures the long-term viability of the American lamb production. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Recognize any other members seek recognition to speak on Mr. Jackson's amendment? Any members want to speak on this amendment? It won't be so bad. Okay. It's late. I can't help it.
Mr. Chairman, all I'm going to say is bacon likes lamb.
All right. Well, I'll take the opportunity to do that. I want to thank the gentleman for offering this amendment, as well as his commitment to providing adequate risk management for lamb production. This amendment would create a potential pathway for new opportunities to successfully manage risk, and therefore I'm going to support it, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. If there is hearing no other further conversation, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Any members seek recognition for the introduction of an amendment, additional amendment into Title 11? Mr. Jackson is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have one more amendment. I have amendment number 14 at the desk.
Mr. Jackson has amendment number 14 at the desk. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 14, offered by Mr. Jackson of Texas.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman from Texas, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of my amendment, which will direct the USDA to evaluate additional flexibilities for cattle producers utilizing the Livestock Risk Production Program who are forced to sell their livestock early due to adverse weather events like wildfires. The Livestock Risk Production Program is a critical risk management tool that allows producers to protect themselves against unexpected market price declines. However, under current rules, producers must sell within 60 days of their contract end date to maintain coverage. When adverse weather events happen, such as the devastating wildfires that burned 1.2 million acres in my district in 2024, cattle producers are often left without the fence, the feed, or the infrastructure needed to maintain their herds. Unfortunately, during these times, a cattle producer with LRP policy would be forced to either rapidly find the resources necessary to sustain their herd or sell their livestock and forfeit all financial protection while still being required to pay their policy's premium cost. This amendment would potentially evaluate an adverse weather exemption for LRP and allow producers impacted by wildfires to sell outside the standard window while maintaining their price protection. This would ensure producers are not penalized simply for making the best judgment decision for their operation during emergencies that are fully beyond their control. This is a practical solution that will strengthen the Livestock Risk Production Program and support cattle producers during times of disaster. I urge adoption of this amendment, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I thank him for that. Does any member seek recognition to speak on Mr. Jackson's amendment number 14? Any member seek recognition to speak on that amendment? If not, let me make a few comments, and then we'll go for a vote. I thank the gentleman from Texas for his continued commitment to America's producers. It's extremely important to create as much flexibility as possible for our ranchers as they make their risk management decisions. This feasibility study is a step in the right direction to make sure that we're able to provide additional flexibility while maintaining the integrity of crop insurance. And I thank the gentleman for offering this amendment and encourage my colleagues to vote yes. So, hearing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Does any member have any additional amendments under Title 11 crop insurance? Any member have additional amendments under Title 11 crop insurance? I'm going to go 3 times this time, as we're getting to the end. Any member have additional amendments under Title 11 crop insurance? That being the case, hearing none, Title 11 is now closed. And we are we'll now open the bill. And let me back up here to where I'm supposed to be, technically.
I have an amendment, Mr. Chairman, on 12.
Yeah, let me get the script, though. We're done well. I don't want to mess up yet at the end. So, So the question is, we're opening the miscellaneous title, Title 12. Are there any amendments to Title 12?
Yes.
Mr. Costa is recognized with an amendment at the desk. That clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 59, offered by Mr. Costa of California.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman from California, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of his amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Flattery will get you everywhere. This is another non-controversial amendment. Obviously, I think many of us are familiar with the Proposition 12 initiative that passed California by the voters back in 2018. It was litigated for 5 years. I want to be clear, I did not endorse Proposition 12 when it was on the ballot, but the voters of California passed it. And our agricultural community generally opposed it, but now, after 5 years of litigation, have implemented it. And it deals with animal confinement on a host of industries that involve poultry, dairy, cattle, and et cetera. The fact is that our farmers have made investments. The industry has settled. And the language that's included in here would obviously invalidate all of that. So my language would be to invalidate, strike the language that's in the bill as it relates to Prop 12. I know that other states in the country and your producers have concerns with it. It has created, interestingly enough, a niche market for the industries in California, and they have been able to succeed with the construct of Proposition 12. We can talk about markets, we can talk about the challenges and competition, but clearly this language that's in the bill would invalidate what the voters of California passed. And for those reasons and a host of other reasons that involve economics, I think that my amendment would provide a continued level playing field and allow for competition that clearly exists throughout our 50 states as it relates to the animal confinement issues that this amendment addresses. So I would ask for my support on my amendment. And I'll yield back the, and I'll pass at this time, yield to my colleague, Mr. McGovern.
Well, thank you, and I strongly support.
Mr. McGovern is recognized.
I strongly support Representative Costa's amendment, and I want to thank him for his partnership as we've fought back against this issue for years. Mr. Chairman, I can't believe we're talking about Proposition 12 again. And quite frankly, Mr. Chairman, I find it hard to believe that you think killing states' rights on animal welfare will work this time. We've served on this committee for a long time together, and if you think that this won't end in bipartisan opposition once again, then you're the most optimistic person in America.
Amen.
The issue is settled. The issue is settled. Americans expect farm animals to be treated with basic humane standards, and I'm talking about pigs being able to turn around. Farmers support Proposition 12. We've had hearings on this. You didn't invite them, so I entered almost 200 letters into the record with their testimony. I don't know if you read any of them, but there are plenty from Pennsylvania, and I'd be happy to send them to you again. If you talk to these farmers, you'll understand why state laws like Proposition 12 are so popular. Hog farmers who have made the switch are thriving. There are new markets available to them that weren't there before Proposition 12 passed. But the hill that Republicans seem to want to die on is to take that away. So let me underscore that. Small, independent farmers have found a way to adapt and thrive. And Republicans want to pull the rug out, and that's a cartoon version of get big or get out. I would just conclude by saying that I don't believe that there is a consensus either in the House or in the Senate to take away Proposition 12. This is settled. It's working. And for this committee to go in with a heavy hand like this and try to undo all of this, I think is wrong. And again, I support Representative Costa. This is the right thing to do. And I would urge my colleagues to, again, support this amendment. I yield back.
So let me close. At the end of the day, do we really want to eliminate another access market for our producers? I don't want to create a situation where it's unfair, but this language in the construct of this bill is unfair. It seems to me a more sensible way to deal with this is to have the USDA doing a study, create a federal standard to empower and make our producers more competitive. At this point, unless there's further discussion, I also will respectfully withdraw the amendment.
Gentleman withdraws. I
continue to work with the committee and the Senate because I don't think we're going to get very far with it if we want to ultimately pass the bill.
Appreciate withdrawing the amendment.
Just my view.
I want to thank the gentleman from California for raising this issue. Secretary Vilsack, who we all worked with for 8 years, said it best when he said that without a solution, Prop 12 could cause chaos in the marketplace. Since its enactment, we have seen retail pork prices rise in California by almost 20%, and premium cuts increase by up to 40%. It's hit low-income households especially hard, with recent data showing that they've reduced their pork purchases by 22%. Prop 12 has similarly burdened producers as they now face costs upward of $4,500 per sow to simply become compliant with arbitrary standards. Now, everyone in this room knows that Prop 12 is an unreasonable mandate that is increasing costs for producers and consumers. No one's winning. And in fact, the piglets aren't winning because with the size of the gestation pens, many of those piglets do not survive as the sows roll over and smother them. I appreciate the gentleman withdrawing. Let me just say that this does not, the Save the Bacon provision, as we affectionately call it in this farm bill, does not interfere with the state's right to regulate its own intrastate agriculture. Does not interfere with any kind of animal health. I'll be honest with you, those are all myths that are put out by the animal rights industry. They see this as an opportunity to accomplish what they've overtly said, that eventually that we don't have any animals in our lives. That is their goal. That has been stated. That's been put in writing. And so, anyways, I probably went on a little more than what I should have, given that the gentleman has withdrawn his amendment.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman. Second, we're going to go Republican. Ms. Dela Cruz is recognized for amendment at the desk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the table.
You have an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, point of order. I was hoping to be recognized to speak on the previous amendment.
On the one that was withdrawn?
Yes.
Once it's withdrawn, it's done. So,
thank you.
Salute, I love you, but I just, it only goes so far. Now, the clerk will report the title of the amendment for Mrs. De La Cruz.
Amendment number 3, offered by Ms. De La Cruz of Texas.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I now recognize the distinguished gentleman or gentlelady, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment to H.R. 7567, the Farm, Food, and National Security Act of 2026, would establish an interagency working group led by the Secretary of Agriculture to coordinate a whole-of-government strategy to protect the economic interests of South Texas producers impacted by Mexico's failure to comply with water deliveries required under the 1944 Water Treaty. As members of this committee have become aware, something I have been very vocal about is Mexico has failed over and over again to meet the required water deliveries established in our bilateral 1944 Water Treaty. For years, the responsibility for enforcing the 1944 Water Treaty has been primarily under the purview of the Department of State and the U.S. International Boundary and Water Commission, with limited engagement from other leaders across departments and agencies spanning several presidential administrations. As a result, agriculture producers across South Texas often find themselves lacking vital access to water. This is in part because it has not been commonplace for the U.S. Department of Agriculture to take a leading role in ensuring Mexico follows through on its deliveries. The creation of a permanent USDA-led interagency working group will enable the U.S. Department of Agriculture to provide direct critical input as the federal government discerns how to best enforce the 1944 Water Treaty. Further, it would directly support producers by accessing the state of water infrastructure in the region and provide a strategic plan to make water acquisition, retention, and usage sustainable for generations to come. Mr. Chair, I will share with you that tragically, when I was elected in the 118th Congress, we lost our sugar industry here in the great state of Texas. And it was only because of the Trump administration, the Secretary of Agriculture, Secretary Rubio, working alongside with our committee to make sure that we hold Mexico accountable. But this needs to be done whether it is a strong administration like the Trump administration or any other administration. So it's important that we take a look at this and consider this amendment to protect our South Texas farmers and thus food security for our nation. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Does any other member seek recognition to speak on this amendment? Mr. Figures is recognized for 5 minutes.
I just have a question, a clarifying question, because I represent a district where we're dealing with Mexico on a different issue related to Vulcan materials, more of a T&I committee issue. But I see, I'm just getting this in all honesty, I'm just skimming through it. But I see in here it says the working group shall secure annual and predictable water deliveries in accordance with the treaty through the coordinated use of federal diplomatic and operational authorities. Question is, does the operational authority, would that include like the military use of force potentially?
So may I respond?
Yeah, I yield. Sorry.
Thank you. So basically, right now, the agency or the department that this falls under is under the State Department. And when we were in the last Congress, we really had difficulties because the State Department obviously has a lot of responsibilities. And this was specifically focused, the 1944 Water Treaty is specifically focused on ag. Under this administration, we were very blessed that Secretary Rubio and Secretary Rollins, our ag secretary, USDA secretary, worked together in order to hold the Mexican government accountable. And so what we saw was, for the first time ever, we had the State Department, the Agriculture Department and the IBWC working together in order to hold the Mexican government accountable. So this, under the last year, we were able to receive a almost 500,000 acre feet of water, which was the most we had ever received, plus get Mexico to actually come to the table and say they will make consistent water deliveries. I yield.
No, thank you. Look, I want to try to get to a place to support it because, like I said, we are dealing with a very similar issue, dealing with the Mexican government taking back some land from an American-owned company in Vulcan Materials. But I'm not willing to go to war over it, and I don't want to relinquish war authorities over it. And so when I see coordinated use of diplomatic and operational authorities, that was the question that I...
Right, so this is diplomatic. Do you yield? I'm sorry.
Yes, I yield.
So when we say diplomatic authority, what we're talking about is that this would actually be a coordinated, high-level leadership discussion, not only from the State Department, but also from the Ag Department, as well as the IBWC. So it would be interagency diplomatic discussion. It doesn't say in here military force, so that was not the intention. The intention was that there would be multiple departments being able to discuss this important treaty and the compliance of the Mexican government when it comes to delivering water.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Any other individuals seek recognition to speak on the gentlelady's amendment? Any other members seek recognition? I'll weigh in then. I want to thank the gentlelady for bringing this amendment before the committee today, as well as all of her diligent work on this issue for many years. I witnessed it firsthand when I've been down in her most southern district, southwestern district. I have been and will remain supportive of a path forward to address the significant shortfalls of water delivery by Mexico and the impact that it has on producers and rural communities. And while this amendment falls outside of the purview of the House Agriculture Committee, although water is life-giving to agriculture, I remain committed to finding a solution to provide certainty for those affected and end this long-running dispute. So, does gentlelady withdraw her amendment?
Thank you for your support, Chairman. I withdraw my amendment.
You have an amendment?
Thank you for the
Amendment stands
recognition.
withdrawn. Dr.
Chairman.
Adams has an amendment under
Thank-
Title
thank-
12.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Amendment number 135, and I'm offering this for Congressman Jackson, who of course could not be here and asked me to present it for him.
So, Dr. Adams is offering for another member, 135.
135.
135. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 135, offered by Mr. Jonathan Jackson of Illinois.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentlelady, Dr. Adams, who is representing Mr. Jackson on this amendment, and have her speak up to 5 minutes for an explanation of this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would insert language adopted from Section 2 of H.R. 3685, the Just USDA Standards and Transparency Act of 2025, into the Farm Bill to ensure that USDA employees are held accountable for engaging in discriminatory actions, civil rights violations, or other related misconduct. The USDA has a checkered history regarding civil rights, including discriminatory lending practices, unequal program access, land loss, and limited representation. To date, the USDA continues to be the subject of a number of lawsuits brought by minority farmers and ranchers alleging discrimination. This reputation is so pervasive that the USDA has been called the last plantation. The 2026 Farm Bill rightly establishes an office of the Ombudsman inspired by the JUST Act that will help reform USDA lending practices by assisting applicants with navigating the application process and reporting to Congress on possible improvements. Despite these limited improvements, the statute still lacks appropriation accountability measures for USDA employees who engage in discriminatory actions. Representative Jackson's amendment would establish such accountability measures and ensure that efforts to improve civil rights protections at the USDA are not hampered by the employees who carry out the discriminatory actions. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Lady yields back. Other members seek recognition to speak on Dr. Adams and Jonathan Jackson's amendment. Any members seek recognition? If not, I will chime in here. I want to thank both Mr. Jackson. Of course, we're still keeping him in prayer with the loss of his father, and I thank Dr. Adams for stepping in and offering his amendment, for bringing this amendment forward. And I support the underlying concept that employees who engage in discriminatory actions should be held accountable. However, through the important work that is already conducted by the Office of the Assistant Secretary for Civil Rights, appropriate mechanisms already exist to address this problem. And for that reason, I'm unable to support the gentleman's amendment.
Mr. Chairman, if I might, I mean, I've heard what you said, and thank you for that. But the language that's there does not appropriately address the historic injustice done to marginalized farmers, or they don't do enough. It doesn't do enough to ensure discriminatory actions cease when discovered. So I hope that you'll work with Representative Jackson and other members of this committee to appropriately address the past discrimination at USDA and ensure that it does not happen going forward.
Right.
Ms. Adams, would you yield?
I yield.
Thank you. Am I recognized?
No,
Yeah.
I'll recognize you.
Thank you.
It's my time.
Thank you. Oh, sorry.
It's all yours. Go for it.
I just want to lend my support to Representative Jackson's amendment. Thank you, Ms. Adams. And I don't know who's got the time, but Ms. Brown would like a little time too.
I will yield to Ms. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. I just want to point out that this amendment would require the Secretary to ensure that USDA officials and employees are held accountable if they are found to have engaged in any discriminatory action, civil rights violations, harassment, retaliation, or other related conduct. Specifically, it requires that corrective actions be taken if employees are found to have engaged in this conduct in an administrative or judicial proceeding, civil rights settlement, audit conduct by the Office of Inspector General, or any investigation conducted by the Office of Special Counsel. The systemic discrimination against Black, brown, and women farmers by USDA is long-standing and well-documented. This amendment would ensure that there is accountability for discrimination within the USDA. I urge you to join me in supporting important amendment. And with that, I yield.
Gentlelady yields back, and I yield the balance of my time. Other members that seek recognition to speak on this amendment? All right. Hearing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 3I2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Mr. Salud is recognized, finally, with an amendment.
Thank you,
at the
Mr.
desk.
Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, amendment number 25.
Ms. Salud has an amendment to desk. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 25, offered by Mr. Carbajal of California.
The Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman from California, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a proud member of the Animal Protection Caucus, I wish to draw the committee's attention to the ongoing inhumane practice of greyhound racing in the United States. Greyhound racing is a relic of a bygone era in the United States, an outdated practice that no longer reflects our values or standards for animal welfare. Often these poor dogs are kept in stacked metal cages for up to 23 hours a day, and when released to race, they face a high risk of serious injuries such as paralysis, spinal injuries, broken limbs, and even crushed skulls. These animals are treated not as the loyal, gentle companions they are, but as interchangeable racing units. From 2015 through 2024, a total of 7,999 greyhounds injuries were documented at U.S. dog tracks. Since 2001, 46 U.S. tracks have stopped racing dogs. Today, just 2 tracks continue to run dogs in circles, both in West Virginia, and both are required by state law to continue hosting greyhound races or risk losing their gaming licenses for more profitable and humane gambling operations. Greyhound racing is widely viewed as a cruel and unnecessary across the country. It already is illegal in 44 of the 50 states. While the number of active domestic racetrack continues to fall, off-track wagering has filled a void. In 2022, over 96% of all wagers on dog races were placed via simulcast or advanced deposit wagering, meaning American bettors are now financing greyhound racing in foreign countries with little to no animal protections. That is why I, along with my colleagues, Representatives Fine, Davis, and Nunn, reintroduced the Bipartisan Greyhound Protection Act. This strong bipartisan legislation would ban commercial greyhound racing in the United States, as well as outlaw betting on simulcast greyhound races from other countries, to stop foreign dog tracks from targeting American gamblers after greyhound racing ends in the United States. In addition, it would prohibit the sale, transport, or acquisition of greyhounds for racing purposes, including export to foreign tracks. This bill has the endorsement of more than 250 animal rights and protection groups, shelters, and other organizations, including Grey 2K USA Worldwide and Animal Wellness Action. I urge my colleagues to join me in ending this unpopular practice and promoting the welfare and humane treatment of greyhounds by supporting this bipartisan amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back the remainder of my time.
I thank the gentleman. Thank you for yielding back. Now recognize Mr. Nunn from Iowa for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. When it comes to Greyhound Protection Act, I believe that we all identify that man's best friend should not be treated in a way that no livestock farmer would treat an animal. Greyhound racing not only is an outdated practice, it's one that simply doesn't respect the values that most Americans hold. For years, these dogs have been treated as disposable commodities, confined for most of the day, pushed through dangerous race courses, often injured in the process, killed at the end of it, all to fuel a gambling industry that much of the country has already rejected. And only foreign entities, including those like Macau and China and other illicit facilities, continue to operate not just as a front for greyhound racing, but as a means to peddle both drugs, money, influence, and a front that directly operates here in the dark alleys of the U.S. through simulcasting. That's why I was proud that my state of Iowa helped lead the charge to make sure the greyhound racing was banned, and it's been followed by 44 other states. But the job isn't finished. The industry still survives on a few corners of the country where American greyhound racing exists. As was noted earlier, this has the opportunity to be closed once and for all. This amendment will help to end these loopholes that have allowed it to successfully survive. I'm proud to say that the work that we have done on a bipartisan basis is a common sense solution that Washington could use more of. My friend, Representative Carvajal, has led a great charge in making sure that not only are we protecting man's best friend, but we are working hard to end the type of illicit activity that surrounds greyhound racing. Because at the end of the day, this amendment is about something pretty simple. Dogs should not be exploited for gambling profits or for illicit activities operating on U.S. shores. I encourage my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to help move Mr. Carvajal's amendment forward, and thank you for your leadership. With that, I yield my time.
Gentleman yields back. Anyone on this side of the aisle? Mr. Davis is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, thank you so much. As which has been laid out before us, I do want to also share my support for this amendment. Thanks for bringing it forward. State after state, voters and their elected representatives have overwhelmingly supported outlawing the cruelty of greyhound racing. And I believe it's important that Congress and this committee takes the steps to move forward in support of this amendment, and I ask for an aye vote. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Johnson, South Dakota, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I have some questions for the sponsors, or Mr. Nunn, or Mr. Davis, or anybody. I honestly don't know. South Dakota doesn't have greyhound racing, so I guess I'm not an expert on this. First off, I'd start by stating the obvious, that obviously animal cruelty or animal abuse is it's evil, it's disgusting, and it should never be tolerated. I presume, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong, that the sponsors don't have a problem with horse racing. I assume horse racing can be done in this country without abusing the animals. Is there something, I mean, animal cruelty is already illegal. Should I presume that there's no way to have greyhound racing anywhere in this country without animal abuse? And again, I ask not to be adversarial, but to honestly learn, and I would yield for an answer.
Mr. Chair, may I address that?
Absolutely, and gentlemen, yielded your time.
Thank you. I think, while similar, I think horse racing is very different than greyhound racing. When you consider the injuries and the cruelty that exists when it comes to this type of racing, not to mention all the illegal underground betting that goes on when it comes to this type of practice. At the end of the day, this is very simple. It's about cruelty to animals. And in this particular racing, it is very clear.
Yeah. Zach, if you get something else to add.
No, I would just add, I respect the conversation coming forward here, both sides of the aisle. What I would say is that this is reflective. This has been played out in multiple states for a couple of top-tier reasons. First and foremost, the illicit nature of dog horse racing is now expanded, particularly to the Asian market, where it really feeds on simulcasting. There, the animals are treated far more worse, as you've noted. Second, the difference.
So does this really stop that? I mean, if it's we push it offshore.
But here's where I would offer that shutting it down here and ending the acceptability of it to exist in America, it gives us greater strength in shutting it down, and it builds what a coalition of states have already pushed forward in this. I think this is actually a very effective measure. We've already seen the illicit nature of it come down dramatically just from what the states alone have done.
So again, and Mr. Chairman, I'll continue to engage in a colloquy if it doesn't bother your sense of protocol, but I assume some of the states got rid of it because states highly regulate gaming and certain gaming efforts come in or out. This is clearly more focused on animal abuse, which is already, thank goodness, illegal. Is there something different about the greyhound, the species, that means that this is different than horse racing? I just want to, I mean, if we're banning this, does this open the door to the Ag Committee banning horse racing?
I would say no, and here's why. Look, in the state of Iowa, we still have horse racing. It's in my district, and it's actually ennobled the breed. I think you have a lot of horse racers who have actually rallied around this and make a very compelling case as why this is actually producing better horse racers and better breeders in the system. Dog racing is clearly different. The people who are now breeding dogs are also largely entwined with a very interwoven and highly criminal organization in the United States, largely associated with those outside of the United States. And so it leads to short lifespans for the dog itself. We've seen this repeated in 44 different states. It also leads to the type of abuse.
So it's more cultural. There's nothing intrinsic to this sport. It's cultural that's come up around the sport.
I would concur with that, but I would also recognize that a horse breeder, a livestock breeder, would never treat specifically a dog the way that the greyhound industry has been repeatedly fined for the type of violent nature.
For behavior that's already illegal.
That's right.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to argue against the amendment. I'm just trying to suss this out. And thank you for your leeway, Mr. Chair. And with that, and thank you to all those that engaged in good faith. With that, I would yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? No. Any other members seek recognition? If not, I thank the gentleman from California for offering the amendment. And while I believe this amendment is well intended, I do have just a couple reservations about it. I, first of all, have concerns with the simulcasting provisions. I don't see USDA having any expertise or the bandwidth in enacting simulcasting bans, and I think they'd have complete difficulty in enforcing that. I think there may be some, there is another agency outside of USDA that has responsibility for banning the broadcasting, the simulcast of certain types of shows or pictures, obscene, and so I wonder whether, I do have concerns about that part. I'm a little bit concerned about this amendment sets a dangerous precedent to outlaw other animal racing activities that, reflected in the conversation was just occurred. I guess I have a question for the sponsor, because I am absolutely ignorant on greyhound racing. I do have some friends who have adopted greyhounds that were in that industry, and they make great pets. They're hard to keep up with. Does greyhound racing, I mean, when you look at the horse industry, we have, qualified veterinarians that evaluate the horse ahead of time before the race. They evaluate the horse after the race. I mean, it's pretty, in terms of animal health, it's pretty significant. Do we have any idea in terms of how I understand there's only one state, right, that has tracks left, West Virginia. Do we have any idea in terms of USDA's current involvement with animal health?
I'm not really sure about the USDA, Mr. Chairman, but the way greyhounds are treated is not the way horses are treated. They are discarded. They don't have the same type of protections. The things you outlined do not happen in the greyhound racing arena as they do for horses.
Very good. Any other members seek recognition on this amendment? My concerns with USDA, I don't think USDA is the proper one to regulate. I don't think they're going to be able to do that, tell you the truth. I think perhaps if we worked with this, we could find it more appropriate. So for that reason, I'm not be able to support this amendment, but encourage colleagues to vote their will on this one. So hearing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman. It's agreed to?
Salute.
Wake up, man.
Salute.
This is good.
You won. What more do you want?
You say thank you, Mr. Chairman.
What's yeah. All right. Very good. Hang in there. We're the home stretch, huh? I think Ms. Davids has a amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment, or the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 68, offered by Ms. Davids of Kansas.
Ms. Davids, Kansas, has an amendment without objection. The amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentlelady, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of their amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would require USDA to rehire or hire a replacement for all qualified federal employees who were separated from federal employment as part of a mass termination since the beginning of this administration. Additionally, this amendment would prohibit office closures for Natural Resources Conservation Service, or NRCS, Farm Service Agency, and USDA Rural Development. Over the past year, I've been deeply concerned about the federal workers who've been impacted by mass termination and the administration's efforts to diminish the federal workforce. Not only have these cuts disrupted the lives of dedicated public servants and their families, but they've disrupted the critical services federal employees provide to the public. While I support efforts to improve government efficiency, these have been reckless cuts that threaten not only public trust, but also public safety and our food systems. The federal government is the Kansas City region's largest employer, with approximately 30,000 federal workers. In 2025, Kansas lost 19% of our USDA staff. This includes 115 Natural Resources Conservation Service employees and 33 Farm Service Agency county office employees. These offices are critical touch points for farmers and rural communities across the country. This makes it harder for farmers and ranchers to access the USDA resources they rely on. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. I yield back.
The lady yields back to any other members. Mr. Vasquez, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I fully support Congresswoman David's amendment. This amendment would require the USDA to stop hollowing out the very workforce that farmers rely on. I know we talked about this during the last Farm Bill discussion, especially as it pertained to allocating more money towards EQIP from IRA funds and whether we had enough staff at USDA to be able to process those applications. Well, what we're seeing now is that the hollowing out of USDA is preventing the agency from carrying out some of its most basic functions in offices across the country, including in my own district. The local staff in New Mexico who work and attend to these rural farmers and ranchers to access programs, process applications, and get them the technical assistance that they need are disappearing. This is one of the major concerns that I heard from my agricultural advisory group. What good are these programs if we don't have the staff to actually carry out the application process, in many cases the loans, and those are offices that are staffed both for FSA and for NRCS. This impacts farmers, ranchers, food banks, you name it. And one of my farmers just recently almost lost out on a loan because their local FSA office had no staff, not one person to process their FSA loan, and they had to contact our office to finally get it through the door before losing out on that opportunity, even though they were approved for it. So when USDA office loses staff, farmers lose support. They wait longer for assistance. If they get it at all, struggle to navigate programs, and too often get left without the help that they were promised. This is happening while farmers are already hanging by a thread, facing a whiplash from tariffs, stuck waiting for a real farm bill, and watching input costs continue to increase. These are family farms that are just one bad month away from losing the land they've worked on for generations. And how sad would it be that some of these farms might fail simply because there wasn't an actual person in an office that has been authorized and appropriated for a position that no longer exists. Farmers keep their word, and it's time that the federal government keeps its commitment to them and execute these programs with the adequate and proper staff. And so I urge my colleagues to vote for this amendment, fully support Ms. David's effort to make sure that the USDA has the staff that farmers depend on and that our rural communities aren't left behind. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Appreciate the gentleman. He yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak? Mrs. Pingree is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank my colleague from Kansas for submitting this amendment. It's just so important and one of the issues that we hear about from farmers all the time. And the shocking thing about this is for the many years I've been on this committee, this has been one of the most common complaints on both sides of the aisle, that we don't have enough boots on the ground, not enough technical assistance, not enough support to our farmers. So the fact that this administration allowed DOGE to decimate many of our state offices, and this USDA has continued to downsize many of these important positions is really shocking, and fixing it in the Farm Bill would be a real favor to our farmers. You've already heard what's going on in other states, and it's so similar in the state of Maine, where we've lost so many important employees who had just excellent knowledge of these programs and ways to support the farmers. Our NSCS has lost 30% of their staff, including 5 of our engineers. That was really most of the engineers that serve the state of Maine. These are the people that help you design your irrigation plan and do so much critical work. It's been a huge loss. Rural development has lost more than half of their staff. And I've heard that there's only one FSA agent in Maine who can approve operating and mortgage loans for farmers. Recently, a farmer was told it'd be 3 months before they received a decision on an operating loan. It's March. If you don't have that decision now, in 3 months it'll be June, you may have missed the season. So I think we can all agree this is a really critical issue. Staff belongs in these offices on the ground helping our farmers. They play a critical role in making sure that these programs that we all work so hard to support and make sure get funded are implemented. So I just urge support of this amendment, and I thank my colleague for introducing it. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. She yields back. Other members wish to speak on Ms. David's amendment, amendment number 68. Ms. Brown's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to point out, according to the administration's own records, since September 2024, USDA has lost more than 24,000 employees, or nearly a third of its workforce. These cuts have meant that farmers are left waiting longer for help applying for financial assistance or loans. The Natural Resources Conservation Service has lost over 2,000 employees, or 21% of their staff. The Farm Service Agency has lost 835 employees, or 25% of its staff, and the Rural Development has lost 745 employees, or 16% of its staff. These losses aren't coming from just Washington, D.C. offices. It's all across agencies since 2024. Kansas lost 32% of its USDA staff. That's more than 500 positions, and the largest percentage in the region. North Dakota, Illinois, Minnesota both saw their USDA employees cut by 25%. Wisconsin and Michigan lost 24% of their USDA staff, and South Dakota, Nebraska, Oklahoma saw their USDA staff cut by 22%. Farmers have been struggling with an understaffed USDA for decades. The Biden administration tried to address the issue by hiring new staff, but many of those newer positions were removed by DOGE. This amendment would stop the bleeding. It would prevent the secretary from closing or relocating NRCS, FSA, or rural development county or field offices unless they're being relocated within the same county or there's another office within 20 miles. It would force USDA to rehire or fill the positions of employees who left after January 20th of last year, voluntarily or involuntarily, as long as their departure wasn't due to misconduct or documented poor performance. I respectfully request and urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this amendment, and I thank Ms. Davids for bringing it up.
Gentlelady yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? Ranking member is recognized for 5 minutes.
I just want to use 30 seconds. Ms. David's amendment rights a wrong and should garner unanimous support. We should restore people to their jobs so they can carry out the important work at USDA. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? Any other members seek recognition? I'm going to do the final word, and then we will vote. I thank the gentlelady from Kansas for her amendment, and while I share her support to ensure that USDA's customer service is not negatively impacted, this amendment goes way too far, a step too far. It prohibits the act and amendments made by the act from taking effect until the date which USDA employees are reinstated or replacement rehired puts this whole bill in jeopardy, puts our farmers in jeopardy, puts rural America in jeopardy with the great provisions of the Farm Food and National Security Act of 2026. I get the emotion. I've worked with the secretary, and I've complained. I have pointed out, you know, the need, the loss of qualified and trained employees. I was not a fan of all of the you know, the kind of the buyout provisions. I thought if we're going to increase efficiency, encouraging the most experienced people that have the most wisdom, that know how to be efficient, to retire early, it was a mistake. It was a huge mistake. And then I went on. I did make the statement that I hope the private sector picks all those folks up, because we need their knowledge, we need their expertise. The provisions in this bill were crafted with urgency because rural America is facing problems now, and any delay will be a disservice to our constituents. I heard over and over again about the urgent needs that we have in rural America. So this prohibiting the act and amendment made by the acts, there are other avenues to ensure customers served by USDA are not left behind. And if the gentlelady is willing, I look forward to working together to address her concerns and ensure that USDA customers receive the best service of any federal agency. I oppose this amendment, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. Hearing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 3I2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. I believe that Mr. Venman has an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, amendment number 104.
Mr. Venman has an amendment at the desk, number 104, and the clerk will record the title of the report, the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 104, offered by Mr. Vindman of Virginia.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we've all seen the spotted lanternflies here. In fact, over the summer, the swarms are so large that they can be seen on radar. If you're anything like me, you've probably stomped on 1 million of these things over the summer here in D.C. And if you visited Virginia's beautiful vineyards, you know it's even worse outside the city. So why are these pests a problem? The spotted lanternfly is an invasive plant hopper that feeds on a wide range of plants, including grapevines, hops, stone fruit trees, and hardwood trees. And it's a massive threat to Virginia agriculture, especially our $8 billion wine industry. They're not just a Virginia problem. The spotted lanternfly has been seen in 19 states and counting, with more counties seeing infestations every summer. They reproduce faster than farmers alone can kill them. Last summer, there were so many in the Mid-Atlantic, as I mentioned, that they showed up on weather radar. Not enough people know that they're supposed to kill them. They're actually kind of cool-looking bugs. They may not know what their eggs look like. Many Americans don't know to check their clothes for hitchhiking flies after being outside. All of this is spreading the lanternflies farther and wider every year. USDA has all the information on their website, but let's be honest, most Americans aren't hanging out on the USDA website. My amendment incorporates my "if you see it, squish it" act into the Farm Bill. It requires USDA to carry out public awareness campaign in states affected to tell the public to kill the spotted lanternflies and crush their eggs on site. "If you see it, squish it" may have a funny name, but it is cathartic. It has an important message. I was happy to see that we have spotted lanternfly research in the base text, but that's not enough. These things are here now, and in Virginia, Winemakers need the public to help step up and kill as many of these spotted lanternflies as possible. America's specialty crops are at stake. This is a low-cost, common-sense public awareness effort that empowers citizens to help protect American agriculture. And to my friends in the West and Midwest who think this is an East Coast problem, the spotted lanternfly is moving farther inland every year. This will be your problem soon, too. I call on my colleagues to support this important bill and help us confront this dangerous pest before they threaten crops in all 50 states. Thank you, and I yield back.
Well, I thank the gentleman for yielding back. I appreciate him. I'll take my few minutes here as a proud co-sponsor of If You See It, Squish It Act. And being from Pennsylvania, where unfortunately we first identified the spotted lanternfly in one county on southeastern part of Pennsylvania, and it came in, I believe, in packing crates or ornamentals from Asia. And I think Mr. Edmonds spot on. Everyone should be concerned with this. These spotted lanternflies travel based on attaching to flat surfaces. Oh, that would be vehicles, and so they spread rather quickly. And they are. You named all the various species that it address, that it negatively impacts. And so I appreciate the amendment and for wanting to educate the public on the spotted lanternfly. This invasive species, it certainly affects my district, my home state, overwhelmingly now, which has an impact on the agriculture, forestry, and local ecosystem. So support the amendment. Look forward to continuing to work with the gentleman and USDA to ensure that the public understands the harmful effects of this invasive species, but all invasive species. And I yield back.
Chairman.
Mr. Scott is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I'll be brief. I don't have any problem with the amendment, but I want to reiterate, this is why you need pesticides. And we need to have more pesticides that we can use to get rid of things like these flies. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment. Any other individuals seek to speak on this amendment? If not, hearing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. So, Mrs. De La Cruz is recognized, has an amendment at the desk.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, number 153.
153, Congresswoman De La Cruz has a amendment at the desk, 153. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 153, offered by Ms. De La Cruz of Texas.
Thank you. Let's see. Back up. Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentlelady to sponsor the amendment for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the same amendment I previously spoke on to establish an interagency working group to provide a holistic government approach to correcting the water crisis impacting South Texas. After conferring with committee staff, council, and the parliamentarian, my amendment does fall within the jurisdiction of the committee. I'm asking for your continued support to the amendment and the support of this committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
I appreciate the gentlelady offering her this amendment again and clarifying. The parliamentarians did clarify that this was within our jurisdiction, so wasn't necessary for the gentlelady from Texas to withdraw. Does any member seek recognition to speak on Ms. Dela Cruz's amendment. Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for the sponsor, Ms. Dela Cruz. What is the ideal desired outcome of this interagency working group? How long would you expect it to last before you see results?
So what currently happens is we have the IBWC, which is the International Boundary Water Commission, who takes an inventory, but really the 1944 Water Treaty really falls under the State Department. Ag Department doesn't have anything to do with this. However, the 1944 Water Treaty directly affects our farming community. In fact, in the last Congress, the 118th Congress, we lost the only sugar mill in Texas because the Mexican government did not comply with the treaty. So what happened under this administration, the current administration, is we got the Secretary of the State Department and the Secretary of the Agriculture Department, Secretary Wallins, to work together with the IBWC, who could all work together, all having a concentrated and specific area of interest in the 1944 Water Treaty, to work together to keep the Mexican government accountable. So what we saw uniquely happen in the last year was that we received the most amount of water in a 1 year of the cycle versus previous years. We received 500,000 acre feet, which we had received 0 for many years. And in addition to that, Mexico came to the table with a plan, but that was because we had all 3 agencies working together. And so when we got with the State Department, the Ag Department, plus the IBWC, we said, what is the best formula for success for the future? And they all agreed that each department has an interest in the 1944 Water Treaty. So what we want to do is set a precedence that it doesn't matter what administration is in the White House, that at the end of the day, these agencies need to work together for the good of South Texas farmers.
Thank you, Ms. Dela Cruz. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the Texas Feed New Mexico and Colorado Water Compact. It was it was created in 1938, and it was during a time in which surface water availability looked a lot different. We share the same Rio Grande, right? The headwaters are to their neighbors to our north in Colorado, empty out in the Gulf of Mexico, eventually making their way down to your neck of the woods. Part of the challenge with settling that water dispute was actually a case that was recently settled in the Supreme Court, in which New Mexico did not deliver enough water to Mexico. So we had kind of the opposite effect in terms of the United States not meeting its water obligations to Mexico. So I can't speculate if any type of surface water reallocation in the Rio Grande Valley was perhaps in response to that, and if you'd like to comment on that. But I'm assuming when water rights were adjudicated during that time, each country was allotted a certain amount of acre feet per water. Now that we've settled that, however, it's caused a lot less heartache for all 3 states involved in this water compact. And so, although I appreciate the intent of the interagency working group, I feel like this is going to have to eventually go the legal route if that treaty of 1944 actually holds any weight. And in fact, something that should go before the courts, because the way I'm reading this is that, placing blame on Mexico is perhaps, if there is a legal case to be had there, perhaps that is a better avenue for you to pursue this rather than an interagency working group, and wondering your thoughts on that.
Thank you. So I'll make this quick. Number one, there are several treaties that go along the Rio Grande River, all the way from New Mexico down to us. In actuality, there is a Colorado treaty where we always give Mexico the water that is appropriated to them, and we have done that consistently. Now, we are talking about two different things. We're talking about apples and oranges here. So I'm going to talk about what I have in front of me, which is the 1944 Water Treaty, where both sides have to give a certain amount of water to each other. We have complied with ours, but they have failed over and over. So we're trying to get a way for us to be able to work together. I yield.
Thank you, Ms. De La Cruz. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? If not, let me weigh in here. I thank the General Lady for bringing this amendment before the committee today. I appreciate clarification from the parliamentarian that it is within our jurisdiction, and I appreciate all of her diligent work and her passion on this issue for many years. And I will be a yes on this amendment as it can move the conversation forward, finding a solution to provide certainty for those affected and end this long-running dispute. If there's no additional conversation, hearing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. And,
I'd like a recorded vote, please. Or ask. Oh, no, I don't have to? Okay, never mind. Never mind, stop. I'm ahead. Okay.
You talk with.
Take the win. Take the win.
Take the win.
I
There
take
you go.
that back.
Talk with Mr. You and Mr. Carbajal get together on that. I believe Mr. Denador has an amendment at the desk.
Thank you, Chairman Thompson. I have an amendment at the desk, amendment number 119.
The gentleman from Michigan has an amendment at the desk, number 119. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 119, offered by Mr. Tandar of Michigan.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of their amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. As an original co-sponsor of the extraordinary bipartisan Fight Act, H.R. 3946, led by my fellow Agriculture Committee colleagues, Mr. Bacon and Mrs. Salinas, I offer an amendment to include the Fight Act within this Farm Bill. The bill has a single assignment to the Agriculture Committee, so it certainly meets the germaneness test. This bill is supported by a wide-ranging coalition of stakeholders from nearly every major law enforcement agency in America to key voices in American agriculture, from the United Egg Producers to poultry associations across my native Midwest to leading animal welfare organizations like the Animal Wellness Action. In all, this bill has an astonishing 1,070 endorsers, and of the 60-plus animal welfare bills, this Congress has the most bipartisan support. I'm grateful to all Agriculture Committee members who have co-sponsored this legislation, especially those on the Republican side, Mr. Bacon, Mr. Bresnahan, Mr. Crawford, Mr. Nunn, and Mr. Van Orden. Animal fighting is bound up not just with unspeakable animal cruelty, but also with legal gambling, narcotic trafficking, money laundering, tax evasion, and violent crime. In my home city of Detroit, the high presence of dogfighting has led to many other negative outcomes that make our communities less safe. The cockfighting trade is also a threat to U.S. agriculture, including commercial laying hen facilities, broiler bird operations, and pheasant farms. The smuggling of cockfighting birds from Mexico was the cause of 2/3 of deadly outbreak of Newcastle disease to hit the United States in recent decades, costing taxpayer billions of dollars. The Fight Act bolsters U.S. capacity to combat illegal animal fighting, including provisions to halt shipment of adult fighting roosters through the U.S. mail, and to give private property owners recourse to win a court order to shut down a dogfighting or cockfighting operation causing them harm. We have major gaps in federal enforcement of our national law against dogfighting and cockfighting, despite investigations revealing that tens of thousands of fighting birds are transported every year via the mail. The U.S. Postal Inspection Service has not brought a single case against cockfighters for shipping birds through the mail since this provision was adopted into law 24 years ago. America's local law enforcement leaders are telling us that they want more tools and to be able to work with federal law enforcement to address organized animal fighting syndicates. According to USDA reports, there may be more than an estimated 20 million fighting birds in the nation. Due to this lack of tools, there has been an absence of federal enforcement actions on animal fighting in many of the other biggest illicit cockfighting jurisdictions in the United States. We must listen to the diverse coalition of voices in law enforcement, agriculture, and animal welfare who are promoting the Fight Act. I urge an yes vote on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Well, I recognize myself. I thank the gentleman from Michigan for offering this amendment. I have major concerns with the Fight Act as introduced. Cockfighting is already illegal in all 50 states and all U.S. territories. And while the amendment sponsor says this will strengthen enforcement, all it will do is threaten livestock producers and open the doors for countless animal rights lawsuits. This amendment would take the unprecedented step of adding a farm animal to the Animal Welfare Act. And I believe that producers consistently put their animals' welfare first. After all, their entire livelihood depends on that. Adding a farm animal to the AWA would not further restrict animal fighting activities or improve animal welfare overall. Instead, it would hamstring producers and threaten to take away their production decisions. We cannot let that happen. I also have concerns about the transportation ban this amendment would create. For all these reasons, I cannot support this amendment. Mr. Mann is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have a second-degree amendment to the amendment offered by Mr. Thanadar of Michigan at the desk.
Members will suspend while the second-degree amendment is being distributed. I think they're in the hallway with.
Flurry of activity. What's that? I'll text it to you.
There they come.
Okay.
We've been wearing them out here.
Busy night.
Second degree, they had to go sign.
That's right.
Remember, if the vote on the second degree is just by voice, then we just go to a voice vote of the first degree amendment as amended.
Okay. All right. The secondary amendment having been distributed to all members in the room, Mr. Mann has offered a second-degree amendment. The clerk will report the title of the second-degree amendment.
The second-degree amendment to amendment number 119, offered by Mr. Mann of Kansas.
Without objection, the second-degree amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman from Kansas, the sponsor of the second-degree amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of the second-degree amendment.
Well, thank you, Chairman. I brought forward this second-degree amendment today for a few different reasons. First, I would flag that cockfighting is already illegal in all 50 states and U.S. territories. While the sponsor claims this amendment would add enforcement teeth to existing prohibitions, I'm skeptical of that. I am very concerned that the Fight Act amendment would add a farm animal under the purview of the Animal Welfare Act for the first time. As you all know, the Animal Welfare Act was drafted to exclude all farm animals, allowing producers the ability to make husbandry decisions based on the individual needs of their operation. Adding a farm animal to the Animal Welfare Act under any circumstances would be a slap in the face to producers back home who trust us to allow them to make their own production decisions. This amendment would also create a transportation ban for a farm animal, which could negatively impact legitimate breeders and exhibitors. The Fight Act amendment also includes a civil citizen suit provision that would open the floodgates for animal rights activists to bring forward frivolous lawsuits. Not only would this create a slush fund for people who are anti-agriculture, it could also interfere with ongoing DOJ investigations. Since illegal cockfighting activities are frequently tied to other illegal activities like drug and weapons trafficking, I'm also concerned that a civil citizen suit could interfere with classified ongoing investigations and disrupt the DOJ's order of law. It goes without saying that I and everyone in this room are opposed to animal fighting in any form. However, I think this amendment is a wolf in sheep's clothing. That's why I offered a second-degree amendment to strike all provisions of the Fight Act aside from the prohibition on gambling on animal fighting ventures. I thank the chairman for allowing me to bring forward this second-degree amendment, and I encourage my colleagues to vote yes on the second-degree amendment.
I thank the gentleman. Does any other member seek recognition to speak on this second-degree amendment? Mr. Newhouse is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I'd like to thank the gentleman from Kansas for offering the second-degree amendment. I also want to say that I, too, am strongly opposed to organized animal fighting activities, and I'm very proud of the work that this committee has historically done to ensure that animal fighting is not allowed in any U.S. state or territory, and that work will continue. With that being said, and as my colleagues have said already, I believe that the underlying amendment is not being offered in good faith. This amendment would add farm animals to the Animal Welfare Act for the very first time, effectively allowing for the production decision rights of producers to be taken away. The Fight Act is nothing more than legislation designed by extreme advocacy groups like PETA to fundraise for campaigns against animal agriculture. I can assure the gentleman from Michigan that livestock growers are not pitting their pigs against one another for sport, and they're not organizing bull boxing to gamble on. I will be supporting the second-degree amendment, which takes, I think, the positive step of strengthening enforcement of the gambling on animal activities and fighting activities. That's an important thing. As I said, it is illegal already throughout the country, and we need to make sure that people follow the law. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I think it's a credit to you that we've been able to move forward in 2 days a farm bill that is going to make a huge impact on a lot of people's lives here, including those who are feeding and fueling our country. The reality is agricultural policy has long been an area where Congress can still come together to solve problems for farmers, producers, and our communities. I'm proud that several priorities that we've worked on together in a bipartisan way have made it in the bill. 19 of those we got to lead, but we didn't do it alone. I want to thank Representative Don Davis. He's been a partner with me on protecting farmers from Natural Disaster Act. It strengthens the Emergency Watershed Protection Program to better protect our watersheds, promote clean water, and help communities recover from disaster. I also want to appreciate one of our newest members, Representative Brezhnehan. His work on leading Local Farmers Feeding Our Communities Act connected local farmers and producers with food banks and food distribution organizations.
The gentleman will suspend. Mr. Nunn, are you speaking on the amendment? Or,
on the second degree amendment.
Then proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also want to talk about what we do across the aisle with Mr. Vasquez here. Partnering with the Reconnect and Rural America program, it codifies our rural broadband access. And I'm also grateful to my Republican colleague, Representative Crawford, for working with me on GusNIP, an expansion act that helps families access fresh fruit and vegetables. And certainly everybody in this room has worked together on delivering for rural seniors. These are impacts of work that has not only happened across the aisle, but happened over time. And I think the recognition here is that while I agree with my colleague from Kansas, or from Michigan, on the need to stop criminal elements, particularly those like gambling on animal fighting, something that my colleague from Kansas has noted is already outlawed in every state, that the second degree modifying amendment to the Fight Act does exactly this. It is a perfect reflection of the fact that we can work together on bipartisan solutions. And so while I appreciate the intent of my colleague from Michigan to be able to move forward, I fully endorse the move of Congressman Mann in being able to say, let's take this in the right way and go after where the real harm is without taking away the rights of husbandry for animal farmers and ag in great states like Kansas, Iowa, and Michigan. And so with that, I'll be supporting the second degree amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
When he yields back, please recognize Congresswoman McDonald Rivet for five minutes.
Mr. Chair. I yield my time to my colleague from Michigan.
The gentleman from
Thank
Michigan
you.
is
I
recognized.
thank the Congresswoman from Michigan. And Mr. Chairman, I urge my colleagues who care about food safety and the safety of our communities to oppose this second degree amendment. I agree with my colleagues who have said that food security is national security, and I support the Fight Act Amendment number 119 as written because it addresses both. This policy has the active support of so many key stakeholders in the egg and poultry industry, especially in the Midwest and the South. The United Egg Producers and some of the biggest egg companies in America, Mississippi's Calmaine Foods, Indiana's Rose Acres Farms, and Texas's Vital Farms. The Iowa-based North Central Poultry Association said this in its letter to support. Cockfighting has played a major role in spread of H5N1 in Asia, and now that virus is in the U.S. and has triggered major containment efforts by our agricultural agencies. Cockfighting may have a role in reviving the outbreak, and that is a risk we as a nation cannot take. An invigorating outbreak could cost our nation tens of billions of dollars. There are tens of thousands of roosters illegally shipped by cockfighters through the mail every year. Yet it's been against the law to ship fighting roosters through the mail since 2002. That's 20.
Gentleman.
Not one. That record should tell us something. It shows that current animal protection laws are easily circumvented. Anyone who votes in favor of this second degree amendment is voting to let animal cruelty run unchecked with no consequences. This policy has the support of the Small and Rural Law Enforcement Executive Association, National Association of Police Organizations, and the National DAs Association, and the National Sheriffs Association, which represent 3,000 elected sheriffs in our communities. It has the backing of 39 state sheriffs and prosecuting attorney associations, including those in Alabama, Georgia, Indiana, Iowa, Minnesota, Ohio, Tennessee, Texas, and hundreds of other law enforcement groups. Does the proponent of this amendment expect us to believe that virtually every stakeholder in American law enforcement is wrong about this policy? Are we to ignore the warning and the practical experience of egg producers and key poultry producers petrified about disease spread from commercial poultry operations? This committee hasn't held a hearing on animal fighting since 2001. We have updated the federal animal fighting law 5 times since then. We have had a quarter of a century to conduct oversight. None has been done. We are fine-tuning the law to deal with our understanding of how dogfighters and cockfighting are subverting the law and spreading disease and crime in America. It's time to get serious about this form of organized crime. If people are serious when we say food security is national security, then let's support amendment number 119 as written and oppose the second-degree amendment that guts it. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
To Congresswoman McDonald-Rivet, the remaining time is yours.
I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
You yield the rest of your time. Thank you very much. Now recognize the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Bacon, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I appreciate my friend from Kansas with his substitute amendment. This was the bill that I've sponsored and worked on for the last 2 years. And I've grappled with how to handle this, Mr. Chairman, because I respect you and our team. But I got contacted by my Sarpy County attorney last night, who served nearly 3 decades. And I speak to my Republican colleagues. He built the Republican Party in Sarpy County. And he asked me to support the underlying bill that was important to him. We have had dogfighting and cockfighting issues in our county. And I know there's 33 other county attorneys and sheriffs in Nebraska, all Republican, who are urging me to vote for this bill. It's widely popular. So maybe to address some of the concerns that I heard from Congressman Mann, yes, dogfighting and cockfighting it's illegal. And I think they're being enforced. But what's not being enforced is the broadcasting of fights in Mexico and all over the world live to the United States where there's gambling. Americans are subsidizing dogfighting and cockfighting all over the world through our gambling. And that's really the issue, and that is not being enforced. And the mailing of roosters are not being enforced. So therefore, there's that private right of action that we're putting in to put some teeth into this. But let me go through some of the endorsers. First of all, in the House, we have 145 co-sponsors, 64 Republicans, 82 Democrats. The United Egg Producers endorse this. The Poultry Association supports this. The North Central Poultry of Iowa supports this. 500 law enforcement agencies have endorsed, to include 33 elected county sheriffs in Nebraska, all elected, all Republican, I may add. My county attorney, as I said, called me yesterday. Here's just a list of some of the associations. The Florida Sheriff's Association, the Small and Rural Law Enforcement Executives Association, the National Sheriff's Association, the Indiana Sheriff's Association, the Iowa State Sheriff's Association, the Kansas Sheriff's Association, to also include the filing states, Minnesota, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, and Tennessee. They wouldn't support this if it was risky, these sheriffs. And I didn't even go through all the county sheriffs. I gave you just mine. There's a whole laundry list of them as well. So I want to support the underlying bill, and I say that respectfully. Hopefully we can vote our conscience. I yield.
Gentleman from Nebraska yields. Ranking member is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to weigh in with my support for the underlying bill as well. I think we've heard that, with some valid concerns raised, but we also have received an enormous amount of feedback with support for this underlying bill. And so with due respect to my colleagues across the aisle, with the second-degree amendment, I would encourage everyone to reject that and to support the underlying amendment. And the last thing I'll say Is Mr. Bacon, are there any Democrats in Nebraska?
I was focused on our side of the aisle, but yes.
Okay. And I'd like to yield the rest of my time to Ms. Salinas.
Thank you, Ranking Member Craig. So I hear my colleagues. This is something that is already illegal. However, we are seeing cockfighting between the United States and Mexico, and it is tied to drug cartels. In April of 2025, there were 12 people murdered at a cockfight in Ecuador, where the president said that about 70% of the world's cocaine now flows through Ecuador's ports. So a lot of what is happening right now is illegal, and it is tied to other illicit things that we are trying to stop at our borders right now. And, you know, to my colleague from Nebraska, you know, we have over 3,000 elected sheriffs who the National Sheriff's Association endorses this, 39 state sheriffs and district attorneys, including those in Alabama, Georgia, Indiana, Iowa, Minnesota, Ohio, Tennessee, Texas, and so many others. So these are folks who are on the ground, our local law enforcement, who are asking us for help because of the ties that this has to, again, the drugs that we are trying to prevent from coming over and across into our borders, into our communities. So there may be as many as 1 million fighting birds trafficked between the U.S. and Mexico. They are intimately connected to the organized crime networks that control cockfighting also in the Philippines, with tens of thousands of U.S. reared birds shipped to the Asian nation. In 2025, it's been reported that perhaps 400 people have been murdered in disputes over that activity. This is reports from investigation teams from 2026 World Slasher Cup documents that illegal trafficking of fighting birds from the U.S. are at use at these gatherings of top cockfighters in the world. So this is a global issue that we are trying to get our arms around because, as was mentioned earlier, some of our egg producers are asking for it. It also brings disease over into our country. So some of the biggest egg companies in the United States, CalMaine, based in Mississippi, Versova, based in Iowa, Rose Acre Farms, based in Indiana, Vital Farms, headquartered in Texas. These are also folks who actually support this underlying bill. And so I am listening to the needs of producers, I'm listening to the needs of law enforcement, and I think that the underlying amendment is the right one to push right now. It's been mentioned, it's a lot of bipartisan support from both sides of the aisle, and thank you again, Mr. Bacon, for working with me on this as a first-term member and into this term as well. But this is causing outbreaks, as mentioned. H1N1, the virulent Newcastle disease, has been hitting the U.S. as well because of these cockfighting cartels that are happening. So I would again urge my colleagues to reject the second-degree amendment and to support the underlying Tandahar amendment.
Mr. Chairman.
I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
I
yield to Ms. Craig.
Ms. Craig yields back.
Mr. Chairman.
Recognize the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Rouser.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just say this. I have never, ever in my career voted for a private right of action, and I'm not going to start now. Let me read this. Under civil citizen suits, in general, any person may commence a civil suit in a district court of the United States on their own behalf to enjoin any person who is alleged to be in violation of any provision of this section. Alleged. Where will it end? I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment. Mr. Scott.
Mr.
5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to vote for the secondary amendment, and with due respect, I don't need somebody, you know, I don't know what happened with the 170 dogs and monkeys at the pharmaceutical company in New Jersey, but I don't need to be accused of being for animal cruelty because I'm for the secondary amendment. The language of the bill actually matters. The language in the text actually matters. And, you know, just as was pointed out, I mean, what you're doing here is very different than what you say you're doing. I'm not saying that's intentional, but to create the private cause of action, you're going to, this is a mecca for lawyers is all this is. I'm not so sure the Humane Society is in favor of it as much as the trial lawyers are. But Mr. Chairman, the secondary amendment needs to pass, and then dispose of this, and let's move on to getting things done. But I don't appreciate the accusations that was made of those of us who are going to support the secondary amendment. With that, I yield back. I yield.
I appreciate the gentleman yielding. I have tremendous concerns with this. On the surface, it's emotional, it sounds good, but this is really being pushed by the animal rights. And there's a difference between animal welfare. Nobody takes care of animals better than our farmers do. There's a difference between animal welfare and animal rights. And the ultimate goal of animal rights is to take all animals out of our lives, whether it's livestock, whether it's pets. I don't know what they think they're going to do with them at that point. I guess that they're going to be sustained on their own. But that is the goal, and that's where this, ultimately, the roots of this bill is. The cockfighting is already illegal in all 50 states and U.S. territories. If law enforcement have a problem, they need to do their job. And whatever jurisdiction they're in, if they need more tools to be able to do that on this particular type of crime, they need to go back to those jurisdictions to be able to get the tools to be able to do that. This would add a farm animal under the Animal Welfare Act. That's a huge mistake. That's just one that will be followed because it will provide a precedent that we will see many more. It's been a long-standing goal of the animal rights organizations, the activists that are out there. It's going to create transportation ban on farm animals. If you don't believe that will happen as a result of this bill, it's going to create it's already talked about, it's going to create a private right of action, opening the door for animal rights activists to file frivolous lawsuits. I think that's the most important part of when they prepared this piece of legislation, of what they put into it. And it could interfere with the ongoing DOJ investigations, as cockfighting activities are often tied, and I agree, to other illegal activities like drugs and weapons, cartels, trafficking. And so it's worth noting. I think the secondary amendment is really important. It provides a safeguard, and it allows us to if that passes, to be able to give positive consideration to the underlying amendment. And I'll yield back to Mr. Scott.
I yield back to the chair the remainder of my time.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Carbajal is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I have a question. Are chickens not covered in Section 26 of the Animal Welfare Act since 1976? I keep hearing that no farm animal has ever been added. It's going to set a precedent. But it's my understanding that chickens were covered in 1976 in the Animal Welfare Act. And I'm just wondering if you are aware of that.
Actually, there are no farm animals in the Animal Welfare Act. There's companion animals, but not farm animals.
Seizure of all real property.
Thank you. We'll have to check that out.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Lucas, Ms. Carbajal, yield back?
I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Lucas recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Scott, would you read that part in the language about seizure of property?
Whoever is found pursuant to an investigation under paragraph 1 to have violated subsection A1 shall, in addition to the penalties applicable under paragraph 1, be subject to seizure of all real property, including any right, title, and interest, including any leasehold interest in the whole of any lot or tract of land, meaning the whole tract of land, and any apparatuses or improvements that is used or intended to be used in any manner or part to commit or to facilitate the commission of a violation of subsection. I mean, you're talking about...
Mr. Rouser, would you read that section again about the right to go to federal court?
Be happy to. Let's see, it's on page 3, line 18. Any person may commence a civil suit in a district court of the United States on their own behalf to enjoin any person who is alleged to be in violation of any provision of this section.
I would suggest to my colleagues, before you turn down this second-degree amendment, you think about the base amendment. This is a dramatic expansion of the federal government reaching out potentially into everyone's lives. And if you don't believe for a moment that there will be people who will use the court for nefarious purposes to get even with their neighbors or to generate fees and revenue and business, and if you don't believe that an excited junior prosecutor won't then seize the property. We've been talking about RICO laws in Congress for how many years now? How many years? The ability to reach out and take somebody's property? This is pretty straightforward. If you believe in an expansion of the federal courts, if you believe in the expansion of the potential power for seizure of property, then defeat the second-degree amendment. Plus attorney's fees, of course. Of course. Of course. Just be thoughtful about what you're doing here. I would hope some of you are going to serve with me a little longer, and you'll have to answer for what this does. And we will answer for it. With that, Mr. Chairman, I suggest we adopt the second-degree amendment, and at that point, then move the base amendment as adopted along. And I yield back, sir.
Gentleman yields back. Do any other members seek recognition to speak on this second-degree amendment? A member seek recognition to speak on the second-degree amendment. Hearing no further conversation, the question is on the second-degree amendment. The chair recommends a yes on the second-degree amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, saying no. No. And the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed.
Mr. Chair, may I ask a recorded vote?
A recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 3I2. Further proceedings on the second-degree amendment and the underlying First Amendment shall be postponed. Is there any other further debate or amendments? Well, I know we have at least one. Mr. Nunn, did you have an amendment under Title 12? Mr. Nunn is recognized for an amendment. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In keeping with our theme, we'll be quick on this. I have Amendment 138 at the desk.
The gentleman will suspend. Mr. Nunn has offered amendment. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 138, offered by Mr. Nunn of Iowa.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman from Iowa and the sponsor of the amendment for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of his amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your leadership on this effort. This amendment protects an important member of every American family, that being our dogs. Across the country today, there are roughly 250,000 dogs being peddled by puppy mills, and we know that these are in a terrible condition. As we've highlighted before, no hog farmer, no cattle rancher, no goat herder would treat an animal the way that puppy mills have put these canines in danger. Local shelters, law enforcement in my district have told me clearly Congress needs to do more to protect these animals and support people trying to rescue them. The U.S. Department of Agriculture recognizes this problem as well. I was encouraged to see that recently a task force with the Department of Justice and the Department of Health and Human Services is working to strengthen enforcement against animal cruelty and the puppy mills that breed this. This is a positive step in the right direction, and I believe Congress should support their efforts. Now, this issue hits close to home for me because of extreme violations happening right in my backyard in the heart of the heartland in places like Iowa. This is Goldie, an emaciated dog. However, at the facility where she was discovered, she wasn't called Goldie. She was Golden Retriever number 142. And while she lived enough to be rescued, she ultimately died. Died at a USDA licensed puppy mill in Wayne County, Iowa. That facility had received over 120 complaints, and yet the U.S. Department of Agriculture took more than 6 months to inform local authorities. By the time our county sheriff, Keith Davis, stepped in, hundreds of dogs had suffered. Law enforcement, local partners ultimately rescued over 500 animals. But for Goldie, it was too late. And this is only one of many animals that had to ultimately be put down. This experience made something very clear, that when the system fails, local law enforcement officers, local shelters, and ultimately taxpayers are left on the hook for the bad behavior, not only of the puppy mill, but a federal agency that fails to report timely the cruelty that's happening right in our own backyards. We want to make sure that USDA continues to have the authority to crack down on these bad actors so that we never have to see a case like Goldie's again, and we can start seeing more of these in our communities. My amendment simply ensures that we don't weaken the tools needed to protect animals and support local law enforcement. And with that, I have 2 letters at my desk that support this fix. One from 10 national organizations, including the ASPCA, the Association of Prosecuting Attorneys, the Small and Rural Law Enforcement Executive Agencies, and others, as well as those signed by 150 state and local animal welfare and law enforcement groups, including the Trump administration and their support under the animal welfare effort. This practice fixes that and protects animals and supports people on the front lines. I appreciate my colleagues on both sides of the aisle who've long worked for us, but most importantly, I want to say thank you to our incredible law enforcement officers and for the community members who have stood up, not just for these dogs, but to make sure that this type of animal cruelty, this type of puppy mill that would put something in someone's home is never perpetrated on people across this country. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Members seeking recognition to speak on this amendment, Mr. Tandar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Instead of providing critically needed enforcement advancements to protect dogs in puppy mills, the Farm Bill Section 12406C actually makes it harder to help animals urgently in need of care. Right now, hundreds of thousands of dogs are kept in cruel puppy mills, and while this Farm Bill provision says it is offering enhanced protection for dogs under the Animal Welfare Act, the bill actually eliminates some of the minimal protections that currently exist. Rather than requiring the USDA to remove suffering animals, this provision merely tasks the agency to consider removing a dog in a state of unrelieved suffering. This is a much higher standard than currently exists in the Animal Wellness Act, a much higher standard that will lead to even fewer animals receiving the urgent care that they need. This is particularly concerning when looking at the USDA's record of enforcement action under the Animal Welfare Act. For decades, the USDA has failed to enforce the laws, allowing rampant violation to go unreported and unpunished. The USDA's inaction on animal cruelty has sent a strong message that animal suffering, including death, will be tolerated. In fiscal 2023, federal inspectors documented over 1,000 violations for commercial dog dealers at more than 400 facilities, but only took action against 4 dog dealers. Similarly, in fiscal 24 and 25, 0 dogs were removed from the dog breeding facilities despite USDA inspectors documenting suffering on inspection reports. Additionally, violation history had no impact on a facility's ability to have their license renewed by the USDA. So all dog dealers who wanted to be relicensed were even problematic dealers with consistent violations. It's incredibly heartbreaking and needs to change now. I thank my colleague, Representative Nunn, for introducing this amendment to address this Farm Bill language that ignores animal cruelty. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Let me claim my time. I thank the gentleman for bringing up this amendment. While I share his concerns about ensuring animal welfare standards for man's best friend, we have sometimes had different opinions on the best way to go about that. With that being said, I have no concerns with this amendment, and again, thank the gentleman for bringing it up. I yield back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on Mr. Nunn's amendment? Any other members seek recognition? Seeing none. Seeing Mr. Nunn and Nunn amendments. Couldn't help it. Hearing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed by saying no. No. The ayes have it. And 3/4 are asleep. But that was very clear that the ayes have it. And the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. All right. Any other amendments? Any other members that offer amendments? The gentlelady from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, amendment number 130.
Gentlelady from Maryland has an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 130, offered by Mrs. McLean Delaney of Maryland.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentlelady, sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of their amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment is about accountability. It's about transparency. It's about protecting taxpayer dollars and make sure that we do our homework before making sweeping changes. My amendment would pause any USDA reorganization until 3 basic conditions are met. The public has a chance to weigh in a formal comment period. 2, a clear benefit cost analysis is completed. And 3, there's a detailed report on how the changes would affect staff expertise and the customer service farmers and communities rely on. That's all it does. It ensures transparency, accountability, and an understanding of real-world impacts before we act. It's about how thoughtful strategic decision-making should be done so that our government agencies are what I call fit for purpose and achieve the goals set forth for our citizens. USDA's Beltsville Agricultural Research Center, known as BARC, is down the road from my district. Under the administration's proposed reorganization, it would shutter. And for over a century, BARC has been a premier agricultural research institute, the home of numerous scientific breakthroughs, and has been responsible for $10 billion in economic activity annually. Today, researchers at BARC are studying incredible things like the risk slugs pose to no-till farming, to screwworm parasites, I think I'm tired, impact our cattle, and to pioneering breakthroughs by using tools to protect honeybees and other pollinators with better diagnostic treatments and genetic resources. It's the latest chapter in a long tradition of public science that touches everyday life, from breeding the turkeys that fill Thanksgiving tables, to protecting the world's chocolate supply from destructive fungi, to making better ways to measure the trans fats that clog arteries. BARC has hundreds of researchers and staff, with more than a third holding the highest government rank, known as super grade scientist. But I'm really concerned about the transparency when USDA opened a public comment period on its reorganization. They collected responses by email and set it for 30 days, quietly extended it, and never made the comments publicly available. However, in December, USDA released a summary of the 46,845 comments they received on their reorg plan. And I will read a direct quote. The overwhelming majority of the comments, 82%, expressed negative sentiment. 5 had positive sentiment, and 7 were neutral. A majority of the emails were about USDA reorg, 53%, followed by the U.S. Forest Service, 27%, and then BARC at 10%. Here's a comment that my office received from 6 district residents. As a small farmer, I urge you not to close the Beltsville Ag Research Center. This year is already seeing real challenges to the nation's farms, from avian flu to the threat of screwworm and more extreme droughts and floods across the country. Farmers need the lifeline of careful research to guide their decisions that keep our food system safe and plentiful. Efforts to modernize the existing campus will be more effective than spreading its function to centers across the country. This is just one letter of many, and why comment and thoughtful strategic reorganizations take careful time and analysis, not quick reorgs. If we, as Congress, lack a clear and direct understanding of our constituents' concerns about this proposed reorganization, then we are not filling or fulfilling our most basic responsibility to them. In closing, my amendment is about transparency and fiscal responsibility and ensuring that Congress exercises the authority and oversight entrusted to us. If this reorg truly represents a strategic value add for our nation, then it will withstand the proper review needed. Let transparency and accountability guide our plans forward. Having said the above, I know that there is a lack of consensus on a path forward tonight. And so I am very sadly withdrawing my amendment. That said, I'm grateful to the chair and his staff for working with me on exploring constructive paths forwards, and I know that our work is far from over. But I am deeply concerned about how research and research agencies and agencies in general are being reorganized, and that we should all be careful in thought and think about how we go forward in the future. I yield back my time.
Well, I appreciate Congresswoman McLean Delaney, appreciate you for your amendment and for allowing the committee the opportunity to discuss this important matter and for working with me on this. Now, I'm supportive of USDA's intention on evaluating and refocusing operations to best serve producers and customers and being good stewards of public dollars. I also agree, though, that these decisions should be made carefully while weighing the potential outcomes, specifically as we consider how to ensure critical research that is occurring across USDA's facilities is maintained. I'm glad to see USDA held a public comment period last year and made public summary and analysis, and I do look forward to working with the General Lady in the future on this topic. All right. I think Mr. Jackson has an amendment under Title 12. Mr. Jackson of Texas has an amendment at the table, and the clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 13, offered by Mr. Jackson of Texas.
First page. There we go. Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I now recognize the distinguished gentleman from Texas, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in support of my amendment to ensure federal funding for the National Animal Health Laboratory Network and the National Animal Disease Preparedness and Response Program. To make sure that it is being used more efficiently in reaching the entities performing the essential animal disease surveillance, prevention, and diagnostic work that keep America's livestock producers and their livestock safe. I was proud to lead legislation in the Republicans' One Big Beautiful Bill to make critical investments into these two programs and the vaccine bank. These animal disease prevention and management programs serve as the USDA's frontline defense against foreign animal disease that threaten our livestock industry, our food supply, and our national security. However, there are serious concerns that excessive administrative overhead, reportedly as high as 60% in some cases, have reduced the amount of funding reaching the laboratories and organizations doing the actual work to identify and mitigate animal diseases like the New World screwworm, high-path avian influenza, African swine fever, and foot and mouth disease. This amendment establishes a reasonable 15% cap on administrative costs, ensuring that at least 85% of the federal funds go directly to supporting more diagnostic capacity, biosecurity efforts, and response planning. This common sense reform will improve accountability, strengthens animal health infrastructure, and ensures taxpayer dollars are used effectively to protect American agriculture. This is a practical step to strengthen our nation's animal disease preparedness and safeguard our livestock producers, and I urge adoption of the amendment. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. He yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on Mr. Jackson's amendment?
I'll say something.
Recognize the ranking member for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say I'm supportive of this amendment, and I wish the policy had been part of the base text of the bill, but I'd rather see it than not see it. So thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Very good. Generally yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on the gentleman's amendment? Not, let me just weigh in. I thank the gentleman from Texas offering the amendment. Amendment builds off the incredible work this committee accomplished in H.R. 1, where we were able to fund the three-legged stool of animal health at over $2 billion. The investments made in H.R. 1 ensure that USDA, states, and the livestock and poultry industries are fully equipped with the tools they need to prevent, control, and eradicate foreign animal diseases in the United States. This amendment builds off those investments, ensuring that the majority of funds for the National Animal Health Laboratory Network and the National Animal Disease Preparedness and Response Program go directly to critical research and testing capabilities, while a small but effective amount is retained for administrative expenses. I thank the gentleman for offering this amendment and encourage my colleagues to vote yes. So if no further conversation, hearing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. I now recognize the ranking member for the purpose of introducing an amendment that is at the desk.
Mr. Chairman, I have amendment number 146 at the desk.
Very good. The ranking member has amendment 141. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 146, offered by Ranking Member Craig.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentlelady and the sponsor of the amendment for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In my opening statement, I made my concerns with the overall bill clear, particularly its shortcomings around the most urgent challenges facing farm families and working people in America right now. My amendment, the Farm and Family Relief Act, helps fill those gaps in the underlying text of this bill by providing billions both in economic assistance for American producers and to stave off some of the damage done to food assistance programs by shifting an unfunded mandate to the states and counties in the One Big Beautiful Bill. Farmers across the country are hurting, and while the Supreme Court has blocked the president's tariffs, it only took the White House a few hours to announce a new rash of across-the-board tariffs using a different authority. The tariffs are not only putting farmers out of business, but they've also taken export markets that took decades and billions of dollars to develop and handed them to our ag competitors like Argentina and Brazil. Farmers are underwater, and they are taking on more and more debt to help keep themselves afloat. Talk to the Farm Bureau or any of the commodity groups, and they'll tell you farmers need more help than Republicans and the administration so far have provided. Working people off the farm need help too. The president's tariffs have caused food prices to surge. According to a recent report from the Joint Economic Committee, the average household in America paid more than $1,600 in higher costs last year due to Trump's trade wars. Over $300 worth of those higher costs went to food. Groceries are up over 4%. Last week, both the New York Fed and the Congressional Budget Office issued separate reports confirming what every American knows and what this administration and Republicans won't admit. The economic costs and tax burden of Trump's tariffs are falling on the American consumer. No matter how much the president and my colleagues deny it, we are facing an affordability crisis in our country right now. Farmers are paying more for inputs while making less, and working people are paying more for everyday essentials like food, housing, and utilities. There's a widening gap between what people have to spend and how much things cost, and my amendment does something about that. My amendment provides relief for hurting farmers and hungry families. It provides economic assistance to farmers to help them continue feeding our communities and helps ensure vulnerable American seniors, children, veterans, and people with disabilities can afford food. And the looming SNAP crisis is a bipartisan concern. The National Governors Association, which represents red and blue states alike, has called for the help this amendment grants in order to give them time to head off the disaster heading their way from the cuts to food assistance. Now, I know we're going to have probably some discussion about cost neutrality. I know we're going to talk about we just can't spend any more money after we spent all the money we spent in the big, beautiful bill that provided most of the benefits to the ultra wealthy in this country. And I know folks are going to say, we just can't spend money, Angie. But it was okay when we spent and added $3.4 trillion to our deficits to give tax breaks to the rich. Again, $4.1 trillion over a period of time for tax breaks to the rich. So my family farmers, they need more help. Specialty crop growers in our nation, they need more help. And I know that this committee is committed to helping family farmers, and I hope this committee can also be committed to helping hungry families across this country. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Any member seek recognition to speak on the gentlelady's amendment? Dr. Adams is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do want to speak in support of this amendment. This amendment is about keeping both farmers and families afloat during tough times. Farmers, especially family farms, are struggling with higher costs for seeds and fertilizer and equipment, plus lost markets from tariffs and trade disruptions. This amendment provides targeted financial relief so they can keep producing, stay in business, and support their communities. It also protects families who rely on food assistance programs like SNAP, ensuring that they don't suddenly lose access to the nutrition they need to feed their children and households. This helps families stay healthy, reduces financial stress, and keeps communities stable. The amendment strengthens rural economies too. Farmers who get support can continue hiring workers, buying supplies locally, and keeping markets alive. In short, it protects farmers, it supports families, and it keeps our food system strong and resilient. I support the amendment. I thank the lady for bringing it forward, and I yield back.
It's back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on the ranking member's amendment? Mr. Scott is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I know it's your amendment, so I assume you have a cost estimate for it. I'm just wondering what that total cost estimate is.
The total cost estimate, I don't have it on the tip of my tongue here right now. but it would add an additional somewhere around $18 billion in assistance to family farmers that the Trump administration left out. And we're also seeking a multi-year delay in the cost shift to states.
And how many billion would that be?
I'll have to go pull that number out for you, Mr. Scott, but I'd be happy to do that.
Well, thank you. I mean, you're the ranking member. It's your amendment. You've had this for a while. It's not like you just came up with it today, right?
No, sir, we introduced it even before the Republicans announced the $12 billion in economic assistance because we knew it was not going to be enough for the losses that have been occurred under this administration.
So, but you've had months then. It was introduced months ago then, is that correct?
I just don't want to misquote the number. It's a 4-year delay in the cost shift is what the number is.
All right.
And then it's, again, makes our family farmers whole.
Actually, if you read the language, it doesn't make them whole. But if you read your language, it doesn't make them whole.
No, sir, but it makes them a hell of a lot more whole than they are under the Trump administration today.
I disagree with you on that, but it doesn't make them whole. You should read the language. It's actually got a factor in there. But I want to say this, Mr. Chairman. I don't want to debate this whole thing with the ranking member forever tonight. But they've had a lot to say about what they call a billionaire bailout bill or whatever nickname y'all have for it on any given day. I want you to know this. One of the best things we did in that bill for the American farmer is to give them a $15 million estate tax exemption so that the Democrats don't get to seize the assets of the American farmer when they die. Now, I want you to hear what I said. It was 15 million, not billion. It was 15 million. It protects every small and mid-sized farm in this country from the federal government, if the Democrats are in control, seizing the assets of the farm family when the mother or the father dies. 15 million, not billion. It's one of the best things we did in H.R. 1. I'm glad we did it. I'm glad the Democrats didn't get the tax bill that they wanted so that they could seize your family farm when your mother or your father passed away. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Other members seek recognition to speak on, we'll go this side. Ms. Hayes, recognized for 5 minutes.
I just have a question for the ranking member. Thank you so much for introducing this legislation. I think it's really good legislation to provide relief to American farmers. Do you know off the top of your head how much economic relief this president and this administration gave to farmers in Argentina?
Well, I mean, the $40 billion number comes to mind. I understand we're going to get, currency swaps this and currency swaps that, but not only did they get $40 billion in relief, but they've now asked us to prioritize Argentinian beef. And Mr. Scott, the number was $18 billion, as I said, in farm relief. 4-year delay is $28 billion to our states so that they can fully prepare for this cost shift you've given them.
I have no further questions. I yield you the rest of my time, ranking member, if you need it.
Thank you so much. And if you're referring to stepped up basis and those sorts of things, many members of this committee, even under President Biden, fought the change in stepped up basis on behalf of our family farmers. I happened to be one of those members who did that. Many of the members on this committee did so as well. The bottom line is this, you can sort of throw, the one big beautiful bill and the ultra wealthy, and I get kind of throwing that back at us. But at the end of the day, when the majority of the debt, the majority of the deficits that are going to be incurred, not just by this generation, but by the next generation, in the one big beautiful bill, that the benefit actually goes to the top 2% of Americans. I started a conversation yesterday about the wealth disparity in this country, and I can promise you that the majority of the benefits in the one big beautiful bill did not go to family farmers in this country. It went to incredibly wealthy billionaires in this nation. And if you go back to the One Big Beautiful Bill, if we were doing this in regular order, then the $68 billion that you put in the One Big Beautiful Bill, most of the Democrats on this dais would be supporting. But we also would be talking about Title IV in a very different way than we spent most of the day today talking about it, because we would not have sat here and allowed Republicans to decimate Title IV in order to pay for tax breaks for the rich. So there's no way that Republicans can get out of the facts on who the benefit mostly went to in the One Big Beautiful Bill. And with that, I would yield any remaining time that Ms. Hayes has to Mr. McGovern or Ms. Brown if they want to speak.
I yield back.
Lady yields back. Now recognize Mr. Lucas from Oklahoma for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I now yield time to my colleague from Georgia, Mr. Scott.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to be very brief about this. Every competent member of this committee knows exactly what happened with regard to Argentina and the $20 billion line of credit for a currency swap, of which the maximum drawdown was $2.5 billion, which has been repaid to the American taxpayers with interest. We actually made money. If we're going to do foreign aid, it's exactly the way we should do foreign aid. Loan money, not give money. So everybody up here that's competent knows exactly what it is, and yet they continue to act like someone just gave Argentina $20 billion, and that's just not true. $2.5 billion line of credit repaid with interest. The U.S. taxpayers made money. With that, I yield
back to me.
Mr. Lucas.
I yield to the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Feenstra.
Thank you, Congressman Lucas. I just want to just briefly talk about.
You know the truth.
We good? Thank you. I just want to briefly talk about what the Working Families Tax Cut bill really did. All right, let's get this on the record. All right, I think you guys are being very disingenuous, Democrats. So let me just explain what it does to farmers and the farming community, okay? So what we did is we strengthened crop insurance, remember that? We increased reference prices, remember that? We doubled MAP and FMD, remember that? We actually did the $15 million on death tax. We created the ACRE Act so farmers could get loans through their banks. We moved Food for Peace. We doubled 179 depreciation, so if you buy, I don't care what piece of equipment it is, small farm, big farm, whatever, you can depreciate it. We created immediate expensing. We doubled the standard deduction, and it goes on for the farmer. You ask any farmer that's doing their taxes today, they will say it's immeasurable the things that were in that bill that truly made a difference for them to be profitable. 20% business, small business deduction. So what I'm telling you is this. I see this amendment, all right? This is obviously partisan political show. I get it. It's unreasonable. But here's the thing. Farmers and ranchers, they want our help. They want this bill. They need it because it's the next step. It's the next part. I would have loved to have done it in 2024. We had bipartisan support in 2024, but it didn't happen. And then we tried it in 2025. Now it's 2026. Are we going to get together and get this done or not? Are we going to play partisan politics? We've done so much in this meeting in the last day and a half of give and take. How many amendments did we take from one another? It's great. Bottom line is, let's do it for our farmers and our producers, please. They're the ones that are hurting. They're the ones that need this. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back to me. Mr. Chairman, before I yield back to you, I would simply note that we've been going at this now for almost 20 hours over the course of 2 days. We've covered a huge amount of material. We've had some of the sincerest debates and discussions and points of views from all sides. I don't know how many amendments we have remaining, but the closer we get to the midnight hour, probably the less productive this process will be. So let's finish up. Yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman. Any other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? Ms. Davids is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My plan is to speak in support of the amendment. I don't disagree with Mr. Lucas that the later it gets, the maybe less productive this is going to be. I also just feel like maybe everybody needs to take a breath and a drink of water. Questioning people's competency, though, is not a good way for us to move forward, regardless of whether we disagree or not. It is probably time for us to take a breath. I am happy to co-sponsor and support the Ranking Member's Farm and Family Relief Act. Tariffs have increased costs for American families, have driven up input costs, and have eroded export markets for Kansas producers. Last year, the average American household paid over $1,600 higher costs due to a self-inflicted trade war by this administration. This amendment would provide relief for farmers, ranchers, and families who are being squeezed by high costs. Additionally, this would postpone the damaging changes made to SNAP in the partisan budget reconciliation bill. This would give states like Kansas time to stabilize their operations and prepare for drastic changes to these programs. This delay is supported by the bipartisan National Governors Association. I would urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? Any others seek recognition to speak? And I'll take my time. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this amendment is just political messaging. I get it. You know, the amendment is almost identical to the legislation a ranking member introduced in January. Legislation I found out about via a press release. Had it been a serious effort, that would have expected some outreach from the ranking member before the reporters, cameras, and microphones showed up. Similarly, had this been a serious effort at legislating, one would have expected it to be raised as a priority during the negotiations or filed in a timely manner rather than hours after the deadline passed. And while they may call it family relief, the irony is there is no relief for families in this amendment. Instead, their number one priority is the continuation of mismanagement at the expense of families that claim they want to support. The amendment chooses the status quo, over $10 billion in erroneous SNAP payments per year, bureaucratic state mismanagement and fraud, blank checks for bloated state administrative expenses. And let's be clear about the status quo, who it really hurts. It's a single mom on SNAP working 2 jobs to get back on her feet who has to repay hundreds of dollars in SNAP payments that the state overpaid her through no fault of her own. Or a grandmother raising her grandchildren who, unbeknownst to her, has been underpaid in her SNAP benefits for months due to calculation errors by the state. I'm going to remind everyone that if states decrease these errors, they don't need to pay for any portion of the SNAP benefit. It is imperative that these reforms go into effect when intended. A delay would be a disservice to taxpayers and our neighbors in need. As for supporting producers, I agree. More can be done, and more should be done. And I'll be happy to work with any member who is serious about filling the gap that lie between USDA's announced Farmer Bridge Assistance Program and the upcoming delivery of almost $16 billion in support through Title I. Keep in mind that $16 billion that row crop farmers will see in October was only made possible by historic investments that were contained in H.R. 1, legislation that every single Democrat voted against. Certainly for specialty crops, as we have discussed, USDA missed the mark on both the amount of assistance as well as the delivery mechanism. And that is why the Farm, Food, and National Security Act of 2026 contains the specialty crop framework to address those shortcomings in the future. But in Congress, we are bound by budget rules, and adding this amendment with tens of billions in offset spending to a farm bill will only bring this legislation to a standstill and, quite frankly, will serve no one. Instead, if you're serious about supporting our farmers, then let's turn the page on the gamesmanship. Let's work together to identify the critical needs in the countryside, and let's work together to find a viable legislative vehicle to address those concerns. As much as I want to support our producers, I can't in good conscience swallow another 4 years of turning a blind eye to the mismanagement of tax dollars to the detriment of the families in need. If members are serious about assisting families in rural America, we should work to address mismanagement of the SNAP program, work in good faith to support the Farm Food and National Security Act, and with that, I yield my time back. Any other members seek to speak on the amendment? No members seeking to speak. Hearing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed by saying no. No. Independent of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is, I'm sorry, the noes have it. Almost.
Almost got it.
Almost. Thank God I speak slowly, you know, to get to the end.
I was about to take the win.
And the amendment.
I know.
The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 312. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. I believe Mr. Harris has an amendment entitled 12.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. I do have an amendment at the desk, amendment number 36.
The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 36, offered by Mr. Harris of North Carolina.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman from North Carolina, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of their amendment.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I offer an amendment to strike the creation of a new office of ombudsman within the USDA. Let me be very clear at the outset. Every American farmer, rancher, and producer deserves equal protection under the law. Civil rights complaints must be taken seriously, and they must be handled fairly. But the question before us is not whether civil rights matter. We all would agree, absolutely they do. The question is whether creating yet another federal office authorizing $1 million in taxpayer dollars per year is the right way to address those concerns. The USDA has established avenues for filing and resolving civil rights complaints. The department maintains an entire civil rights division. Its website provides detailed guidance on how producers and customers can file claims. There are formal administrative processes already in place, and ultimately access to the courts remains available to any American who believe their rights have been violated. So why are we creating a new office? The proposal expands the size and scope of the federal bureaucracy at a time, frankly, when the American people are demanding that we rein in Washington, not grow it and expand it. Every new office requires staff, requires funding, requires overhead, and requires long-term commitments that rarely shrink once they're established. If there are problems with the existing civil rights review process, then I challenge us to let us reform that process directly. Let us improve transparency, streamline timelines, and hold existing offices accountable for results. That would be responsible governance. But creating a duplicative office of the ombudsman risks confusion over jurisdiction, duplication of effort, and additional cost to taxpayers, all without clear evidence that current remedies are insufficient. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to support striking this provision and refocus this farm bill on what it is meant to do: support our farmers, strengthen rural America, and steward taxpayer dollars wisely. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Gentleman yields back. Do any members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? Mrs. Miller from Illinois is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I speak in support of this amendment. This amendment echoes the committee's efforts to reduce burdensome bureaucracy on our farmers. I want to be clear, civil rights protections for our farmers and producers remain fully intact. USDA already has a civil rights division. We don't need another bureaucrat making life harder for our farmers. I encourage my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Thank you, gentlelady. Any other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? And the ranking member is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The law, specifically the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and USDA policy, prohibit discrimination on the basis of race, color, religion, sex, sexual harassment, age, national origin, marital status, familial status, disability, limited English proficiency, or because all or a part of an individual's income is derived from a public assistance program. If a farmer, rancher, customer, or employee of the department feels they have been mistreated, they can file a complaint to rectify the situation. Sometimes these cases can be resolved quickly, but often the process can be confusing, frustrating, and drawn out. While the USDA's civil rights complaints process should provide recourse for employees and program participants who face discrimination in hiring, employment, and program delivery, serious issues have plagued civil rights complaint processing for more than 50 years. And while these problems are not new, in 2021, the Office of the Inspector General evaluated USDA's oversight of the civil rights complaints, reviewing complaints processed between October 2016 and June 2019, and found that under the previous Trump administration, more than 85% of civil rights complaints took longer than 180 days to process. In fiscal year 2019, it took 799 days on average, or more than 2 years and 2 months, to process complaints. With 33% of staff at the Office of Civil Rights having been forced out since the beginning of 2025, farmers, ranchers, customers, and employees will need more help than ever navigating the complaint process. The Ombudsman's Office, this amendment tries to eliminate, would do just that. Help them navigate the civil rights complaint review process, ensure they're aware of their hearings and appeals rights, and make recommendations for improvements to the Secretary. For these reasons, I strongly oppose this amendment and support the underlying provision. An Office of the Ombudsman alone will not solve the longstanding issues, civil rights complaint processing issues at USDA, but it would help. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady for yielding back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on Mr. Harris's amendment? Mr. Figures, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I probably come from the state with just looking around here, the longest, deepest civil rights history of any member here. My father started his legal career. For those of you who don't know, my father integrated University of Alabama's law school, first black man educated to be a lawyer in the state of Alabama. And when he finished, he and two others finished in the same class. But when he finished, he went back home and he started his legal career, in part defending property rights of black farmers. And so I think we all know the history of USDA as it relates to discrimination. It is probably the most well-documented agency in the federal government with its acts of discriminatory practices against minority farmers in this country. It led in large part to black farm owners nearly being wiped out in its entirety from a percentage standpoint over the last century. This is not conjecture, this is not talking points, this is not politics, this is documented realities. And so to just trust that the agency that has seen a third of its staff cut in the civil rights section, that they will just do what's necessary to protect the rights of minority farmers and other civil rights, I can't do that. I do think there's some additional oversight that's necessary given the history of this agency. And so with that, I will have to oppose this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Gentleman yields back. Any other members seek recognition to address Mr. Harris's amendment? Seeing none, I'm going to weigh in here. I want to thank the gentleman for bringing this issue forward for consideration by this committee. I understand my colleagues' concerns with creating additional offices at USDA that were previously sunset, as well as the fiscal and administrative concerns that may have been flagged. After further engagement with USDA, I believe more work can be done to enhance the service delivery provided by the Assistant Secretary of Civil Rights. And for these reasons, I am supportive of my colleagues' efforts to avoid unnecessary bureaucracy of creating a separate office, and look forward to conducting rigorous oversight to ensure USDA is fairly serving all of its customers. Hearing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment.
Mr. Chairman.
Right here. Who seeks recognition?
Just take a few seconds to speak in opposition to this amendment. I mean, given the impassioned remarks by the speakers against this amendment, including Mr. Figures, that described, his family's efforts against well-documented discrimination. I mean, we're talking about $1 million in a massive budget. I mean, this is not even budget dust. I think it's well worth the efforts of this new office to support and right wrongs at the cost of $1 million. And so, I mean, I don't understand why we're even arguing about this. I speak against the amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Gentleman yields back. Hearing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed by saying no. No. And the
Mr. Chairman, let me let you call it first.
yeah. In the opinion of the chair, I'd have to say that the noes have it. Does the amendment
Mr. Chair,
is not
ask
agreed to?
a recorded vote.
Thank you. A recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 3I2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. I now recognize Mr. Vasquez for the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, amendment number 32.
Mr. Vasquez has amendment number 32 at the desk. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 32, offered by Mr. Vasquez of New Mexico.
The gentleman from South Dakota reserves a point of order. Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman from New Mexico, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I understand that you may feel this amendment is not germane to the Farm Bill, but I plan to offer and withdraw this amendment. But before I do, hope we can have a discussion on this issue. My amendment is simple. It would require that bets on sports to be treated as sports betting. Under existing laws, the CFTC does not allow gambling contracts. However, it is choosing to turn a blind eye and allow companies to get around state and tribal gambling rules by calling bets on sports event contracts or prediction markets. We all know this is BS. A prediction on the volume of wheat produced has value to the agriculture industry.
Okay.
A prediction on whether the 49ers beat the Raiders on Monday Night Football is a bet. Let's be clear. What prediction market companies are doing is a direct violation of tribal sovereignty, shreds the integrity of the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act of 1988, and is stealing revenue from tribes in states like New Mexico. In my state, tribal gaming sustains Native American communities. Revenue from gaming goes directly to jobs, education, housing, infrastructure, and so much more. It's the foundation of how gaming tribes support themselves, and it's a huge boon to surrounding rural communities. When it comes to sports betting in New Mexico, the rules are simple. It only happens at tribal casinos
under tribal, federal, and state regulation, with strong safeguards in place to ensure tax revenue supports state and tribal priorities, prevents underage betting, and protects those who struggle with gambling addiction. And in other states around the country, sports betting companies have had to go through the rigorous approval processes themselves. Prediction markets, on the other hand, have opened in all 50 states and openly advertised that their services are available where sports books are not. These markets advertise themselves as being an important tool for understanding world events, but a recent report showed that over 90% of contracts on Kalshi were on sports, with 40% of their volume on the NFL alone. Whether you call it a bet or a prediction, we all know what it is. The tribes in my district have abided by all state and federal regulations to operate their businesses, and it's not right that a new unregulated market can appear overnight with no oversight that the tribal casinos and legal sports books are subject to. Being unregulated is so attractive that even traditional sports betting companies have now switched to a prediction model so that they can avoid regulation in states that they weren't previously allowed to operate. The CFTC originated out of a desire to regulate grain markets, not oversee a billion-dollar sports betting industry. Members on both sides of this room agree. The CFTC should get back to being focused on agricultural commodities, and everyone should have to play by the same rules. Now, I know that there are many of my Republican colleagues with tribes in their district, and in fact, there have been numerous Republican states in which your attorneys general have signed on to amicus briefs against Kalshi, and 41 states in total. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this amendment, and we'll plan to withdraw.
The gentleman withdraws. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, in lieu of an amendment, I would like to engage in a colloquy with you on the appropriate time to discuss my concerns about sports-related event contracts.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know that there are folks on the other side of the dais who also care deeply about the tribes in their districts and how prediction markets impact their revenue stream. And so I ask this question for you tonight. Will you commit to working with me to close this loophole at the CFTC, stand up for tribal sovereignty, and ensure that bets on sports are treated like sports betting? Mr. Chairman, would you commit to helping me lead that process?
Yes, prediction markets are not novel, but they are growing quickly in size and attention, and they present important issues for the committee to examine. Following our successful work on the Farm Bill, it is my intention that the committee turn to CFTC reauthorization and consideration of how event contracts, which is what you're talking about, event contract markets fit into the CFTC's remit will be germane to that work. The discussion around event contracts is an important one, but is also a complex one with many interested stakeholders and different perspectives. Landscape is also moving quickly. Just this week, Chairman Selig announced work on a rulemaking related to event contracts. So I believe that member education is essential to our success as a committee, especially for an issue as complex as event contracts. And I look forward to providing members the opportunity to hear from a cross-section of stakeholders, as well as the CFTC Chairman Selig, as we work towards a bipartisan reauthorization package, and certainly look forward to working with you, Mr. Vasquez. I appreciate you raising this issue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back and withdraws. Other members that have seeking recognition for an amendment in Title 12. Any other members seeking recognition for Title 12? Any members seeking recognition for Title 12? I will, this is a new script. If hearing none, Title 12 is now closed. We will now open the bill for any remaining amendments that have not been offered.
Mr. Chairman.
Does any member have such an amendment? Mr. Johnson is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have Amendment 152
at the desk.
Mr. Johnson has Amendment 152. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 152, offered by Mr. Johnson of South Dakota.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, this has been a productive and cooperative effort between Mr. Vasquez and myself. We are both passionate about tribal colleges and universities. These TCUs are rapidly expanding their work in the research and development space. This amendment deals with Title VII in research. The funding, this amendment would take a funding source that they have, and it would allow them to use those funds. It doesn't give them any more money. It doesn't divert funds from anywhere else. It just gives them the flexibility to use those research funds to be able to acquire, maintain, repair, operate key pieces of equipment. If they're going to continue to expand their capacity, it's critically important that in Indian country we expand capacity, and this will allow them to better handle these research projects. And with that, I want to thank Mr. Vasquez for his leadership on this as well, and with that I would reserve.
The gentleman yield back. The gentleman yields back. Mr. Vasquez is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Thank you to the gentleman from South Dakota for offering this amendment and joining me in this effort. I do represent 7 tribes in my district, including Zuni, Akamai, Sleda, Laguna Pueblos, and Mescalero, Fort Sill, and Navajo Nation. Now, my commitment and duty in representing my district is to advance tribal sovereignty, but just as importantly, to improve education in our tribal communities. And ensuring that 1994 land-grant tribal colleges and universities have full and equitable access to USDA rural development programs, just like any other university, is incredibly important. So I think it's past time we take this common step to level the playing field by expanding tribal institutions' ability to acquire land, modernize facilities, and invest in equipment that supports ag research in Indian country. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. I claim my time to speak on this bill. I want to thank both the gentlemen for bringing this amendment forward to ensure that we continue to support the research capabilities at 1994 institutions. Given this amendment's bipartisan support, I'll be voting yes on this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back. Any other members seek recognition? Mrs. Davids is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to speak in support of this amendment. Tribal colleges and universities, including Haskell Indian Nations University in Kansas, offer unique educational opportunities for Native and non-Native students. These institutions provide a strong education grounded in cultural traditions and values. Tribal colleges and universities, or TCUs, contribute $3.8 billion to the national economy and support more than 40,000 jobs across the United States. This amendment would provide authorities for TCUs to use existing federal funding to address research and facilities costs, update equipment, and support Native students. TCUs are not only centers of learning, culture, and community, they are also engines of economic growth and opportunity for both Indian country and the nation as a whole. I thank my colleagues for offering this amendment. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting yes for all the reasons stated above, and so that the federal government can fulfill its trust and treaty obligations. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Now I recognize Mrs. Hayes for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I am speaking in support. Thank you. I'm speaking in support of my amendment, amendment number 142. Currently, Puerto Rico operates under the new... Oh, I thought we were moving on to new amendments. I'm sorry. I'll be back. I support Mr. Vasquez's amendment. I yield back.
Mrs. Tokuda, you had indicated, were you going to speak on this amendment? No, okay. Ms. Figurs, are you going to speak on this amendment? Ms. Figurs is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Johnson, for submitting this amendment as a enormous supporter of 1890 land grant institutions and the original land grant institutions, 1862 institutions, which we have in my state. I support all things we can do to support land grant institutions, and the irony is not lost on me that the tribal land grants originated over 100 years, 130 years after the original land grants. And as we know, Native Americans were here first and ended up with the last land grant institution. So they are starting with about 130 year, starting behind the curve about 130 years. And so we need to do everything that we can to support them and get them the resources that they need to continue to be able to sustain and compete. So I support this and urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Gentleman yields back. Does any other member seek recognition to speak on this amendment? Seeing none, hearing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed by saying no. And in the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Now we'll go back to Mrs. Hayes. Ms. Hayes have an amendment to desk?
I do.
What, the amendment?
142.
Ms. Hayes, at Amendment 142 to desk. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 142, offered by Mrs. Hayes of Connecticut.
Thank you.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentlelady, sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of her amendment.
Currently, Puerto Rico operates under the Nutrition Assistance Program, NAP, a block grant that provides substantially lower benefits for U.S. citizens in Puerto Rico. As a result, residents of Puerto Rico face hunger, lack of nutrition, and food insecurity every day. Unlike SNAP, NAP is a fixed block grant for U.S. territories with capped benefits. SNAP is a mandate that can expand based on need and eligibility. My amendment, based on the Puerto Rico Nutrition Assistance Fairness Act, would set out a process to enable Puerto Rico to participate in SNAP. The amendment requires Puerto Rico to submit to the Department of Agriculture a plan of operation to transition away from the consolidated block grant to SNAP. This legislation would end this longstanding disparity and dramatically improve food security for low-income families, children, senior citizens, and veterans. This amendment is a longstanding bipartisan effort that could ensure that the approximately 1.3 American citizens in Puerto Rico who use NAP get full benefits. Puerto Ricans have the right to urgent and equitable food access and should not be subject to fewer benefits solely based on residency. I want to make sure that I highlight this issue so that this committee can work to address what's happening in Puerto Rico. I am withdrawing the amendment, but I wanted to make sure that this is on record and that we can work on this at a later date. I yield back.
Well, I appreciate the lady offering and withdrawing this amendment. I am a strong supporter of Puerto Rico's eventual transition to SNAP. I've been working closely with Governor Gonzales Colon on this issue. Due to budgetary constraints, it was not possible to authorize USDA to approve SNAP for Puerto Rico in the Farm, Food, and National Security Act of 2026. The CBO score that came back, even though this was a delayed, like almost 10 years, up to 10-year implementation, CBO scored it in the billions, given the fact that their rationale with USDA would have to gear up and, to be able to engage to help address the unemployment rate and everything that would need to be put in place. It was very frustrating, actually. Nonetheless, this Farm Bill will encourage, via report language, that both USDA and Puerto Rico continue to formulate a financially and operationally viable pathway towards a transition from block grant or from NAP to SNAP. Look forward to continuing to work with the gentlelady Puerto Rico and USDA on this effort. Thank you for withdrawing.
Chairman, can I speak on it?
Sure.
I do want to thank the gentlelady for offering this amendment. I do support it. And even though Puerto Rico is part of America, Puerto Ricans are forced to settle for less when it comes to putting food on the table. Today, families in Puerto Rico receive hundreds of dollars less per month, as been said, in nutrition assistance than other Americans. And so that gap affects what families can buy. And much of that food and beverage comes from our states, supporting American farmers, manufacturers, and retailers. The amendment is really about equal access to basic nutrition support while helping support American jobs. I support it, and thank you for introducing.
Thank you, Dr. Adams.
Ms.
Ms. Vasquez, want to speak on this amendment?
Yes.
You're recognized. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to express my strong support and want to thank Congresswoman Hayes for introducing this bill. I was just recently speaking with leadership in Puerto Rico, and this is among their top political issues on the island. It is so incredibly important to the folks in Puerto Rico who I hope we all now are reminded from the Super Bowl that Puerto Ricans are Americans, and I think that they deserve equity in what they receive via food benefits that currently is a fixed annual grant versus SNAP, which is the program, of course, that we have here. There's so many issues with SNAP that need to be fixed. This needs to be addressed. I don't see a situation in which in the future we don't have to deal with the cost of transitioning from NAP to SNAP, and so I hope that in the future we figure out how to budget this with plenty of adequate time and negotiation to finally get this done for the people of Puerto Rico. Thank you, Chairman. I yield back.
Appreciate you, gentlemen. Gentleman yields back. Any other members seek, give people a chance to speak on this withdrawn amendment? All right. If not, we'll open up for additional amendments. I have Mrs. Takuto on the list for an amendment to desk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I seek recognition to call up amendment number 108.
Mr. Takuto has amendment 108. The clerk shall report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 108, offered by Ms. Takuta of Hawaii.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the gentlelady from Hawaii, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Last year, the Big Ugly Bill made a $500 billion cut to Medicare and a $1 trillion cut to Medicaid. Medicare and Medicaid are lifelines for rural America. In rural communities, these programs represent on average 50% of a hospital's payer mix, and nearly half of all rural hospitals are already operating on negative margins. These are cuts rural hospitals across the country simply cannot absorb. 200 rural hospitals have closed over the last 20 years. 400 rural hospitals are at risk of closure, service reduction, or conversion because of the Big Ugly Bill's cuts. That includes 6 hospitals in Hawaii, in my district alone. Some of these are the only hospitals on their island. Some are the only hospital within a 50-mile radius. For rural communities in Hawaii and across this country, closure would not be an inconvenience. It would be a death sentence. The Big Ugly Bill is projected to cause a 21% decline in Medicaid reimbursements for rural hospitals. You cannot cut a fifth of a rural hospital's Medicaid revenue and expect business as usual. Medicaid covers nearly 1 in 5 rural adults and 40% of rural children. When you cut Medicaid, you cut coverage for a significant share of a rural hospital's patient base. Changes to provider taxes and state-directed payments further reduce funding flows to our rural facilities. New work reporting requirements and frequent eligibility checks will push eligible rural patients off coverage because of paperwork, barriers, and especially in areas with limited broadband access, people just can't apply. Fewer covered patients mean lower patient volume, higher acuity rates, more uncompensated care, and immediate revenue losses. And when revenue drops, staffing costs still remain fixed, as we know, which means hospitals are forced to choose. Do they cut the workforce or do they cut services? And these services and staffing reductions are not hypothetical situations. They are literally happening right now in our communities. Now, I've heard a lot of hype surrounding the $50 billion Rural Health Transformation Fund, but this money falls far short of the projected Medicaid losses that rural hospitals will face. This transformation funding should have been additive, helping rural systems innovate and modernize. Instead, rural hospitals are being forced to figure out how to backfill massive revenue cuts while fighting for such scraps. Time and again, all rural providers have ever asked of Congress is simply helping them to keep the lights on, help keep doctors and nurses on shift, help keep emergency rooms open. And while I'd like to say we should cancel all these cuts, I agree that would not be germane to this bill. But that is why I'm offering the amendment that I am today. My amendment would authorize funding within the USDA's Community Facilities Program to reimburse rural hospitals for revenue losses caused by temporary reduction in patient volume or service delivery. It also allows funds to support staffing costs necessary to maintain essential services, recruitment, retention, and workforce stability. My amendment ensures providers have actual bridge funding when coverage losses and reimbursement cuts triggered by H.R. 1 create sudden revenue shocks by opening up targeted, responsible financing tools within the USDA to stabilize these facilities that are in immediate danger of closing. And this amendment dedicates funding without taking away from existing community facilities priorities. This is practical, this is responsive, this is what rural providers are asking for right now. Not transformation grants, not theoretical redesigns, not shiny new pilot programs, stability, support, just some breathing room. If Congress is going to slash rural hospital revenue, then we also have a responsibility to help them stay open. That should be the actual baseline for transforming rural health care. My amendment is a step in that direction, because once a rural hospital closes, we know it rarely reopens. And for communities that rely on a single facility for emergency care, maternal care, and basic inpatient services, time is of the essence. Waiting is simply not an option. I strongly urge my colleagues to join me on both sides of the aisle to support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
Thank you, General Lady. General Lady yields back. Any member seek recognition to speak on this amendment? Mrs. Salinas, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have been seeing rural health care hit pretty hard in Oregon for a while. In Southeast Oregon, a very rural part of the state, 53% of Oregonians are covered by Medicaid. If they lose coverage, the facilities that serve this area are at risk of closing their doors. And in my district, several hospitals are at immediate risk of closure from H.R. 1, and across the state, we have seen labor and delivery units close, which is often that canary in the coal mine. Nearly 1/3 of rural hospitals across the U.S. are at risk of closure due to financial instability, and I really appreciate Ms. Takuta's efforts on the Rural Healthcare Caucus, along with Congresswoman Harshbarger. According to the Center for Healthcare Quality and Payment Reform, more than 300 rural hospitals are at immediate risk of closure because they have suffered multi-year financial losses or have very low financial reserves. The Rural Healthcare Transformation Fund is not nearly enough money to cover these costs. The Agriculture Committee has an opportunity to mitigate the harm to our rural healthcare facilities by providing critical resources and funding for rural facilities. I urge an aye vote on the amendment. And I yield back.
General Lady yields back. It's appreciated. Any other members seek recognition? Mr. Riley, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Jill, thanks for your leadership on these issues and running the bipartisan Rural Health Caucus, which I'm really proud to be a part of. In rural upstate New York, we've got 1/3 of our folks are on Medicaid, 40% of the kids, half the babies, 70% of the seniors in assisted living. And I've visited all of our rural hospitals over the last year, held a town hall at SUNY Sullivan focused on rural health. And whether you're talking to folks at Bassett in Otsego County or Garnett in Sullivan County or Ellenville Regional in Ulster County, Columbia Memorial in Columbia County, UHS or Guthrie in Broome, Cayuga and Tompkins, all of them, they're saying the same thing. These cuts, you know, it's been described a whole bunch of ways, but at the end of the day, it's $1 trillion being taken out of the public health system. And these hospitals they were already hanging by a thread. And this is just an absolute gut punch to them. And one thing that I just think is really important that we remember when we're talking about this it's not just the Medicaid cuts. It's not just the third of the folks that I represent who are on Medicaid. When you start taking that money out of the hospital system, they got to find it somewhere. And this is eventually, sooner than later, it's going to start crushing the middle class too, because these hospitals are going to end up, with a lot of care that they're providing that they're not getting reimbursed for. And so on top of that, on top of the middle class impacts and the impacts for the working class Medicaid, you've also got SEIU workers, you've got the nurses just organized at CWA. So we're talking about this cascade effect across rural America. It's the thing that keeps folks up at night probably the most as I'm going around my district talking to people. So I would really urge everybody to support this amendment and really, really appreciate you offering it. I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on Mr. Takuta's Amendment 108? Mr. Figures recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support this amendment offered by Congresswoman Takuta, and I thank you for your leadership on the Rural Health Caucus, of which I'm a member with you, because we have to strengthen rural hospitals. This is fortunately one of these areas where we can find consensus in at least recognizing and identifying the problem across party lines, whether I'm talking to Democrats from Hawaii or Republicans from Oklahoma, West Virginia. They agree that rural hospitals and the preservation of rural hospitals is critical to their communities. And so this offers us an opportunity to do something about it. We often talk about rural hospitals as economic anchors, but first and foremost, they are lifelines for people. And when rural hospitals struggle, the consequences are not abstract. This results in loss of life. I've mentioned in my district, I got 13 counties, and 10 of them either don't have a hospital or have a hospital that is struggling to maintain itself. Just last week, a very notable citizen, won't use the person's name or position, but had a stroke in one of our rural counties. His hospital is one of the ones that's struggling. Had that hospital not been there, the nearest medical care to treat him would have been over an hour and a half away. He may not have made it. And that is unfortunately a story that too many citizens in districts that we all represent here that they're all too familiar with. I had a colleague in this very body had a car wreck. Her daughter had a car wreck in a rural part of my district passing through the state. Had that rural hospital not been there, outcomes for people could have been different. And that is one of the hospitals that is now literally dangling by a financial thread. This amendment allows us to take a meaningful step towards addressing it, and so I urge my colleagues to support it. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Thank the gentleman. Any other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? Any other members seek to speak? If not, I'll utilize my time. I thank the gentlelady from Hawaii for her amendment. I know how important rural health care is to her. I appreciate her leadership on this topic. This committee and I share your support for rural hospitals and appreciate your raising this issue. In the base bill, in the Farm Food and National Security Act 2026, we codify and we strengthen the Rural Hospital Technical Assistance Program with the intention for the program to continue fulfilling its current responsibilities, focusing on preventing closures, strengthening essential health services, and improving the financial and operational sustainability of rural health care facilities. The rural hospital provisions in this bill aim to ensure that our hospitals thrive. And while I support the intention of the amendment, it would expand eligible activities of the existing program, and there is no offset. So with that, unfortunately, I will be voting no. No other hearing no further conversation. The question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. And
Mr. Chair, request a recorded vote.
yeah, recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 312, further 3I2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. I have an en bloc number 1 amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the title of the en bloc number 1 amendment.
Included in en bloc number 1 is Mr. Vasquez, New Mexico, amendment number 46, amendment number 103 offered by Mr. Vidman of Virginia, amendment number 89 offered by Mr. Figures of Alabama, amendment number 102 offered by Mr. Vidman of Virginia, and amendment number 31 offered by Mr. Feenstra of Iowa.
The without objection, the amendment, the en bloc number 1 amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize myself as a sponsor of the amendment for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of their amendments. En bloc is an opportunity where there's consensus basically among both parties on an amendment. Is just meant to be efficient, given there's no strong or real objection to those amendments. And but we will certainly give members an opportunity to speak on the en bloc, especially if one of these is your pieces of legislation. So with that, I'll yield back. Does any other member seek recognition to speak on this en bloc amendment?
I will.
No. Ranking member is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, and thank you for the efficiency at this late hour. We appreciate the Democratic amendments that you've accepted in the en bloc. And with that, thank you again, and we will support it. I yield back.
I thank the ranking member, and she yields back. Does any member seek recognition to speak on en bloc number 1?
No.
No? Okay. All right. Hearing no further conversation, Ms. Figures is recognized for 5 minutes. Now, Mr. Figures is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I just wanted to highlight Amendment 89, which would strengthen land grants abilities to be able to provide heirs property education, which may seem like a very nuanced issue, but across many of our districts, this is an actual real problem where we have for generations farming families have worked the land. They have not often, in many cases, they have not gone through the proper estate planning. And because of that, ownership ends up fragmented, and that leads to issues. That leads to heirs finding themselves unable to access credit, unable to qualify for disaster assistance, unable to enroll in conservation programs. And just as recently as a couple of weeks ago, I was meeting with our USDA offices in the state of Alabama, and they flagged this as still a chronic and persistent issue that prevents relief and eligibility for many programs and services that USDA offers as being a prohibitive factor. And so this amendment would allow our land grant institutions to be able to provide these sorts of education and technical assistance services for people to be able to avoid this problem. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Thank you for that. Mr. Feenstra is recognized for 5 minutes.
Just want a quick note. I have amendment number 31. It's a ropes amendment. What this does is the leading cause of death amongst farmers is tractor rollovers. And what this bill does, it gives a rebate opportunity for farmers to go to the USDA and retrofit their tractors. About every other tractor does not have roll bars today, so this would allow rollover protection through the USDA to get a rebate on these bars that can be put on these tractors. So it's a great amendment, again, to protect the lives of farmers and try to reduce the leading cause of death amongst our producers. So with that, thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Thank him for that.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I know it's late, but I hope you'll forgive me. I just want to talk a little bit about Randy's amendment here on tractor safety, because this is, for me, this is one of my top priorities in this farm bill. And frankly, this is the sort of work I came to Congress to do. Randy just mentioned tractor rollovers are the leading cause of death and serious injuries on our farms. And I've heard just heartbreaking stories from folks across upstate New York. David Hughes and Judy Pangman and Mark Stillwell all shared their stories with me. One of the stories I've heard a lot of times was from my grandpa. He was one of 12 kids, grew up on a dairy farm in Little Meadows, and one day back in the 50s, he was out working the farm with one of his younger brothers, Michael, and they took the tractor down a hill that they'd been down probably hundreds of times before. But that day something went wrong, and Michael's tractor was out of gear. It hit a rut. He lost control, and the tractor rolled on him. So my great uncle never fully recovered from the injuries he suffered. It's something I know my grandpa carried with him for decades. I think it's one of the reasons he left the farm and joined the United States Army. But look, my great uncle is one of the relatively lucky folks. Could have been a lot worse. He needed care and treatment for the rest of his life, but he lived. Reality is too many farmers don't walk away from a rollover, and when the worst happens, it's not just changing one life, it's changing that entire family's future. Too often, the farm can't survive what comes next. An accident turns into a shutdown, and before long, you're looking at an auction sign out front. And it's not just one farm, it's the whole community. You got fewer purchases at the feed store, less business for local dealers and repair shops, lost jobs, and another empty storefront on Main Street. But this is something that really doesn't have to be that way. We know that roll bars with seatbelts, 99% effective at preventing death or serious injury in a rollover. And that's the difference between a broken bone and a burial, between a family keeping the farm or selling it off. So as Randy mentioned, why don't all the tractors now have roll bars like all the cars have seatbelts? Well, a lot of the tractors in use today were actually built before roll bars were standard. A lot of the farms in upstate New York are running tractors that are older than the guys fixing them because they still work good enough, get the job done. And let's face it, these days, a new tractor is not a luxury that many folks can afford. So you got a lot of old tractors, and it's really expensive to retrofit these things. Typical retrofit runs around $1,200, maybe more. Now more than ever, as we've heard all day, the margins are razor thin. So most farms just can't swing the big expense like retrofitting the tractor with a new roll bar. So the safety upgrade ends up getting put on the back burner, not because the farmers don't care, but the math just doesn't work, and that's a real problem. So the thing is, in upstate New York, when we have a problem, we don't just talk about it. We actually roll up our sleeves and fix what needs fixing, and that's especially true when it comes to helping our neighbors and supporting our farmers. So a bunch of upstate New Yorkers at the Center for Agricultural Medicine and Health, now part of Bassett, in my district, they started this rebate program for farmers to retrofit their tractors, and they've done nearly 4,000 retrofits across the country. It's thousands of tractors that now have roll bar protection that they wouldn't have otherwise, all because of what started in upstate New York. So this amendment, part of our Bipartisan Tractor Safety Act, this is really important. It means more rebates for more farmers to save more lives and more farms, because no farmer anywhere, upstate New York, anywhere in America, should have to choose between their safety and their bottom line, their life or their livelihood. One of the best things is this bill pays for itself. Every dollar returns $3.75 in public health benefits. And so I really care a lot about this. When I talk about bringing upstate New York values to Congress, this is the sort of thing I'm talking about. I think very often in Albany and Washington, you got a lot of politicians who like to fight with each other and yell at each other on cable news and social media and try and score points in like an insider's game that nobody upstate really is paying attention to or playing or caring about. But back home, you know, we're focusing on what really matters, and this bill, this amendment really matters. It might not be the thing that's going to get a lot of attention inside the Beltway, but it's the thing that gets my attention because it's the thing that's going to make a real difference in our community. So I urge everybody to support it. Thank you.
Chairman yields back. Recognize Mr. Venman for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. So I want to start briefly speaking in support of my organics amendment, and I'm going to read 2 letters from constituents, and I'll ask them to be entered into the record. So the first one is, Dear Lawmakers.
Without objection.
My name is Everett Huzar. I'm age 10, and I think you should lower prices for organic foods so people can have the best chance to live a long, healthy life. No artificial flavors. The second one is, Dear Lawmakers, I am Emma Edwards, and I live in Stafford. I'm 10 years old. I feel like the stuff in stores should be not a lot of money. I'm not saying, I'm trying to clean it up a little bit here. I'm not saying everything in stores. I'm saying that the stuff that we need should be less. I think this because not a lot of people have the money to pay for it. Everyone deserves to live well. I also think there is too much litter on the earth. So I was thinking that we create a group that goes around and picks up trash, because this is our only earth. And I believe this is about organics because there's a little apple at the bottom here. So thank you for the opportunity to speak on this amendment. My amendment would incorporate a small but important part of my Organic Science and Research Investment Act. It codifies and authorizes the researching the Transition to Organic program, which gives dollars to help farmers transition to organic farming. The organic sector is growing at a record pace. U.S. organic sales reached $71.6 billion in 2024. Consumers are looking for more organic options in their grocery stores, and many farmers are interested in meeting that demand. But transitioning to organic production is not simple. It requires new practices, new knowledge, and often several years of adjustment before a farm can fully be certified. This amendment solves that by authorizing competitive research, education, and extension grants to study the transition from non-organic production to systems to organic agriculture. Specifically, this research would help farmers overcome barriers through transitioning, better understand how organic practices affect ecosystem services like soil health, water management, biodiversity, and greenhouse gas mitigation, and develop improved tools and technologies to support farmers making that transition. This is about giving farmers better information and better tools. The amendment authorizes $7.5 million for this important work. The Appropriations Committee has appropriated these funds many times in the past with bipartisan support, and I strongly believe that codifying this important pot of funds in the Farm Bill would help us continue that strong tradition into the future. And believe me, we've seen how much more expensive organic eggs and fruit are than the non-organic kind. We ought to change that if we want the American people to be healthier and for American agriculture to be more environmentally friendly. More organic farmers means higher supply. That means more competition for shoppers' dollars at every store, and organic eggs will be a lot more affordable to the average customer. So this amendment helps both farmers sending products to the grocery store and the working families that shop there. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment. I yield back. Thank you.
Appreciate gentlemen. Gentleman yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on the en bloc? April, you're recognized.
I have an amendment. It's amendment number 79.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, we're on the.
Oh, on this, I'm sorry.
We're on the en bloc at this point. Any other members seek recognition to speak on the en bloc? All right. Hearing no further conversation, the question is on the en bloc amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the en bloc amendment is agreed to. And now we'll recognize the gentlelady from Maryland who I believe has an amendment at the desk.
My apologies. I think I'm tired. I think we're all getting a little bit tired, so many apologies. Amendment number 86. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment...
Just a second. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 86, offered by Mrs. McLean Delaney of Maryland.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentlelady, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of her amendment.
This amendment is straightforward and necessary. It would make it unlawful for any non-authorized entity to access sensitive financial systems overseen by the USDA, including databases managed by the Farm Service Agency. At its core, this is about trust. When a farmer applies for a federal loan, disaster assistance, or conservation support, they're not just submitting paperwork. Actually, these farmers are submitting their most sensitive financial and operational information with the federal government. Information about their land, their income, their debt, and in many cases, their very family's livelihood. And I deeply believe in data privacy, as for over 15 years, I worked in a nonprofit, Common Sense Media, related to kids and their online privacy and well-being and safety. For more than 90% of our agricultural producers in this country receive some sort of USDA support. That means the vast majority of farmers and ranchers have entrusted USDA and the Farm Service Agency with deeply personal financial data. They do this with the understanding that this information will be hired and be handled by trained, accountable federal employees, not by outside actors or companies with unclear authority or limited oversight. And as we head into another appropriation cycle, and I say this to my fellow holders of the purse, I don't need to remind you that the FSA manages tens of billions of dollars in federal payments and loans that keep our farm communities running. Reports last year indicated that DOGE gave high-level access to USDA's national payment system, and it should concern every member of this body. That kind of access raises questions about data security, about cybersecurity, about the risk of fraud, identity theft, and the potential misuse of sensitive personal information. Our farmers should not have to worry about applying for disaster relief after a hurricane, a drought, or flood, which could expose them to financial harm because their data was improperly accessed. I urge support of this amendment and yield back.
Generally, for yielding back, do any members seek recognition to speak on behalf of this amendment? Any members seek recognition? If not, let me weigh in here. You know, I'd like to thank the gentlelady from Maryland for offering this amendment. Protecting sensitive borrower information from data breaches at USDA is a vitally important step in maintaining the trust of rural America. Producer privacy remains a top priority for the committee, for myself, and for my colleagues. Well, thankfully, existing confidentiality requirements already ensure this data remains secure. Because of that, I will be a no on this amendment. Any other, the ranking member is recognized.
I would just like to add, thank you so much for introducing this amendment. Look, I think we all thought we had the right laws in place coming into last year, but as we saw, special government employees who worked for DOGE access some of Americans' most sensitive financial information under the USDA, including databases managed by the Farm Service Agency. So I would simply say this amendment would ensure that this is the case moving forward, that information is protected and that USDA's responsibility to safeguard sensitive information and imposing strict penalties on anyone who knowingly violates this trust. And for those reasons, I would urge members to join me in supporting this amendment.
The gentlelady yields back.
Mr.
Any other
Chairman.
members seek recognition? Mr. Costa.
Yes, last night, whenever that was on our opening, I made mention of this to this amendment, the problems we're having with FSA offices around the country and the ability to access. I mean, they tried to close the one in Bakersfield and Fresno. I mean, these are two of the largest agricultural counties in the country, certainly in California, and they've removed people. And then, you know, farms that have been approved on a EQIP program, on a loan, or on a other conservation program, and there's nobody there. And I guess the frustrating thing is, notwithstanding the merits of this amendment, given what the ranking member said and the author of the amendment, is
they don't have people in some of these places, and they've removed people. And so, Mr. Chairman, notwithstanding the fact that you may say this is already an existing law, the fact is that this whole reorganization we've got to bring this to the light of day. We don't know what's going on there, and what personnel and downsizing. It's just a real problem, and so I'm likely to support this, notwithstanding existing law. If it's the fact of the matter is our farm service offices are not doing well in California. Maybe they're doing well in your districts. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? Any other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? Hearing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment offered by Representative McLean Delaney, amendment number 86. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Those opposed by saying no.
No.
And the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Could I have, Mr. Chairman, could we have a recorded vote?
She asked for a recorded vote. Thank you. Too much chattering over there. A recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 3I2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. I believe Ms. McDonald Rivet has an amendment at the desk.
Right, waking up. Okay. Yes, the amendment number is 56.
The
56.
Ms. McDonald Rivet has an amendment to the desk, and the clerk shall report the title.
Amendment number 56, offered by Ms. McDonald Rivet of Michigan.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentlelady, sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will try not to take the whole 5. Buying a home is central to the American dream. You work hard, you save up for a place to build and raise your family. I know it firsthand. I grew up in a small farm town in Michigan, about 4,000 people, where my parents worked really hard, and nothing made my dad more proud than looking at our house that he earned and literally built with his own hands. But for too many families in rural communities across my district, that dream is completely out of reach. This amendment offers a simple bipartisan fix. Right now, federal tax law defines a rural community as having a population of 2,500 or less, a definition that keeps too far many deserving families from getting housing assistance, including the town that I grew up in. While I plan to withdraw this amendment based on the Farm Home Loans Act that I wrote with my colleagues from Michigan, Mr. Huizenga, it would update that threshold to 10,000, a small step, allowing more small rural communities to access affordable farm credit home loan financing. Without increasing red tape or taking from anybody else, this bill will open the door to the American dream for thousands of families in all of our districts. I know you all hear about housing costs from families back home as much as I do, and if we're serious about addressing it, this is a common sense step to help. It has the support of both Republicans and Democrats, and I am very encouraged by the offer of members of this committee to work on this bill moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady from Michigan for offering this amendment. I've heard and seen many times how difficult it is to access credit in rural areas, whether we're talking about businesses or individuals. And for many individuals, the largest loan they will ever take out is for a house. Because of this, I realize the need for rural residents to be able to find a home lender so they can plant their roots in a rural community and grow a career and a family. So I appreciate Ms. McDonald Rivet's attention and willingness to work on this issue, and I look forward to working with her in the future to help our rural communities.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to withdraw my amendment.
I appreciate that. And Ms. Davids is anxiously awaiting recognition. You got an amendment at the desk?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, number 70.
The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 70, offered by Ms. Davids of Kansas.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentlelady, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and despite it being past midnight, I certainly hope something good is about to happen. I'm offering this amendment, which would provide mandatory funding for the Agriculture Advanced Research and Development Authority, known as AGARDA. This program was created by the 2018 Farm Bill with the goal of adopting the successful Department of Defense ARPA research model that has been used for high-risk, high-reward research. However, the program has received minimal funding thus far and has not yet received mandatory appropriations in a Farm Bill. Agriculture research is critically important to Kansas producers, Americans who rely on a stable and safe food supply chain, and the communities that I represent. The Kansas City Animal Health Corridor includes institutions like the National Bio and Agro Defense Facility, or NBAF, the Kansas State University, and a large concentration of animal health companies. These entities do critical work protecting American agriculture, producers, and people from serious animal disease. For instance, the continued spread of New World screwworm threatens Kansas cattle ranchers and has the potential to raise already high beef prices at the grocery store. Additionally, in the last several years, we've seen the impact of avian influenza on egg prices. New and emerging animal diseases have the potential to infect humans, threaten our food supply, and ultimately weaken our national security. As frequently said in this committee, food security is national security. As agricultural challenges become more complex, Congress should and needs to support long-term and high-risk advanced research and development. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting for this amendment to invest in critical research and protect our food supply and human health. Thank you, and I yield back.
Appreciate you, she yields back. Any member seek recognition to speak on this amendment? Nope. Any member seek recognition to speak on this amendment? If not, let me claim my time. I want to thank the gentlewoman for bringing this amendment forward, and I appreciate her support for the AGARDA program. I'm unable to support this amendment because of the cost it would carry by requiring $100 million per year in mandatory funding. However, look forward to continuing to work with her, work with the gentlewoman on the other improvements to AGARDA that are contained within this bill, the Farm, Food, and National Security Act of 2026. And I yield my time. Mr. Tandar, do you have a comment on this amendment? No, I didn't think so. Okay. Just was a look on your face. I figured it out.
Mr. Chairman, I was hoping for something really good to happen after midnight, but I'll withdraw the amendment and look at us working together on this in the future as the good thing.
You bet. I look forward to that. It's as it parallels DARPA, I mean, it's been disappointing how it's been, the lack of appropriations for this. Very good. Mr. Figures, I have you down, or is your amendment already taken care of?
My amendment is already taken care of, but I will take this time, if I'm allowed, to just say thank you to all of the staff that has made this day possible for all of us. Thank you.
Well done. Mr. Vasquez is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, amendment number 8.
Very good. Mr. Vasquez is amendment number 8. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 8, offered by Mr. Vasquez of New Mexico.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read and now recognize the distinguished gentleman from New Mexico, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of their amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bipartisan amendment is similar to my Ranching Without Red Tape Act, which cuts unnecessary regulatory hurdles for public land grazers and gives ranchers more flexibility to make minor improvements to their leased range lands in a timely fashion. This is an easy, common sense fix for a chronic problem that impacts thousands of ranchers with federal allotments in many of our districts nationwide. In my district alone, 9,000 ranchers raise over 1.2 million head of cattle, and those ranchers hold over 2,000 grazing allotments across millions of acres of public lands throughout New Mexico. Currently, folks who lease federal grazing permits must undergo an absurdly complex and time-consuming paperwork process to make even the most minor of improvements to their leased rangelands. That means sometimes a task as simple as putting out a new water, repairing a fence, or making a minor road repair becomes a months-long bureaucratic headache that usually results in a lengthy lease renegotiation process. That's the last thing they need when they're making minor improvements. In my first month in office, a cow grower in my district came to my office and told me about his struggles with these straightforward improvements. When his pasture fence deteriorated, as many of them often do, he was forced to wait several months for a response from the Forest Service for approval to rebuild a new pasture fence, risking his cattle and his livelihood. Since then, in my conversations with cattle growers and other producers across the district, I've heard this consistent message. The current federal permitting process for minor range improvements is excessively burdensome and needs reform. These delays cost time and money and contribute to the rising cost of beef and other meat products in this country. It's also important to emphasize that this bill isn't about shortcuts. I personally spend most of my time when I'm outdoors in the backcountry, and I can personally attest to the simple fixes on leased grazing land that can and should be done along remote stretches of Forest Service land that shouldn't trigger an unnecessary and new regulatory process. By eliminating this unnecessary red tape, we can help producers improve relationships between leaseholders and federal land managers, local communities, and the federal government, and give ranch hands the tools they need to get to work and increase productivity. This bipartisan solution is sensible for ranchers, for our public lands, and the communities we represent. I urge support for this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Appreciate you gentlemen offering this amendment today. The farmers and ranchers are the original conservationists, and they are the most effective and caring stewards of the land that I've ever met. However, some Forest Service grazing permittees have reported that they've experienced delays with approvals for common activities such as fencing repairs. This amendment from the gentleman from New Mexico takes an important step to give greater autonomy to those who have a strong moral and financial incentive to improve the land. I appreciate you bringing this issue forward today, and I encourage my fellow committee members to vote in favor of the amendment. Any other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? Any other members seek recognition to speak on Mr. Vasquez's amendment? Hearing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Mrs. Hayes? Yes. Do you have an amendment at the desk? Mrs. Hayes had an amendment at the desk, the number 43, the 143. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 143, offered by Mrs. Hayes of Connecticut.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentlelady from Connecticut to sponsor the amendment for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if you're going to like this one. It's for hot foods for SNAP. A person receiving SNAP benefits cannot purchase hot foods, meaning if they are homeless, living at a shelter, do not have adequate cooking facilities, or do not have the time because of a busy work schedule to prepare meals, then their benefits are no good to them. I've had constituents who are staying in shelters, renting a room, or even extended stay hotels talk to me about the challenge to getting hot foods for themselves and their children. You don't even have the option to buy healthy food choices like hot soup or a rotisserie chicken. SNAP should reflect modern grocery options instead of creating unnecessary barriers for recipients. My amendment, based on the Bipartisan Hot Foods Act, would allow SNAP benefits to be used at grocery retailers to purchase hot food products that are ready for immediate consumption. Current SNAP rules prohibit the use of SNAP benefits to purchase hot foods from food retailers. This change is necessary to ensure equitable and convenient access to food for SNAP recipients. How Americans shop and eat their food has dramatically changed over the last 50 years, yet SNAP policy has not kept pace. My amendment is a common sense amendment that has garnered support on both sides of the aisle. Now is the time to expand nutritious food choices for hungry Americans and provide a much-needed reform to SNAP. We go back and forth about some of the challenges with addressing this issue, but I urge my colleagues to face those challenges head-on, and let's work out a solution to get this right. It's something that we need to do. People deserve to be able to have hot foods. We have to work on a way to make this happen, and I urge my colleagues to support this measure. Thank you, and I yield back.
Generally yields back to any other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment. Mr. McGovern is recognized for 5 minutes.
I want to agree with the amendment that Ms. Hayes offered. I want to thank her for offering it. And I think everybody here should support it. The reality is that the work that this committee has done around SNAP has resulted in making the lives of millions and millions of people more miserable. We are throwing people off of a food benefit because of the cuts that are not being addressed in this farm bill, because of the new work requirements and red tape that are in place that we're not addressing. People are struggling. People's lives are complicated. I mean, I have visited people's apartments where they have no stoves, no working kitchens. And so their only opportunity for a hot meal is to be able to go to a grocery store and buy a rotisserie chicken or buy something pre-prepared. So this is about helping make people's lives more livable, more reasonable, and addressing the realities that millions and millions of people face. And I don't think this should be controversial. I think we should all be able to get behind it. And again, it's the least we can do, given the fact that these recipients on SNAP are about to get hit with a $200 billion cut in the program. Their benefit is going to decrease. And I think this is the least we could do. And again, I thank her for offering the amendment, and I hope everybody supports it. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? Any other members seek recognition? If not, I will claim my time. I want to thank the gentlelady for raising this issue. As I mentioned previously, SNAP was designed by Congress to purchase food at eligible retailers to be cooked and prepared at home. A change of this magnitude requires more meaningful debate about the purpose of SNAP and a strong consensus in this body, as well as a reflection on what it would do for adding costs for the consumer. Their SNAP benefits not going as far during a given month. For these reasons, I have to vote no on this amendment and encourage my colleagues to do the same. The hearing.
Mr. Chair, I don't want you to vote no on my amendment. I'm going to withdraw it because I am deeply invested in it passing, and I want to take the time to garner the necessary support because it is a good amendment and it needs to pass. I yield back.
And that is a great strategy.
And Mr. Chair, I just want to point out, just for the record, that hot foods are found at grocery stores as well.
So, we have 2 more amendments left, best of my knowledge. I recognize Mr. Vindman for an amendment that he has at the desk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My amendment is number 105.
Amendment number 105 of Mr. Vindman. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 105, offered by Mr. Vindman of Virginia.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk supporting $185 million in funding for the Foundation for Food and Agricultural Research. As we have said many times in this committee, but always bears repeating, food security is national security. FAR is one of the smartest agricultural investments Congress has made in the last decade. It operates as a public-private partnership, leveraging federal dollars with private sector matching funds to stretch every dollar the taxpayers put into the system further. At a time when farmers are facing more extreme weather, invasive pests, supply chain disruptions, and rising global competition, we cannot afford to fall behind in agricultural innovation. Ag research not only helps us grow food more efficiently here, but also protects our food supply from any future threats, whether from natural disasters or biological attacks from our adversaries. This is especially important when China has been outspending us in agricultural research since 2008, and their investments are growing twice as fast. This amendment is responsible investment in innovation, competitiveness, and long-term agricultural strength. In fact, this is the same language from the 2018 Farm Bill. I hope that if this committee could fund FAR on a bipartisan basis in 2018, it can do so again in 2026. Thank you, and I yield back.
Appreciate the gentleman. Gentleman yields back. Any member seek recognition to speak on Mr. Vindman's amendment number 105? Any member seek recognition to speak? If not, I'll claim the time. I want to thank the gentleman for his amendment and his attention to agricultural research. I've been a champion for our research capabilities that help our producers for a long time, and we saw historic investments for different research programs in H.R. 1 that including mandatory spending for research facilities, agriculture research, to be able to construct agriculture research facilities. That will bring innovation to the industry for years to come. This amendment would carry a score because of the increase in mandatory funding. Given this committee's intention of delivering on a cost-neutral bill and returning FAR to its original intent, I will not be able to support the gentleman's amendment. Hearing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chair, request a roll call vote.
And a roll call vote has been requested. A recorded vote has been requested. Pursuant to Committee Rule 3I2, further proceedings on the amendment will be postponed. And I believe Mr. Tanador is seeking recognition with an amendment at the desk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment number 119.
Mr. Tanador has amendment 119 at the desk. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Isn't that the part?
I think it's 118.
118.
Amendment number 118, offered by Mr. Tandar of Michigan.
I couldn't hear the report. Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I now recognize the distinguished gentleman and the sponsor of this amendment up for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of his amendment.
Thank you, Chairman Thompson and Ranking Member Craig. Before I came to Congress, I was a serial entrepreneur. When I talk to Michigan farmers, I see a lot of their struggles in challenges I have faced as a small business owner. Long nights, a great deal of uncertainty about how much your next payday will be, while having people depend on you for a paycheck every 2 weeks, and a strong desire to innovate in their field. I'm a new member to the Agriculture Committee this Congress, and if there is one thing I have learned, it is the rapid degree that farming is increasingly dependent on technology. In this committee, we have heard incredible stories from farmers across the country about how they are using technology in increasing in incredible innovative ways to optimize yields and reduce costs. The testimony we have heard throughout the 119th Congress on broadband makes one thing clear: farmers need high-speed internet, specifically high upload speeds to manage data-driven modern agriculture, including cloud-based real-time tracking of GPS-guided machinery, soil sensors, and drones. In particular, high upload bandwidth is crucial for sending large amounts of data to the cloud for precision farming, remote monitoring, and livestock management to optimize yields, reduce cost, and make farming more efficient. In the field, improved connectivity at high-speed thresholds has been shown to correlate with higher crop yields. But the technology that makes higher yields possible all depends on the robust upload and download speeds that modern farm equipment relies on to function efficiently. However, none of this incredible technology is truly effective without access to high-quality broadband that prioritizes both high-speed download and upload speeds. In particular, symmetrical speeds, an internet connection that has both equal download and upload speeds are important to meet the unique needs of today's farmers. This is something even Trump's USDA in 2019 said was needed, specifically citing the need for more symmetrical data flows with a better balance of download and upload speeds to allow for farmers to truly succeed in one report. There are numerous bipartisan proposals to pass symmetrical speeds in some form in both the House and Senate. I hope we can work together to pass this amendment and improve internet connectivity for the American people. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. This yields back. Any member wish to be recognized to comment on Mr. Tandar's amendment number 118? Any members wish to be recognized? If not, I will claim the time. I thank the gentleman from Michigan for his amendment. Ensuring that all communities across rural America have broadband access is a priority for me and this committee. The base bill, the Farm, Food, and National Security Act 2026, raises the minimum eligibility speeds from 25/3 megabytes per second to 50/25 Mbps's to make sure all rural America is served. To anticipate advancement in broadband capability, the bill provides the Secretary the authority to adjust the minimum eligibility speed within limitations through a 30-day notice and comment period. Requiring symmetrical speed could inadvertently limit the deployment of broadband to underserved areas. And so based on that, I will be opposing this amendment and encourage my colleagues to do the same. Hearing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chair, may I have recorded votes?
A recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 3I2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Is there any further debate or amendments to Title 12? All right. Hearing none, Title 12 is now closed. And we will now open the bill for any remaining. No, we did that. Hearing none, the bill is now closed. Okay. Let me, before we proceed to voting, I just want to say now that, now I'd like to yield to the ranking member for any closing remarks that she would like to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll make this brief. I came to Congress this session with the sincere hope that we could get a 5-year, 12-title farm bill across the finish line. With the Farm and Hunger Coalition that has so successfully worked together so many times before. As we walk through each of the titles over the course of the last 2 days, it's clear what a shell of a farm bill this bill truly is. The farm programs funded in the big beautiful bill would have been supported by the minority in the farm bill. But unfortunately, we picked winners for new investment in the big beautiful bill and decimated Title IV outside of regular order. Now, today, we've proposed, but it's been rejected, to invest new money into many farm programs that have been stagnated after nearly a decade of inflation. This bill delivers what no one is asking for, the status quo. Folks, it is not status quo in farm country. A global trade war has left devastating impacts to our nation's farmers. And the farm assistance offered thus far by this administration is a fraction of the need. We offered to help farmers and families during this markup today, but apparently we can only spend money when it cuts taxes for the wealthy in this country, like my colleagues voted for in reconciliation last year. I don't know any farmer in Minnesota who's asking for the status quo. Have we made some bipartisan improvements to the bill during the amendment process over the past couple of days? Of course. But despite that, this remains a disappointing farm bill process that does not meet the moment. This bill doesn't lower input costs or stabilize our export markets. It doesn't help make food more affordable while prices surge under Trump's backward economic policies. And it's going to have challenges getting broad bipartisan support on the House floor, if it makes it there. My colleagues, my sincere hope is that this is just Act 1 of several acts to get a true bipartisan farm bill across the finish line in this Congress. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to say I will vote no on this bill, but I appreciate all of my colleagues and their efforts here these past 2 days. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Generally yields back. Let me just say, over the last 2 days, a little more than 20 hours, we've heard a lot of good discussion on Farm Bill programs. I want to thank all members for engaging with the 12 titles of the Farm, Food, and National Security Act of 2026, both during this markup and over the course of this Congress. The basis for this Farm Bill came from tripartisan work. Republicans and Democrats joining with key stakeholders in agriculture, visiting 43 different states in one territory, over 150 different listening sessions. You're not going to find in construction a more bipartisan bill. Take the politics, take the Trump derangement syndrome out of it, pure and simple. This is a great farm bill. If we focus on the people we're supposed to be focusing on, and that's the hardworking farm families, the ranchers, the foresters of this nation, this is what they've asked for. We asked them what they needed, and they told us. And that's what we put into this, and we did it in a tripartisan way, bringing those key stakeholders to the table. And for those of you on committee last Congress, thank you for staying the course and for your input and contributions to this Farm Bill reauthorization. Also, thank you to Majority and Minority Committee staff and House Legislative Counsel for all their hard work and support in crafting this bill. And we thank the Congressional Budget Office for their work. Between policy research, drafting, technical assistance, and the countless turns with the Congressional Budget Office, our staff have proved themselves to be invaluable advocates and resources for sound agricultural policy. Now, I appreciate the entire teams on both sides of the aisle for the work that they've done to organize and carry out the committee's business. I hope everyone in this room has a sense of urgency about what we are doing here today. Our farmers, ranchers, and rural communities need a new farm bill, and they don't need it next year or need it next Congress. They need it now. In my opening remarks yesterday, I encouraged everyone on this committee to not let the perfect be the enemy of the good. In fact, I think I heard that statement repeated by a few of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle. I hope everyone here today felt that they had the opportunity to deliberate ideas, offer amendments, and engage with the will of the committee. It was a slog, but ultimately that is how legislating is supposed to work. It's not meant to be a rubber stamp of the chairman's mark, crafted in secret, but rather a process by which the chairman generates a starting point, and then every member of the committee has an opportunity to refine and improve this underlying bill. We built this bill in a way that is not typical for Washington. We did it from the outside in, as versus the inside out. All those travels, look around the room with many of the members here, and this is where the needs were identified, out in the fields, on the farms, on the ranches, in the local fire halls. That is the way you should do legislation. That is the way this was done. Every member of this committee has an opportunity to refine and improve the underlying bill. And as what happened here today, and I'm proud of all of you who participated, please believe me that when I say that I want to continue working in good faith with each of you on important policy within our committee's jurisdiction. With that commitment in mind, I ask you to think about the constituents that you represent and the good this bill will do for them. This bill is not about us. This bill is about them. It's about the people that, quite frankly, that feed and clothe this nation, that provide energy resources. It's the people of rural America that provide so much to every American family, and quite frankly, many families around the world. If you care about the future of the farmers and ranchers that feed, fuel, and clothe our country, I hope you'll support this bill. If you care about the 60 million Americans living in rural areas, I hope you can support this bill. And above all, if you believe food security is national security, I encourage you to support this bill. We know that a full 5-year farm bill moves the needle for our entire nation, not just farm country. Before us, we have a real opportunity to move American agriculture forward. Now, I'm proud of this bill, and I'm proud of the work that we've done to further improve it in the last 24 hours. And this is just the first step in the process. There's more work to be done, more refinements that can be made, and if we report this bill out with a robust bipartisan vote, we'll have a path to the floor where more improvements can be made. However, if we let partisanship get in the way, if we let perfect be the enemy of good and allow the momentum to stall, then our farmers and rural communities will be left waiting for another year for a long overdue farm bill. That would be a disservice to our hard-working stakeholders. Thank you all again for your dedication during this markup. I encourage everyone to vote yes on the Farm, Food, and National Security Act of 2026. And we now proceed to our previously postponed votes. The committee will pause for approximately 5 minutes to allow the clerk to set up the electronic voting.
It'd be a great opportunity to go to the bathroom.
It will be.
All members could take their seat. All members just want to make sure everyone has a voting device in hand. The first vote that we will have will be recorded vote number 1 is amendment number 54, offered by Mrs. Brzezinski of Illinois in conservation title, and it removes, I don't think we need to say that, all right? Yeah, a recorded vote was requested. Members will record their vote using electronic voting system. The chairman intends to vote no. I now recognize the ranking member.
The ranking member intends to vote yes.
Will do. Okay, the first vote, you ready? The chairman intends to vote no, ranking member intends to vote yes, and go ahead and enter your Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Does any member wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 24 and the nays are 27.
The amendment is not adopted. Second vote will be filed amendment number 106 by Mr. Sorensen in conservation title, and the chairman intends to vote no.
The ranking member intends to vote yes.
The clerk will open the vote.
Yeah, try one more time. Pressing it a little higher. Yeah, it worked for the first
I
time.
think it got turned off.
Try the red button, David.
There we go.
Thank you.
Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded?
It got turned off. Okay.
Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 24 and the nays are 27.
And the amendment is not adopted. Your third vote is filed amendment number 127 by Ms. Brown from Ohio. The chairman intends to vote no.
Ranking member intends to vote yes.
The clerk will open the vote.
Yeah, there we go.
Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 25 and the nays are 26.
The amendment is not adopted. Next vote will be recorded vote number 4. It is filed amendment number 98 by Mr. Venman. The chairman intends to vote no.
The ranking member will vote yes.
The clerk will open the vote.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
Has all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 25 and the nays are 26.
The amendment is not adopted. The next vote will be recorded vote number 5. It is listed as filed amendment number 90 or 28 by Ms. Hayes of Connecticut, and the chairman intends to vote no.
Ranking member will vote yes.
Will the clerk please open the vote? Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 24 and the nays are 27.
The amendment is not adopted. The recorded vote next will be number 6, which is filed amendment number 92 by Dr. Adams in North Carolina. The chairman intends to vote no.
Ranking member will vote yes.
The clerk will open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 24 and the nays are 27.
The amendment is not adopted. The 7th recorded vote is number 7th, filed amendment number 29 by Ms. Brown of Ohio. The chairman intends to vote no.
The ranking member intends to vote yes.
Will the clerk please open the vote? Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 24 and the nays are 27.
The amendment is not adopted. The recorded vote number 8 is filed amendment number 140 by Mr. Vasquez of New Mexico. The chairman intends to vote no.
Ranking member will vote yes.
Will the clerk please open the vote? Have all
Hold on, Mr. Chairman.
We won the vote.
Try to use the edge of your nail.
Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote?
Oh, come on. Come on. Save a Veteran Day.
Hearing none, the clerk will please close the vote and announce the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 25 and the nays are 26.
The amendment is not adopted. Recorded vote number 10 is filed amendment number 88 by Mr. Figures of Alabama. The chairman intends to vote no.
This is Takuda.
Oh, I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Chairman.
I'm down one. And number 9, start again. Amendment number 9, is filed Amendment 128 by Mrs. Takuda of Hawaii. The chairman intends to vote no.
Ranking member votes yes.
The clerk will open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 24 and the nays are 27.
The amendment is not adopted. Recorded vote number 10, filed amendment number 88 by Mr. Figures from Alabama. The chairman intends to vote no.
Ranking member will vote yes.
The clerk will open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 24 and the nays are 27.
The amendment is not adopted. The next amendment, amendment number 11, is filed amendment as 43 by Mr. Riley of New York. The chairman intends to vote no.
Ranking member will vote yes.
The clerk will open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 25 and the nays are 26.
The amendment is not adopted. Amendment number 12, listed as filed amendment number 117 by Mr. Tanadar of Michigan. The chairman intends to vote no.
Ranking member will vote yes.
The clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted, or all members recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 24 and the nays are 27.
The amendment is not adopted. Recorded vote number 13, filed amendment number 26 by Mrs. Hayes of Connecticut. The chairman intends to vote no.
The ranking member will vote yes.
The clerk will open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, would the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 24 and the nays are 27.
The amendment is not adopted. The next vote will be recorded vote number 14, filed amendment number 22 by Mr. Scott, Mr. David Scott of Georgia. The chairman intends to vote no.
The ranking member will vote yes.
The clerk will open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 24 and the nays are 27.
The amendment is not adopted. This next recorded vote is number 15, filed amendment number 38 by Mr. Harris of North Carolina. The chairman intends to vote yes.
Ranking member will vote no.
The clerk will open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 26 and the nays are 25.
The amendment is approved. Next amendment, recorded vote is number 16, filed amendment number 19 by Dr. Adams in North Carolina. The chairman intends to vote no.
Ranking member will vote yes.
The clerk will open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 24 and the nays are 27.
The amendment is not adopted. The next amendment is recorded vote number 17, filed amendment number 35 by Mrs. Salinas of Oregon. The chairman intends to vote no.
Ranking member will vote yes.
The clerk will open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 23 and the nays are 27.
The amendment is not adopted. The next vote is recorded vote number 18, filed amendment number 51 by Mrs. Pingree of Maine. The chairman intends to vote no.
The ranking member intends to vote yes.
The clerk will open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 22 and the nays are 28.
The amendment is not adopted. Amendment number, recorded vote number 19, filed amendment number 27 by Mrs. Hayes of Connecticut. The chairman intends to vote no.
Ranking member will vote yes.
The clerk will open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 24 and the nays are 27.
The amendment is not adopted. The 20th recorded vote number 20, filed amendment number 135 by Mr. Jackson of Illinois. The chairman intends to vote no.
The ranking member will vote yes.
The clerk will open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any member wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 24 and the nays are 27.
Our next vote will be vote number 21, filed amendment number 68 by Ms. Davids of Kansas. The chairman intends to vote no.
The ranking member will vote yes.
The clerk will open the vote. Okay, start up here. All right.
There you go.
Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 24 and the nays are 27.
The amendment is not adopted. Next vote is vote number 23. This is a second-degree amendment offered by the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann, and it's a second degree to amendment number 119. The chairman intends to vote yes on this amendment.
Ranking member will vote no.
The clerk will open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 29 and the nays are 22.
Okay. With the second degree amendment agreed to, the question is on the underlying amendment. Members will record their votes using electronic voting system. The chairman intends to vote aye, and I now recognize the ranking member.
The ranking member will vote aye as well.
The clerk will open the vote.
Right. Mr. Tandahar is going to vote aye. right, Mr. Tandahar? You're going to vote aye? Thank you. Making sure.
This is the obvious move.
Yeah, ooh. Both. I learned that in Minnesota, you know. I can ask and tell at the same time.
Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Does any member wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 51 and the nays are 0.
The underlying amendment as amended is approved, is adopted. Next vote is number 24. It is listed 146 by Ms. Craig of Minnesota, and the chairman will vote no.
Ranking member will vote yes.
The clerk will open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 24 and the nays are 27.
The amendment is not adopted. The next vote is vote number 25, listed as amendment number 36 by Mr. Harris of North Carolina. The chairman intends to vote yes.
The ranking member will vote no.
The clerk will open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 27 and the nays are 24.
The amendment is not, or is adopted. The amendment is adopted. Next vote is vote number 26, listed as Amendment 108 by Mrs. Takuda of Hawaii, and the chairman intends to vote no.
The ranking member will vote yes.
The clerk will open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 24 and the nays are 27.
The amendment is not adopted. The next vote is vote number 27, listed as Amendment 86 by Mrs. McLean Delaney of Maryland. The chairman intends to vote no.
The ranking member will vote yes.
The clerk will open the vote. Have all members You got it. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 25 and the nays are 26.
The amendment is not adopted. The next vote will be vote number 28, listed as Amendment 105 by Mr. Venman of Virginia. The chairman intends to vote no.
Ranking member will vote yes.
The clerk will open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 24 and the nays are 27.
The amendment is not adopted. Next vote is vote number 29, Amendment 118, Mr. Tandahar of Michigan, and the chairman intends to vote no.
Ranking member will vote yes.
The clerk will open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 24 and the nays are 27.
The amendment is not adopted. We're now going to recognize the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott, for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the bill, H.R. 7567, as amended, be reported favorably to the House with the recommendation that it do pass.
Does any member wish to discuss the motion?
No.
The question is on the motion offered by the gentleman from Georgia to favorably report H.R. 7567 as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the bill H.R. 7567 as amended is ordered to be reported favorably to the House.
Mr. Chairman, we'd like a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Lucas.
Aye.
Mr. Lucas votes aye. Mr. Austin Scott.
Aye.
Mr. Austin Scott votes aye. Mr. Crawford. Aye. Mr. Crawford votes aye. Mr. Desjardins.
Aye.
Mr. Desjardins votes aye. Mr. Rouser.
Aye.
Mr. Rouser votes aye. Mr. Kelly.
I can't say aye, so yes.
Mr. Kelly votes yes. Mr. Bacon. Mr. Bacon votes aye. Mr. Bost.
Aye.
Mr. Bost votes aye. Mr. Johnson.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Baird.
Leave those machines on the table when they go.
Mr. Mann.
Yeah.
Mr. Mann votes aye. Mr. Feenstra. Mr. Feenstra votes aye. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Miller votes aye. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore votes aye. Mrs. Kamick. Mrs. Kamick votes aye. Mr. Finstad. Mr. Finstad votes aye. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose votes aye. Mr. Jackson of Texas. Mr. Jackson of Texas votes aye. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes aye. Mr. Nunn.
Aye.
Mr. Nunn votes aye. Mr. Van Orden.
Aye.
Mr. Van Orden votes aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse votes aye. Mr. Weed. Mr. Weed votes aye. Mr. Bresnahan. Mr. Bresnahan votes aye. Mr. Messmer. Mr. Messmer votes aye. Mr. Harris. Mr. Harris votes aye. Mr. Taylor. Mr. Taylor votes aye. Ms. Craig.
No.
Ms. Craig votes no. Mr. David Scott.
No.
Mr. David Scott votes no. Mr. Costa. Mr. Costa votes aye. Mr. McGovern.
No.
Mr. McGovern votes no. Miss Adams. Miss Adams votes no. Mrs. Hayes.
No.
Mrs. Hayes votes no. Miss Brown.
No.
Miss Brown votes no. Miss Davids of Kansas. Miss Davids of Kansas votes aye. Miss Salinas. Ms. Salinas votes no. Mr. Davis of North Carolina.
Aye.
Mr. Davis of North Carolina votes aye. Ms. Takuda. No. Ms. Takuda votes no. Ms. Budzinski. No. Ms. Budzinski votes no. Mr. Sorensen.
No.
Mr. Sorensen votes no. Mr. Vasquez.
Aye.
Mr. Vasquez votes aye. Mr. Jackson of Illinois. Mr. Tandar. No. Mr. Tandar votes no. Mr. Gray.
Aye.
Mr. Gray votes aye. Ms. McDonald-Rivet. Aye. Ms. McDonald-Rivet votes aye. Mr. Figures.
No.
Mr. Figures votes no. Mr. Vinman.
No.
Mr. Vinman votes no. Mr. Riley.
Aye.
Mr. Riley votes aye. Mr. Mannion.
No.
Mr. Mannion votes no. Mrs. McLean Delaney. Mrs. McLean Delaney votes no. Ms. Pingree.
No.
Ms. Pingree votes no. Mr. Carbajal.
No.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Chairman Thompson.
Aye.
Chairman Thompson votes aye.
Are there,
Where's my script here?
have all members voted? And does any member wish to change their vote? You want me to check? If not, the clerk, hey, let's keep it down just a little bit so we can communicate here. If not, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 34 and the nays are 17.
The majority haven't voted in favor. A motion is agreed to, and H.R. 7567 as amended will be reported favorably to the House. Without objection, the usual instruction will be given to staff that consists of making such technical, clarifying, or conforming changes as are appropriate without changing the substance of the legislation. Any members wishing to submit additional dissenting or minority views shall submit such views to the council's office, room 1407 Longworth, by 5 p.m. on Friday, March 6.
Enjoy more of our videos on the Community Advocate Network channel, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. If you would like to advertise your service, special announcement, or event, you may contact us at the Community Advocate Network at gmail.com. For community resources and services, exclusive articles, and video content, join our private community on Patreon. Link is in the bio.